Academy life is nearly over. Prologue. Naruto Namikaze, son of the Hokage, woke up every morning to a life that only few could wish for. He was born into one of the greatest families, he had lots of friends, everyone loved him, and he pretty much was a known figure all around Konoha. What people did not know about him was he was the Jinchuriki of the most feared creature that the world has ever laid eyes upon, the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto himself did not know of the best that inhabited his very being. His parents Minato and Kushina were so very happy that no one knew of who he actually was. They feared that he would be hated for the beast that lived inside. They all knew what common citizens were like. They would all jump to conclusions thinking of Naruto and the Kyuubi as one entity and would shun him from society. The only people who knew that the Kyuubi was inside of Naruto were Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Konoha's two advisors, who were for the first time quiet about a matter of this proportion. They knew what Minato would do if they blabbed. To Minato and Kushina, Naruto was a normal boy, though he excelled as a ninja and was currently favorite to be genin of the year. Naruto was not a beast and the Kyuubi had never affected him. They always thanked old Sarutobi Hiruzen for keeping their family together, as it was Minato who planned to seal the Kyuubi that fateful night. Naruto's room. The sound of an alarm filled the room, gradually getting louder and louder. Naruto seemed to always sleep through his alarm for 1 minute before the sound finally reached him. His facial expression would always go from flat to a kind of beast-like look. His mouth would open and his teeth would grind on each other. A faint growl could be heard from the boy before he would eventually open his eyes, where his expression dissipated, changing back to the usual smile that was on the boy's face. Minato had watched this once before and always laughed to himself about how his son could be so funny when he slept, though it did make him think once. He is more like a Inuzuka when he sleeps. Did Kushina? No, she wouldn't. She is allergic to dogs. Naruto pulled himself out of bed. He was definitely not a morning person. He was slouched in his pajamas. He slowly walked to the bathroom, brushing his teeth, then having his morning shower. He then styled his hair in spikes just like his father. Walking back to his bedroom, he got changed into his regular clothes, what consisted of a white shirt with an insignia of his clan on the front, black and orange trousers on the right leg. He attached a kunai holster, a jacket that was colored black and orange. His clothes were primarily black but had orange parts to the clothing. He did this so he wouldn't always stick out and still got to wear his favorite color. Finally, his favorite piece of clothing, it was his trench coat. Unlike his father's, which was white with orange flames, his was black with white flames. Even though Naruto insisted that he wanted an orange coat, his father wouldn't allow it, knowing how easy it was to spot the color orange. And well, Naruto, even though he was a genius ninja, his intelligence still wasn't the best. Satisfied with his appearance, Naruto ran to the dining room of his home, waiting for breakfast to be served. Naruto was a patient person, but when it came to food, Kasen, where's the ramen? Naruto asked comically, looking confused that there was no ramen in front of his eyes. The stomach of the young Namikaze rumbled, seemingly crying that food was still being cooked. Whilst Naruto was doing his complaining, Minato rushed downstairs, ran to his seat and, Kushi-chan, where's the ramen? Kushina just stared at the fully grown man, a visible twitch in her eye. What is it, dear? Minato asked his red-haired wife, getting slightly scared. I can understand Naruto doing something so childish, but Minato doing it is, well, kind of irritating to me, Kushina thought to herself, trying to make sure she didn't allow Minato to catch on to her frustration. Tusan, why isn't there ramen? Naruto asked his father, puzzled how the food he desired wasn't in his mouth right now. I was thinking the same thing, Minato replied, then jokingly stared at his wife, who seemed to go bright red, and a vein appeared on her head. Seeing this, Minato did the one safe thing: shut up. If you two don't stop complaining about ramen, I will pour all this into the trash. The two men were instantly filled with a look of horror. Seeing this, Kushina smiled sadistically and asked them, so what will it be? Minato spoke up first. Please calm down, Kushi-chan. We wouldn't want to hurt the ramen, Minato told his wife, trying to calm her down. Hurt the ramen? Kushina asked with an angry tone, her eyes burning with fire as she gazed at the yondaime. Hurt the ramen? I never said that. I said hurt yourself, Minato said in a panic, trying to get out of the predicament he was now in. But Tusan, you didn't. Before Naruto finished his sentence, Minato looked at him as if to say, you say that and your training will be doubled. Naruto shut up before his mother asked. You didn't. she asked, knowing she had backed the two into the corner. You did not say that, Naruto replied gingerly. Kushina realized she had tortured them long enough and left it at that and finally served the two their ramen. They were highly appreciative due to her ramen recipe was the best. That's good old Uzumaki ramen. After the two men finished stuffing their faces, they looked directly up to the clock. Oh crap! I'm gonna be late! They shouted in unison. Once again she couldn't believe how alike the two were. She smiled slightly but was still trying to find herself in the young boy. She knew he could use fast movement jutsu like his father but was wondering if he inherited her key ability. Only time would tell. Naruto looked at his father who just smiled. Naruto waved to Minato who disappeared into a yellow flash. Minato always kept a three-pronged kunai in the office for this sort of situation. He arrived at his desk just on time, slightly scaring his assistants who didn't see him enter. Naruto ran other to his mother, gave her a kiss and told her, "See you later, Ka-san." And with that he shunshined a couple of times and arrived at the academy gates just on time with a broad smile. Naruto learned Shunshin as a way to emulate his father. He couldn't use Hiroshin yet but was hoping to learn to someday. He was primarily a taijutsu fighter with good ninjutsu, though it wasn't his forte. He still tried to improve on his ninjutsu all the time. Walking through the gates of the academy he was greeted with respect from teachers and ninjas who were entering the grand building. Naruto walked through the front doors, slowly walking down the hallway to Iruka Yumino's classroom. He always got a little unnerved when he entered the classroom. It was always the same reaction. A small shadow of Naruto could be seen through the glass on the door. It wasn't see-through, so it was only a silhouette of the boy, but everyone knew he was coming. The door crept open quietly, trying to avoid attention, but "Naruto-kun!" was screamed by nearly the entire female populace of the classroom. A few of them flung themselves at him, trying to get close to the boy. Naruto just looked terrified. He wasn't gay. He loved girls, but he didn't love fangirls. All the boys wished they were him, but he knew if they were in his situation they would feel the same way. Only two girls in the entire class didn't react to the Naruto charm. They were both from prestigious families such as him. They were Hinata Hyuga, who always seemed to blush when Naruto talked to her, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto thought that if he ever fell for any girl in this class, it would be one of them. Naruto managed to get out of the swarm of fangirls and rushed to his seat. Sitting next to the blonde was Sasuke Uchiha. She wore a form-fitting tank top with the Uchiha crest and a beige skirt that came down to her middle thighs. Naruto just stared at the raven-haired beauty. Sasuke, slightly irritated, turned to the blonde and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" in an angry tone that would have scared most people. Luckily Naruto's mom was worse, so he wasn't scared at all. "Because you're so cute. Should I have another reason?" Naruto replied to the girl. It obviously had an effect because she went bright red from the comment. Naruto just smiled at this and looked toward Iruka, trying to make it seem as if he was listening, though he knew all this stuff already. An hour passed and the Uchiha was still blushing. She couldn't believe it. The academy's hottest boy said she was cute. And of all the time she had known the blonde, he had never called another girl that. Sasuke had a lot of fanboys, but she was too low in confidence. She was always thought of as a failure by her father due to her brother Itachi, the family prodigy, and due to constantly ignoring her. She believed she was inferior. She strived to be better than Itachi but was always put down by her father. Naruto made his way out of the classroom. It was lunchtime, so the blonde decided to join his friends on the grass, just trying to escape the girls for a few minutes. He knew it was a compliment to have them after him, but he always felt as if it were a curse, not a blessing. Chuji, Shikamaru, and Kiba were often the people he ate dinner with, but the same conversation always arose. Kiba always complained that since every girl went after Naruto, all the other boys, including him, felt put out when they even tried to strike a conversation with them. Naruto always sighed, claiming he hated the attention. All they boys couldn't believe it. They liked Naruto but at the same time felt jealous. The only people who didn't seem to care were Shikamaru and Shino. Sasuke was with all the other girls, but as usual the same conversation arose. It was about Naruto being the most perfect boy around. They said he had a good sense of humor, he was polite and also strong. His body spoke for itself as it was extremely hot, and the cute whisker marks on his cheeks made everything better. Sasuke, however, acted completely differently to usual. Instead of ignoring the conversation altogether, she started to nod her head more to each comment. When the girls noticed this, she instantly blushed. "What is it, Sasuke? You never seemed interested in Naruto-kun before," the pink-haired girl of the group asked. It's nothing," Sasuke staggered quietly under her breath. When it came to matters of love, Sasuke couldn't speak properly. Sasuke, the more she thought about her lie, the more she blushed. After constantly nagging the raven-haired girl, she caved. Naruto-kun said I was Susu cute. Sasuke staggered, making all the fangirls turn red-faced with anger. The man they had been chasing for years and never gave them attention tells a girl who wasn't even interested in him that she's cute. It was an event that wasn't acceptable to them. The whole group just growled at Sasuke, who just nervously looked at the floor. She was a strong girl and definitely in the top 2 most talented ninja in the academy this year. But she still didn't want to fight them. They all pounced at her like a predator that has cornered its prey when, "Hey Sasuke-chan, what's going on here?" shouted an enthusiastic blonde boy. All the girls stopped their charge. They didn't want to look bad in front of the object of their affection. And nothing Naruto-K. She cut of the kun. She didn't want to look more suspicious in front of the girls. "Want to eat the rest of my lunch with me?" shouted Naruto to the raven-haired girl, what just made her blush like crazy. She nodded and walked slowly over to him, making all the girls behind her scowl like crazy, especially the pink-haired banshee. Naruto took Sasuke to a tree where it was just the 2 of them. He had nothing romantic involved, he just wanted to help her out. He knew what the girls were about to do and he couldn't allow it to happen. They chatted for a while and moved on to a conversation about their dreams. Naruto told the girl that he wanted to be Hokage, so he could finally show everyone that he was Naruto Namake's, not the son of the Yondaime. Sasuke seemed shocked by this. Naruto had a dream of stepping out of someone's shadow just like she did. "So Sasuke-chan, what is your dream?" Naruto eagerly awaited her answer, wanting to know what drove the girl to try so hard. "Well, because I was born an Uchiha, I am constantly under pressure to perform/succeed. My brother Itachi-sama is a prodigy, and I am always stuck in his shadow. My father never acknowledges me because I am inferior to him. That is my long-term dream. However, I have a short-term dream to activate my Sharingan," Sasuke told the blonde boy. "Wow, that's quite a dream, Sasuke. I have a question though, what does it feel like to have the Sharingan activate? I know you haven't done it yet, but you must have heard stories." "Well, your eyesight increases immensely. You also have this weird feeling like an eruption of chakra signaling the activation for the first time, or so I have heard." "I have felt that before," Naruto said, shocking the young girl to no end. "You couldn't have, Naruto. You need to possess a Dojutsu to feel that," Sasuke told him, trying to understand why the blonde who was supposedly a genius would think such a thing. "You never know. My mom's heritage isn't completely known. She hasn't told me anything about her life as a ninja, so all is possible." And with that, everything went quiet. A few minutes passed and the academy bell chimed. It was time for lessons again. Once again, the lesson dragged on. Naruto was being told facts he already knew. His mother had forced education on him since he was very young, and so all this was child's play to someone like Naruto. Whilst the hours dwindled on, Naruto was in daydream, thinking about what Sasuke had told him about the activation of the Sharingan. If it was how she said it, he had felt the same thing once before during a training session with his father. Naruto was getting increasingly frustrated with Minato's speed even without Hiroshin. But then everything seemed clear, he could track everything, but he still couldn't block him. His father was just too good. Maybe I should ask Ka-san about this. It is really making me curious now. Lessons ended, but before they left, they were informed by Irika-sensei that the genin exams would be taking place tomorrow and that all students should get enough rest for the task ahead. Many of the students in the room gulped, knowing if they failed, they would be stuck at the academy for another year. Only 2 people were absolutely confident. They were Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Namake's, the prized pupils of this year's class. Naruto quietly left his seat, drawing little attention to himself, trying to remain hidden in the crowd of students trying to leave class. But since the girls knew where he sat, they all waited. Naruto was grabbed by 2 girls once again, but this time Naruto was allowed to escape. He shunshined away from them, appearing outside near a tall sakura tree. Sasuke looked out the window to see the boy, his hair swaying in the light wind, the coat he wore rustling side to side as cherry blossom petals fell around him. So hot, Sasuke thought to herself, staring in a trance at the boy. After moments of staring, he realized he was making a beckoning gesture to her. Upon seeing this, she left the class at lightning speed, appearing in front of the blonde. "Hey Sasuke-chan. Thanks for today," the blonde told the girl who was just staring at him with lust in her eyes. "What for Naruto-kun?" Sasuke ceased up after she realized she called him Naruto-kun. Keeping me company, he replied, giving her a kiss on her forehead before disappearing with a shunshin. Sasuke just went lightheaded and fell asleep on the tree trunk. What's happening to me? She thought. Naruto appeared at his estate with a cheesy grin on his face. He kissed Sasuke without feeling nervous or being hit afterwards. Yep, it had been a pretty good day for the blonde. As he walked through the Namikaze estate, he was greeted by many clan members who referred to him as Naruto-sama, due to he was the heir to their family and they needed to show respect towards the young blonde. He finally reached the mansion that was his house. Entering the gigantic structure, he called out, "Ka-san, I'm home," who smiled at the boy's arrival. She was still pondering on what she thought about earlier. Would he gain her key ability that only she remaining had? The boy rushed over to his mother looking hyperactive and buzzing a little. She knew this only happened when he was really anxious to know something or when he had too much sugar. She guessed it would be the first. "What is it, sweetie?" she asked her son, who just groaned at his mother's comment. "Ka-san? This may be a weird question, but do you, have special ninja ability?" "Why would you ask that?" Kushina curiously asked the young blonde. "Well, Sasuke-chan told me about when a Dojutsu activates and I have felt all that before when training with Tusan before." Naruto rushed out his words in a slur that only his parents could understand. "Yay, I can't believe it. He may have it, he may have my bloodline. Some of Naruto's very being may be me, because everything else about him is just like his father." His mother thought excitedly. "Well, sweetie, I do have a bloodline, but it is very hard to come across. Only I have unlocked it in generations of my clan. It is a Dojutsu that is known as the fourth most prized Dojutsu. It may not allow us to copy moves or see a full 360 degrees, but it does allow us to sense all chakra and pinpoint sources indefinitely. It also has the ability to prevent tunnel vision and genjutsu like most Dojutsu. It can also sense a chakra-based attack coming towards you from any angle. The favorite thing about this Dojutsu is it puts a complete shroud around out jutsu, meaning no one can copy it, making it the bane of all Sharingan copiers." His mother told him. "So it's possible that I have this Dojutsu, Ka-san?" Naruto asked very quickly. It was obvious he was hyper. "Yes, and I believe we can test it right now. Focus your chakra into your eyes and declare Sakugan." Naruto followed her instructions, and as he suspected, his blue eyes changed slightly. Instead of having black pupils, they changed to a silver color. His eyes were now blue and silver, proving he had the Sakugan. "Sweetie, you did it? You did it!" Kushina exclaimed joyously, jumping up and down with happiness. She now had something in common with her son. He had inherited her Sakugan. She could finally train the boy in something other than knowledge and kicking taijutsu techniques. "Ka-san, why didn't Tusan know I had this when we were training?" the boy asked inquisitively. "Well, your eye's natural color is blue, which is what the same as the Sakugan's, which basically means it would have been hard for Minakuin to see the difference in your eyes, that's all," she told the young man. "Ka-san, I have a question. Does this mean my taijutsu can improve more because of it?" "Well, that fact you can avoid chakra-based attacks easier makes it a massive advantage for a taijutsu fighter such as yourself. Plus, your style of taijutsu is unique, meaning it is already a formidable style. All in all, Naruto, the Sakugan will help you greatly," Kushina told him with a gigantic smile on her face. Minato arrived home 4 hours after the mother and son talk, and only minutes after Minato got back he was already bombarded by Naruto, telling him about his new skill. After Minato took everything in, he realized that Naruto with the Dojutsu could even surpass a Hyuga's gentle fist. They had a regular dinner time discussion, some about ramen and some about daily events. Naruto also made the mistake of telling his parents that the genin exams were tomorrow. In saying this, Naruto was sent to bed before he could muster another word. "So Kushi-chan, what do you think of our little Narukuin?" Minato asked his wife with a smile on his face, beaming white with a slight ting noise. This was similar to what Madogai did, but when Minato did it, women just melted. "I couldn't be more proud of him right now. I know as well as anyone how hard it is to unlock the Dojutsu. And with his special taijutsu, he is going to be something one day," Kushina replied, looking at her husband in the eyes. Minato suffered from sudden impulsiveness and asked, "Wanna do it?" Later on that night, screams could be heard from the Namikaze mansion. The name Minakuin repeated around 1,000,000 times, screams of ecstasy, whilst muffled noises were heard from what sounded like a man. Luckily enough, Naruto could sleep through a nuclear explosion, so they were safe. The next day, a similar breakfast scene happened, but this time Naruto left on time for the academy. Hearing the words behind him, Get Rookie of the Year or no ramen for a year. The threat gave Naruto incentive to work harder than ever before. He was one of the first to arrive at the academy. He rested under his regular sakura tree. He did a few taijutsu practices whilst waiting for the academy to actually open. Naruto had one of the best feelings in his life about the test. He couldn't wait to show the senseis at the academy his own personal taijutsu style, which was a fusion of his parents' style. Students piled in to the academy, all but a few looking nervous. Irika told the class that the exams would take place as followed. First, the Genjutsu exam, which would consist of dispelling a Genjutsu casted upon them. Performing one Genjutsu would get you extra credit. Secondly would be the written exam, followed by the Taijutsu exam, and finally the Ninjutsu exam, where you needed to perform all of the academy's jutsu perfectly or a variant of the techniques to pass. It was lucky that Naruto knew this in advance and prepared a specialized Bunshin jutsu for that part. Each student made their way to examination area. Each student had to wait outside until the test was over. All the students before Naruto walked out with big smiles on their faces. They must have passed. Shame, this is the only exam I fear. Thank God for my Sakugan. I should activate it now. And under his breath he mumbled Sakugan. His pupils changed to silver and he smiled happily. Naruto entered the room, instantly knowing he was under a Genjutsu thanks to his eyes. He dispelled it with ease, then called out, Genjutsu, angry woman technique. With that, millions of women appeared in front of the examiner shouting words that would make a man cower in fear. Dispelling the jutsu, Naruto left the room with a big smile on his face. I thought I was a goner, Irika said to himself after witnessing the Genjutsu. From what Naruto witnessed, no one failed the Genjutsu exam. This filled the boy with happiness. He was glad that even though his fangirls were obsessed with him 24/7, they still did a little training. He was glad that he wasn't pulling anyone back. The written exam was the easiest part of the exam yet. Naruto could answer these questions with his eyes closed. He found it amusing that some people didn't have a clue with the answers. Naruto was lucky that his mother trained him in academics all those years ago. The part of the exam that Naruto was relishing was now upon them, the Taijutsu exam. He wanted to set a new academy record for hitting the sensei. The fastest ever was 48.978 seconds by Itachi Uchiha, and Naruto aimed to beat it with all his might. Hinata Hyuga had the best time yet. It took her 1 minute 7 seconds to hit Mizuki-sensei, which was quite an impressive feat knowing that he was near Jounin level. Naruto Namikaze, you're up next, Mizuki instructed. All the girls parted for Naruto to step in front of Mizuki. All of them were whispering under their breath. Do you think Naruto-kun can set a new record? Many of the girls asked while Sasuke just listened in, hoping for him to do it and at the same time not to beat her brother's time. She wanted that record for herself. So style will you be using, Naruto-kun? Mizuki inquired to the young boy, who looked up at him with a grin. My own personal style, my Abita Handu, Naruto told his sensei, who just smirked at his reply. A personal style, I see how this is going to end, Naruto-kun. Why don't you do something more traditional, he replied smugly. Nope, I am satisfied with my style. It is a combination of my parents' respected styles, and with it I will finish this in under 40 seconds. The confident blonde replied. All the girls hung on his every word. Fine your loss, Naruto-kun, the man said before charging straight at the boy who just stood still, waiting for his turn. Mizuki used a style which relied on chakra-enhanced attacks. In knowing this, Naruto activated his Sakugan and stood still with his eyes closed. Many attacks were thrown by Mizuki. Not one connected. 30 seconds had passed and Mizuki was smirking. Thought you said it would be over in 40 seconds, Naruto-kun, he reminded the blonde. Don't worry, I will end it now then, Naruto replied as a chakra-enhanced kick was sent towards his face. He bent backward, still eyes shut, hiding his Sakugan. Dance of the Azalea, shouted Naruto. He was now low down on the floor, supported by one arm, swiping his leg towards the man. He knew what would happen next. Mizuki jumped as expected, allowing Naruto to continue with the dance by using his arm to push his body more vertical, propelling himself off the ground, landing a kick in Mizuki's ribcage. Now I will show you what my style can do, Naruto shouted just after his kick hit Mizuki. Naruto disappeared from his spot in the air, appearing above Mizuki, whose back was towards him. Then via rotation his speed increased, making a devastating stamp/kick to his back, sending Mizuki back to earth in lots of pain. Naruto just landed calmly and asked, "What was my time?" Pulling himself back to his feet groggily, he said, 37.9. The fastest time in the history of the academy? Naruto-kun, how did you know my strikes before I did them? Mizuki asked curiously. Sorry, I can't say that. I will just say it is because your attacks were chakra-based, Naruto replied before walking over to his favorite tree to have a nap. I really need one of these trees in the estate. They really relax me, the boy thought to himself. When Naruto awoke, he asked what his fellow students' times were. He realized Sasuke also beat Itachi's record by fractions of a second. Though it didn't seem like much, it really made the young girl happy. In seeing this, Naruto smiled softly. The final exam was the ninjutsu exam. As usual, Naruto had it easy. He knew all of the academy jutsus like the back of his hand, easily casting all but the academy's bunshin, and instead he used shadow clones, which highly impressed the teachers who were present. Now, Naruto-kun, do you know any other jutsu? Iruka asked quietly to his favorite student. Well, I have only two. One is Shunshin, what all of you have seen, and number 2 is Wind Style, Condensed Gale. After performing the jutsu, the judges were more than satisfied. Iruka told Naruto that he passed yet another exam, thus is now a genin, but the official results of who came first was to be released tomorrow just before the teams get announced. Naruto smiled, grabbing a headband, and walked out of the office, confronted by many girls who congratulated him on passing the exam, but Naruto wasn't interested in the slightest. He walked straight up to Sasuke and whispered congratulations on surpassing Itachi in the taijutsu exam, and headed off home. After much conversation over Naruto's new life as a ninja, his parents decided to try and get an idea who was going to be Rookie of the Year. Minato was going to ask Iruka, but decided it would be better to find out when he is told. Minato had already created the genin teams for this year, and was sure his son would love who he paired him with. Next day, Naruto shunshin to the academy, eager to know who the best ninja was this year. He couldn't lose his ramen, and he would die before that happened. The academy hadn't opened yet, so as usual he relaxed on his tree, collecting his thoughts as pink petals brushed his face softly. Another figure arrived early that day. After looking at the figure for a minute, he realized who this person was. Hey Sasuke-chan, come here, shouted Naruto kindly. Just the sound of his voice made Sasuke blush recently. She gingerly walked over to the boy, who told her to take a seat next to him. She reluctantly did so and felt a warm arm around her shoulder. Don't be so uptight around me, Sasuke-chan. I feel a little saddened when you do. These words made her blush even more. Before she knew it, she had placed her head on his shoulder and was slowly drifting off to sleep. Minato, who had been watching this in his crystal ball, shouted, "Get in there, Naruto. I knew I made the right choice with Sasuke." The female students all witnessed Sasuke sleeping on Naruto, using him as a pillow. They were furious he was their Naruto pillow-san, but Sasuke once again stole him. She would pay one day for her actions, everyone thought. Though one pink-haired girl thought beyond that to even killing her, her alter ego was kicking in again. After a boring speech of how they were all going to become full-fledged ninja now, Iruka announced the results of the exams. Kunoichi of the year goes to Sasuke Uchiha, who just smiled. She knew this was going to be the case and wasn't very surprised by the result. Shinobi of the year goes to Naruto Namikaze, who also didn't look very surprised. His smirk was evident to that. And finally, Rookie of the year goes to Naruto Namikaze. Iruka announced. No one was surprised. Though Sasuke was disappointed, she still knew that she did well, getting at least second spot, especially against a genius ninja like Naruto. Now that all the formalities are out of the way, I will announce your genin teams. Naruto ignored everything until Team 7 will consist of Naruto Namikaze. At this, every girl in the room gasped. Sakura Haruno, the pink-haired girl, jumped out of her chair screaming, "Yes!" About the announcement. You could hear a noise of wood smashing, and everyone looked to Naruto to see his head had been put through the table. And finally, Sasuke Uchiha. At the sound of this, Naruto's head perked up, whilst the pink-haired girl scowled and all the other girls looked depressed at the announcement. Your Jounin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Naruto jumped into the air first, raised high. He got a near-perfect team. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Kiba smiled at this, knowing he had at least one good-looking girl on his team. Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Chuji Akamichi. Once all of the teams were announced, the recently declared Team 7 walked to their meeting room. awaiting the arrival of their sensei and the start of their ninja path. Life as a ninja isn't all it's cracked up to be. Three teens entered a separate classroom awaiting the arrival of one Kakashi Hatake, their designated Jonin sensei. Naruto walked right to the teacher's desk and just sat there bored beyond belief, just looking drearily at the clock as the minute hand moved slower and slower. Isn't a Jonin-level ninja supposed to be early? Moaned a pissed of Sakura. She had never heard of the infamous Kakashi, the man who made someone wait for 2 days before he finally arrived, telling everyone a black cat crossed my path, so I needed to find another way. The only reason Naruto knew that was the fact he was the one waiting for 2 days. Even after that, he loved Kakashi as a brother figure. Time still slowly passed. Very dazed looks came from the pink-haired vulture who always tried to get him when his back was turned. I will have to be careful with her around. I don't want her getting too close, Naruto thought as he moved awkwardly. A set of green eyes followed Naruto as he approached the raven-haired girl who was just looking out the window, presumably daydreaming. Naruto's firm hand landed on the Uchiha's shoulder. She knew that touch and shivered at the feel of it. She was sure it was Naruto. Why doesn't he do that to me? Thought Sakura, scowling at Sasuke. However, this was met by Naruto's angry glare, forcing the pinkette to look away nervously. You okay, Sasuke-chan? You look a little, how I call it, disinterested. The blonde asked Sasuke. She was usually talkative around him, so he didn't understand what it could be now. Why, yes, I am fine, Naruto-kun. I am just getting severely bored waiting now, she replied, whispering back to the boy. Don't worry, he will be her in 2 minutes, Naruto replied, sounding confident in his word. How do you know that? She replied to him curiously. Well, I know Kakashi Hatake. He was my father's student, and he is like a brother or an uncle to me. I have known him my whole life. Don't worry, he won't make us wait much longer, that much I can promise, Naruto said whilst nodding along to his own comments. If you say so, Naruto-kun, she replied, teasing the boy who just smiled at her. Once again, green eyes of jealousy were fixated on the young Uchiha. Sakura was just speaking to herself, and it didn't sound completely sane. All Naruto heard was, Sasuke, can I? Fake apology. Quite peculiar, Naruto remarked to himself as he walked to the door. He will be her in 5 seconds, Naruto announced, drawing the attention of the two girls. As Naruto predicted, Kakashi walked through the door on exactly 5 seconds, staring at his students. He smiled at the blonde, who replied with a silent nod. His eyes diverted to the female Uchiha sitting near the window, shocked that Naruto guessed his time of arrival perfectly. Then his eyes were pulled to someone he knew he wasn't going to like much. She had pink hair and green eyes and seemed to talk to herself. My first impression of you guys is, I hate you. He said this whilst only looking at Sakura with his finger pointing at her. This made Naruto laugh uncontrollably. He then whispered in Kakashi's ear, I thought the same thing, who also started laughing. Sasuke and Sakura just sweat dropped at the two boys who were laughing hysterically. The two finally stopped laughing. They would need to think of an excuse for why it was so funny. So Naruto took advantage. I was laughing because Kakashi only reads porn because he can't get any. Kakashi nodded in agreement when he realized, hey, what the F? It was drowned out by Naruto's laughing. The two girls started laughing at Naruto's comment whilst the glaring Kakashi was thinking of how he would punish Naruto. Maybe he would ask Minato to extend Naruto's training, but knowing Minato, he would just laugh as well. All right, meet on the roof of this building in 2 minutes, Kakashi ordered, disappearing from sight. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the waist. Hold on tight, he ordered before using Shunshin, disappearing to the roof, leaving Sakura in the room. Unfortunately, she made it to the roof on time. Okay then, now that we are all up here, I think we might as well tell each other a little bit about ourselves, including dreams, hobbies, and favorite places, things like that, Kakashi told the group of 3 ninja. He then looked at the group scrolling along them, about to pick the first one when, hey sensei, shouldn't you tell us a little bit about yourself? The pink-haired girl asked. It was actually a good question, which surprised Naruto. Well, I have hobbies and dislikes. Nothing that interests you. Now you blondie, Kakashi diverted the conversation. Naruto decided not to show him up anymore and tell everyone about himself. Well, I am Naruto Namikaze, son of the Yondaime Hokage. My dream is to become Hokage just like my father. I would love to step out of his shadow and prove I am more than just the son of a Hokage. My hobbies include training, eating ramen, and also being very calm and relaxed, as I love being surrounded by nature. It helps me construct my thoughts. About a favorite place, I would have to say at this moment in time it's the sakura tree outside the academy or Ichiraka's ramen. I like people who aren't false and want to know me for me, not my status or family. I dislike those who would only want to be associated with me due to my relation with the yondaime. My ninja way is never go back on your word, Naruto told all present. Kakashi seemed impressed at his words. He really sounded mature. The two girls were looking at the blonde dreamily, though Sakura really only liked him for his brilliant looks. How tall he was in compared to others and his social status. She drowned all parts of Naruto's speech that would have made her on his dislike list. Okay, thank you for that, Naruto. How about you, cutie? Kakashi asked, and Sakura instantly started speaking. Ahem. I meant Sasuke, Kakashi told the pink-haired girl who wasn't so impressed. Well, I am Sasuke Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. My dream is to be the best ninja the Uchiha clan have ever produced and become head of ANBU, which is a position my brother is so close to attaining. My dream, like Naruto, also includes stepping out of somebody's shadow, and in my case it's Itachi-sama. My father always compares me to him, making me seem inferior. I also wish to awaken my Sharingan soon. My hobbies include training, playing with Itachi-sama, and daydreaming occasionally when I am bored. My favorite place would have to be the garden area in my family's estate, as it is so tranquil. I like people who try and get to know the real me. I dislike those who judge me before they know me. My ninja way is aim high and never give in, Sasuke told her teammates. She got a nod of agreement from Naruto, making her blush slightly, trying to avoid eye contact. Thank you, Sasuke, for that. Now you're up, Pinky, Kakashi said with little enthusiasm near the end of his sentence. Well, I am Sakura Haruno. My dream is to well. She looked suggestively at Naruto and continues, my hobbies include. Before she could finish, Naruto butted in saying, stalking me, which made her blush shamefully. My favorite place is wherever Naruto is, shouted Sasuke, making Sakura turn bright red with anger. I dislike competition, Kakashi mumbled, causing Naruto to laugh. Sakura just stopped herself and screamed as loud as she could. Once the laughing died down, Kakashi swiftly moved on to his next point. Well, now we know each other a little better, I have one last thing to tell you all. His team looked intrigued, so he continued, well, you may have passed the academy test, but you still have to complete the genin test. 2/3 of each class often fail these exams, which will take place tomorrow. Meet me at training ground number 31 at 5 a.m. I picked it out specially because it's a landscape that I know one of us will enjoy. I will give you one hint of advice. Don't eat because you will throw it all back up. Now with that out of the way, I recommend you get some rest, and I will see you tomorrow. With a flash of smoke, Kakashi was gone. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Asked both girls simultaneously. Well, I think we will pass this easily. We have me and Sasuke on the team, so we are guaranteed to succeed, he told the girls. What about me, Naruto-kun? Asked the pinkette. Well, Naruto said no more and disappeared. Sasuke just giggled and ran off, leaving a confused Sakura standing on the roof. Well, Naruto escaped to his favorite spot. He fell lazily on the tree, looking up at the academy, spotting his favorite teacher lecturing the class. They all looked bored except for one boy. Naruto had seen him before, and if he remembered correctly, his name was Konohamaru. Naruto smiled at the sight of the eager ninja-to-be and remarked, he will be a good ninja one day, before closing his eyes, falling asleep on the tree. Students piled out of the academy doors. Naruto just slept through the sound. Though he became an attraction for the girls who were leaving, they all had to have a closer look. When he finally awakened, he was surrounded by girls. Naruto lightly waved to them and shunted away from them, resulting in a very disappointed mob. Naruto arrived home, rushing to the Namake's mansion. Bursting through the doors, he announced that he was declared Rookie of the Year. His mother finally retracted her no ramen threat. Well done, sweetie. You always impress me, Kushina told her bouncing son. And guess what, our instructor is Kakashi Nizan. And I also have Sasuke-chan on my team. Shame I was also paired with Sakura Haruno, but the world doesn't revolve around me, so I won't complain. Sasuke-chan? Has little Naru got himself a girlfriend? Kushina mocked, embarrassing the boy to no end. He did kind of have a crush on her, but he thought he'd be rejected, so he always stayed quiet. Ka-san, I have a question. Could we put a sakura tree in the family garden, please? I found out I really relax around them, and also, She isn't my girlfriend, he shouted at his mother after asking for something. Not the best way to convince someone to do something. I will see about your request, Naru, but it's obvious you like this Sasuke. You have gone bright red, you remind me so much of Minakuin. And once Naruto heard his mother mention his father, he ran for his life. He really didn't feel comfortable hearing about romance between his parents, it seemed so wrong. Naruto lay on his bed, reading a small jutsu scroll. It was about wind-style air cutter and how to transmit it into weapons. Naruto always found weapons interesting, but due to him being adept in taijutsu, there was no need for a weapon. Naruto ignored all parts about weapons and just concentrated on the jutsu. He memorized the hand signs and decided he would train in it when he had the chance. Meanwhile, Sasuke was at her estate. She was training intensely on her fire jutsu. She knew if there was one way to her father's heart, it was through mastery of fire. She had already performed the rite of passage, but she always strived for more. Sasuke finally did a fire style Phoenix Flame and ran up to her father to report her accomplishment. Tusama, I did it, she told her father before being cut off. I am with Itachi right now, come back later, Fugaka yelled before slamming the door. She caught an apologetic look from Itachi and cheered up a little, but she still felt deflated. Next day at Training Ground 31. Naruto arrived first with a nice full stomach. His mother cooked him some ramen and left it for him. Naruto couldn't leave perfectly good ramen, as his father always said, if it's not gone off, never leave ramen. And it was a rule Naruto stuck to with all his heart. He examined the training ground. It had a free-flowing river, 3 logs, a memorial stone, and also sakura trees. This was like Naruto's dream relaxation spot. He looked around for his team when he saw Sasuke scanning the area, looking confused at what to do. Sasuke-chan, over here, shouted Naruto enthusiastically, catching the young girl's attention. She was guided by his words right to the blonde boy who was once again lying on a tree. Is there a thing about you and sakura trees? Asked Sasuke curiously. He always seemed to be lying on one. Well, it soothes me, I don't know why. I feel at peace just sleeping or relaxing on one of these, so whenever I have a chance I do so. You probably noticed me at the academy doing it, Naruto told the girl, who nodded to his words. Well, aren't you going to join me? Naruto asked Sasuke, who just blushed and sat right next to the blonde boy. She ended up in these situations quite often, and she couldn't ever be sure about the blonde. He was too unpredictable for her to read. He pulled the young girl close to him. He felt her heat up a little, which he was pleased about. I feel much more comfortable now, Naruto commented, making her blush redder and redder. She just thanked God that it was still dark out, hiding her blush. Why do you always do this? Sasuke asked, hoping for an answer such as, because I love you, or something down those lines, but she knew it was never going to happen. Well, how can I say this? Naruto started blushing. Out of all the girls I know, you are the only one I am actually interested in. He didn't say what he really wanted to say, but he was too shy to do such a thing. He is interested in me. Does that mean he likes me? No, it can't mean that, or does it? Was rushing through Sasuke's head before she fainted, falling asleep on Naruto's shoulder. He stroked her hair gently and whispered, don't worry, Kakashi-Nizan won't be here for another 3 hours, so sleep whilst you can, Sasuke Heim. He followed in suit and drifted off to sleep as the sun slowly rose from the horizon. Sakura arrived at the training ground to see Naruto and Sasuke covered in pink petals. She walked closer to observe and saw Sasuke clinging to Naruto. She started to twitch but realized if she woke Naruto now she stood no chance. He looked so peaceful and hot. She just glared at the couple until Kakashi arrived, who just looked at the couple. Hey lovebirds, get up now, Kakashi shouted whilst punching Naruto. He knew it took him longer to wake up, so he gave him a kickstart. Naruto saw Sasuke clinging to him and he turned bright red. When Sasuke realized what was happening, she jumped back. Sakura was about to punch the girl before Kakashi stopped her. If you kill her, Naruto will hate you forever. These words instantly stopped her and she withdrew. Naruto reminds me of myself in my youth. I had girls after me left, right, and center. Naruto, cherish it whilst it lasts, because when you get older the stalkers become much, much worse. Okay, you three, now that we're all here I will discuss the test. Kakashi then pulled out 2 bells and dangled them in front of his students. You have to get these bells. If you fail to get one, you will be sent back to the academy. You have 4 hours starting now, Kakashi declared. At the sound of this, all 3 retreated into the bushes. Is he crazy? Is he really expecting us to get the bells from him? He's a jonin, for crying out loud. We stand no chance whatsoever, Sakura yelled at the top of her voice. You really think that? Well, looks like I am going to have to prove you wrong. Sasuke-chan, come with me. And with that, the blonde followed by the female Uchiha confronted Kakashi. Sasuke-chan, fire as much jutsu as you can. Trust me, I will avoid every single shot. Just aim it for my back, so I conceal the attack, Naruto whispered in her ear. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? Sasuke asked with worry in her voice. Don't worry, it is guaranteed. If it works, I will tell you my secret, okay? He told the raven-haired girl while smiling. She accepted with a nod, and at that moment Naruto started to charge at Kakashi. He activated his Sharingan and darted towards the Hatake, whilst Sasuke launched fire style. Phoenix flames directed for Naruto, and to her surprise he was dodging every single flame. What amazed her was his agility. Naruto was now face to face with Kakashi. With a cocky smile he flipped of Kakashi's head as the flames from Sasuke's attack finally reached its real target. Yes, shouted Naruto, thinking he finally got Kakashi, but at that moment it turned into a log. Damn him, Naruto growled inside his mind. Those two are quite good. Maybe I should test the pink-haired girl now, Kakashi thought as he closed in on the pinkette. Genjutsu, biggest nightmare technique, Kakashi whispered, and at that moment, Sakura heard muffled moans. She looked behind a tree to see Naruto and Sasuke making out. The information she was receiving was too much and she passed out. That was more fun than I thought it would be, Kakashi thought to himself upon returning to the blonde and the raven. Kakashi dropped down from the tree and smiled at the young couple, which charged at him. Try harder, Kakashi advised them before they got caught in the two traps Kakashi laid out. At that point the trapped teens disappeared into smoke, and a victorious laugh was heard. I can't believe you thought that was me, Naruto laughed. He then looked to Sasuke. Nice plan, Sasuke-chan. She just looked at the floor smiling. Kakashi decided to go on the offense, but Naruto was avoiding everything. His movements were too advanced for an ordinary new graduate. It was like Naruto was predicting Kakashi's movements, and then it clicked. Kushina's bloodline, the looked in Naruto's eyes to see the silver pupils. I knew it, but it can only sense chakra attacks and signals. Wait, that includes my Sharingan. He knows where I will attack from because of the Sharingan is using chakra, but he doesn't know how I will attack. That gives me an idea. Kakashi took on a Goken stance. He hated copying Guy, but this was guaranteed to work, or so he thought. Kakashi attempted a leaf hurricane, but this was avoided by Naruto, who did a simple flip to avoid. Whilst all this was going on, Sasuke was sneaking up on her sensei. Kakashi got in close and did exactly what Mizuki tried to do during the academy exams. It was unlucky for Kakashi that Naruto had an attack that was devastating in this situation. Dance of the Azalea, Naruto shouted, but Kakashi allowed Naruto to swipe his leg, thus Naruto couldn't continue with the dance. Kakashi then pushed himself of one arm to flip back into his stance. Sasuke then rushed past Kakashi, swiping the two bells from his waist. Sasuke threw a bell to Naruto, who smiled, but it was clear that he was exhausted. Kakashi was really dominating him, to be honest. Just because he got a hit in doesn't mean he was in control. Naruto knew that better than anyone. I guess you two understand the test, right? Kakashi asked the question, to which Naruto and Sasuke nodded. Well, I guess I have to pass you, and also Sakura. I will do you two a favor and wake her up. You two get out of here as fast as you can. Remember, missions start tomorrow, so be up nice and early. The two young genius left the training grounds with massive smiles on their faces. Naruto made Sasuke's day even better by asking her, Hey Sasuke-chan, do you want to get some ramen? Her face brightened and she nodded with a bright smile on her face. As the two newly declared genin walked through the town, they got stared at, but this wasn't through vicious intent. It was of admiration for the two. They were the best ninja of their class and also main branch members of a respected family. Sasuke hated being stared at. It had something to do with her family because whenever her father looked at her, it was always a stare, which just drained all confidence from the girl. The blonde boy bravely slid his hand into hers, making her blush. She started intertwining their fingers together, which also caused Naruto to blush. Trying to strike up a conversation, Naruto asked, So Sasuke-chan, what do you think of Team 7? Snapping out of her trance-like state, she quietly replied, Well, Kakashi-sensei seems like a cool person, though he is constantly late. I don't mind that he is late by a few minutes, but being a whole 2 hours makes me get a little annoyed. Continuing about her squad, she said, I really dislike Sakura for many reasons. Number 1, she always seems to be glaring at me for no reason. Number 2, she doesn't seem serious enough to be a ninja. And number 3, she is overly obsessed with you. And why would being obsessed with me be a massive problem, Sasuke-chan? Don't tell me you're kind of jealous, Naruto asked her jokingly. He wasn't expecting her to look down at the floor, as if she was ashamed. I'm not jealous, it's just, I don't like seeing girls fawn over you, Sasuke said, trying to be as convincing as possible. All Sasuke-heim is all jealous. Don't worry, you're the only one. He cut himself off, being too embarrassed to continue with what he was saying. I'm the only one, you're what? Sasuke asked, milking every moment of his suffering. It was rare to see a lost for words Naruto, and when there was one, you needed to make it count. Then it hit her, he just called her Heim. You're the only one I like in that way, he answered very quickly, hoping she didn't hear him. But her red face was evident that she did. Everything went silent as they continued on to get their ramen. It was going to be a long dinner. When they finally finished dinner, Naruto offered to take Sasuke home. She didn't answer him, so he classed it as a yes. And whilst approaching the estate, he realized she hadn't spoken since he said he kind of liked her. I'm sorry for what I said, Sasuke-heim. He apologized half-heartedly. He wasn't sorry, but he thought an apology would solve things. She still didn't speak. They finally reached the Uchiha estate. He let go of her hand and was about to walk off when he felt a pair of lips on his cheek. He turned around to see Sasuke running through the gates. Naruto was blushing new shades of red, whilst his object of affection was slowly getting further away. Itachi was giggling at what he just witnessed. Hiso was going to tease Sasuke for this. He always found it fun to tease his little sister because she never got violent towards him. He just threw stuff at him. It was highly entertaining for him and most Uchihas. Team 7. Over the next few weeks, Team 7 did various of D-rank missions. Catching the daimyo's cat was the most fun because it involved Sakura getting her eyes nearly scratched out every time. Her reaction never got boring. Sasuke actually cried a bucket of tears seeing Sakura rolling on the floor, detaching the cat from her face. Kakashi, upon seeing it, joined in the fun. But the missions were eventually causing Naruto to go slightly insane. He had to get a harder mission, and he decided today he was going to try. Storming through the doors of the Hokage's office, Naruto was face to face with his father, who was just smiling at his son. Good morning, Naruto, his father cheerily declared as his son stormed towards his desk. Tusan, can we please have a harder mission? These D-ranks are getting on my nerves, and even though it is fun watching Sakura getting mauled by a cat, I still think they are unbelievably boring. Could you give us a higher ranked mission, please? Well, I don't know, Naruto. D-rank missions are intended for genin. It would be a little dangerous to give you a high-ranked mission. And quite frankly, if you got hurt on a mission, your mother would kill me. Kakashi started laughing at the comment. He knew it was true. However, at the sound of this, Naruto's facial expression turned hopeful. If Kakashi-sen thinks you are ready, I don't see why I can't let you have a C-rank mission. But as I said, it's all Kakashi's decision. All three genin turned to Kakashi. All three were pleading. Wait, Sakura, why are you pleading? Kakashi asked curiously. And no more CC cats, she trembled. She still had visible scratch marks on her face from the missions. Minato nodded to Kakashi, signifying to him that he must allow them to go on the mission. He knew if Naruto complained to Kushina, he would be in trouble, no matter what. He couldn't win. Hokage-sama, I think they are ready to take a C-rank mission, Kakashi informed his leader and former sensei. Very well, you're in luck, Naruto. There is a C-rank mission that needs completion urgently. You must protect a man called Tazuna, who is a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. You must escort and protect him until the bridge is completed. Hi, Tusan, Naruto replied with a smile on his face, whilst the rest of Team 7 just thought about how lucky Naruto was. Because his father was the Hokage, he could get anything he wanted, or so they thought. A loud thumping noise came from the door. Ah, that must be him. Enter please, Minato said with a smile on his face. Land where the wave hits. A drunken old man carrying a bottle of sake stumbled through the doors of the Hokage's office. The jaws on all of Team 7's members dropped. They really didn't like the sound of protecting a drunk. It would be like trying to stop leaves blowing in the wind. That's right, pointless. But a C-rank was a C-rank, and Team 7 weren't going to let it leave their grasp. The drunk tumbled slightly, bumping into the wall. You got children to protect me. They look ready for school, not ready to guard someone. Is this really all that Konoha can offer? The drunk blurted out slowly, trying to make sure he made sense. Naruto tried his best to stay calm under the conditions. Quickly understanding his situation, he let out a short, unconvincing laugh and gave a look of fury to his father, who just smiled back sarcastically. Wow, they don't just look like children. They're spineless too. This really hit a nerve with Naruto, who darted across the room, slamming the old man into the wall. Picking him up by his collar, he grumbled, "If you go beaten by a child, how weak does that make you?" The old man trembled under Naruto's gaze, sobering up quickly. "Naruto-kun, please calm down," a small voice emanating from Sasuke requested. Naruto calmed down slightly, retreating back to his original position. His father was glaring at him. Whilst Kakashi really didn't care, Sakura was just thinking about how good-looking Naruto and his father was. She smiled at her fantasies until a familiar voice told her never gonna happen. She looked up to Naruto and instantly felt deflated. "Can we just get this mission started?" whined Naruto. He was acting out of character. Naruto was usually a very patient individual, but I guess Naruto's excitement was too much for him. "I will take Tazuna-san to Konoha's main gates. You three get ready for the mission. We will be departing in 2 hours. Until then, please behave yourselves," meaning no weird activities such as stalking. All eyes fell on Sakura. Kakashi smiled that everyone instinctively knew who he was talking about, and with that he left the office with Tazuna trotting behind. Sakura and Sasuke left the Hokage's office, intending to get a head start on preparing for the mission. Meanwhile, Naruto stayed in the office with his father. "Tusen's sorry about my outburst. He was belittling me and Sasuke. I couldn't stand for that." "What about Sakura? He was insulting her as well," Minato told his son. "But what he said does relate to Sakura. That's the only reason I didn't snap his neck," Naruto told his father while smiling. It was kind of unnerving that a 12-year-old boy could speak of killing someone without caring. "Well, get home and prepare for the mission, Naruto. I expect to hear good things from Kakashi-san. If not, the training we do together will be extended and the training activities will be much harder," Minato said, threatening Naruto, whilst it was only for motivational purposes. "Hi, Tusan," Naruto said before using Shunshin to leave the office quickly. "I hope he understands that my words were to motivate him. Oh well, if he doesn't do so well, maybe the training can give me an excuse to teach him more of the Namikaze clan's techniques," Minato pondered before going back to his paperwork. Naruto arrived at home. His mother was just lying on the sofa doing nothing, waiting for something exciting to happen. She hadn't been a ninja in years due to problems with her pregnancy which never seemed to heal. She still helped Naruto with his training, but missions were out of the question. "Hey Ka-san, if you're wondering why I'm back so early, it's because I have a C-rank mission to prepare for. That means I won't be home for around a week," Naruto shouted to his mother, who was actually starting to panic. "A C-rank mission? Are you sure? Where is it?" his mother asked, sounding worried. She was very protective of Naruto and was genuinely scared for his safety. "Don't worry, Ka-san, I'll be fine. Kakashi Nizan is also coming, so my safety is nearly guaranteed. Oh, and about the mission, it's in the Land of Waves. Me and my team have to escort and protect a man called Tazuna until he finishes building a bridge which reaches inland," Naruto explained to his mother. But you're not ready, you just became a genin." His mother still worried about the prospect of her son never coming home again. "Don't worry, Ka-san, I'll be fine. Stop worrying, and besides, you know how abnormally fast I heal," Naruto commented. But this sent a cold chill down his mother's spine. Even when mentioning the QB indirectly, it still had the same effect, as if he was telling her that it was inside him. "Just be careful," she conceded. She knew he wouldn't change his mind, so she might as well encourage it. Besides, it was only a C rank, what could go wrong? Naruto, upon hearing this, quickly prepared his equipment and bid his mother farewell with a kiss on the cheek. "Don't worry, Kasan, I'll come home safe and sound." With that said, he shunshined to Konoha's main gates. Naruto appeared out of nowhere. With Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna present, they set off outside Konoha. For the genin, it was their first time experiencing the outside world, and they took their time to savor it. Team 7 continued walking until they crossed 2 puddles in the road. Kakashi looked at it suspiciously, and upon seeing his reaction, Naruto got himself ready for a potential fight. As suspected, 2 ninja appeared from the puddles, instantly slaughtering Kakashi. Upon seeing Kakashi get hit by 2 chain-like weapons, Sakura screamed and fell to the floor shaking. One of the two charged at Sasuke, who flinched slightly, forcing Naruto into action. The young boy shunshined next to Sasuke, scooping her up into his arms and darting out of harm's way. He placed her gently on the floor. She rose to her feet blushing, but her nerves had calmed and she was able to think clearly. Naruto disappeared from sight, appearing behind the ninja who attempted to assault Sasuke and impaled the man in the back of his skull with a kunai. Sasuke then used fire style, Great Fireball, to down the second ninja. Sasuke then looked over to Naruto, whose face was filled with remorse. "It's okay," she told him, but he had turned pale and was shaking violently. Kakashi looked down to the boy, feeling oddly saddened that Naruto killed at such a young age. Though Kakashi took a life much earlier than Naruto did, he still felt bad for the boy. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" asked the female Uchiha. Naruto just nodded his head slowly. Sasuke instinctively pulled the teen into a comforting hug, which he reciprocated. "Thank you," he whispered in her ear, which just made her smile. The pink-haired girl literally growled at the scene, what she wouldn't do to be in his arms right now. But that Uchiha got in the way. Sakura wasn't going to let her get away with this. During this, Kakashi was with the other ninja, getting information on who sent them. Once he got the information he needed, a loud scream echoed through the forest. Kakashi then reappeared to the teens. Sakura screamed, "Why didn't you help us sooner? We could have been killed. It looked like you guys were doing fine, and besides it was for an important reason. I had to see who those guys were after. And as I suspected, it was Tazuna, who I will have a word with soon, but I have one thing to tell you, Sakura. Only you would have been killed, and that wouldn't have really mattered anyway," Kakashi told her, whilst whispering the part that it wouldn't have mattered. "Now, while I speak with Tazuna, I want you three to be on guard, and Naruto, don't feel bad, you had no other choice than to kill them," Kakashi told the three whilst he and Tazuna spoke about the mission. The two teens stopped hugging, but Sasuke slid her hand into Naruto's, trying to calm him still. Some color returned to the boy's face, but it was obviously still bothering him. "Uchiha, why do you always get to do things with Naruto?" the pink-haired girl screeched, and before Sasuke could answer, Naruto replied, "Because when it's Sasuke, I feel much better. It's really soothing for me just to be around her." With those words, Sakura went pale and fainted. Sasuke just blushed and looked at Naruto in disbelief, who smiled back at her. "It's true," he whispered. Kakashi returned, telling two of the three genin that it was now officially an A-rank mission. They decided not to tell the fainted Sakura just in case she spun on her heels and ran the opposite way. "So who's going to carry Sakura?" Naruto asked nervously. "No one, we will drag her," Kakashi replied, so they grabbed her shirt and pulled her along the floor until she finally awoke. "Where are we?" the girl mumbled, but no one answered her. Maybe if they just ignored her, she would disappear. The four ninja and Tazuna continued forward, until a snow rabbit popped out of the bushes. Sasuke instantly claimed it as hers and grabbed it, running back to Naruto with a smile on her face. But her happiness was short-lived due to the fact a giant sword flew through the woods, embedding itself into a tree. Seconds later, an intimidating-looking figure appeared on top of the sword. "I am Zabuza Momoichi, former ninja of the mist, and I have come for your head, Tazuna," the man declared with confidence in his voice. Upon the announcement of his name, Kakashi's eye widened. He ran forward and told his students, "Protect Tazuna, this man is extremely dangerous. He is the former demon of the mist, one of the mist's 7 swordsmen and a powerful ninja. I will deal with him. You three just protect Tazuna." Kakashi then removed his headband, revealing a Sharingan eye with a vicious-looking scar around it. "Kakashi-sensei has the Sharingan? How?" shouted Sasuke in disbelief before Naruto tapped her on the shoulder. "He will explain it when he is ready. He hasn't even told me. And so until then, just accept the fact that someone outside the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan." She slowly nodded her head. She still wasn't very happy she hadn't even unlocked her Sharingan, and here a man who isn't even from her clan has the it. It made her feel so inferior. "So you're Sharingan Kakashi, or the copy ninja? I remember your face from the bingo books. You are ranked as an S-class ninja who should always be avoided in combat. There is also a high price on your head which I would like to receive. For that reason only I will fight you." And without any delay, the creepy-looking man activated a technique called Hidden Mist Technique, blanketing the area in a thick mist. The three genin took up a defensive stance around Tazuna, but the man appeared behind them bearing his sword, spinal cord, lungs, jugular vein, These are some of the many spots where I can instantly kill you before you hit the ground. He then was stabbed by Kakashi, but he dissolved into water. Zabuza, however, had other ideas and slashed Kakashi in half, but that also dissolved into water. Copied my technique, how annoying, the man commented, whilst another water clone swung at Kakashi, but he dodged. Seizing his chance, the Zabuza clone kicked Kakashi into the nearby lake, where he was trapped in a prison of water. Naruto, Sasuke, Tazuna, run! Kakashi shouted, but this wasn't met with the response he wanted. I am not running, that man will just catch us if we run. So we might as well fight, we have nothing else to lose. Naruto spoke with confidence, inspiring the others to adopt his ideals. Sakura, stand still, I think you can just about manage that. Sasuke, come with me to destroy that clone. We can do that, it will be easy to release Kakashi, Naruto ordered, with them all obeying his command. Sasuke charged at the clone, jumping into the air, unleashing 3 kunai at the ninja, but his giant sword blocked each one. That dash, he mocked just as Naruto's foot impacted with his face, dissolving it to water. Now Sasuke, release that jutsu, shouted Naruto. Sasuke charged at the former mist ninja, a kunai in each hand at the ready. Zabuza couldn't block or he would release Kakashi, and he couldn't just let the kunai hit him. So instead Zabuza released the jutsu, then punched Sasuke in the face as she got close, sending her flying backwards, but the safe arms of Naruto cushioned the blow, and she drifted into them. Zabuza then turned to Kakashi. You're next, he said as he started a massive seal sequence. What he didn't expect was Kakashi to be matching his seals perfectly in time. When Zabuza lost concentration for just a second, Kakashi finished the rest of the seals at lightning speed, declaring water style, grand waterfall technique, which summoned a massive force of water which sent Zabuza downstream, unable to take control of his body. Kakashi then threw a kunai at him, attaching him to a tree. Do you know the future? Zabuza asked mockingly. Yes, and it's your death, Kakashi replied. Seconds later, 2 Senbon needles impaled into the neck of Zabuza, killing him instantly. The people present all looked for the perpetrator, and once seeing them realized that they were a hunter ninja designed to kill missing ninja. I will be disposing this body now. The hunter nin told those present, then disappeared into a cold wind. Seconds later, Kakashi collapsed as all 3 Team 7 members rushed over to the man. Naruto-kun, what happened? Sasuke asked, sounding worried. Sakura asked the exact same thing. Naruto sighed and replied, just chakra exhaustion. And Sasuke, what you going to name that rabbit you're holding? She was grasping the white rabbit from earlier, blushing shortly. I don't know. Tazuna's home. The unconscious Kakashi lay on a bed whilst Naruto was at his bedside, awaiting his awakening. Sasuke was downstairs talking with Tazuna's family. She heard of his grandson, that a man called Gato had been terrorizing the town and that they stood no chance at defeating him. She just spoke softly with him, and he came around to her way of thinking. He then asked her the question, then what should I do? Obviously referring to how he can help stop Gato. Sasuke looked to the stairs and turned back to Inari. You protect those closest to you like your grandfather and your mother. Don't worry, we will sort Gato out. With those 2 upstairs on our team, we are unbeatable. You really like that blonde one, doesn't you? Inari injected his opinion, causing Sasuke to blush intensely. Yes, I do. But please don't tell him, she told the young boy, who smiled back at her. Hey everyone, Kakashi Nizan has awoke. Naruto shouted from Kakashi's room, causing all in the house to rush upstairs to see the man. Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? Asked Sasuke, worried for his health. She heard it was chakra exhaustion that knocked him out. She suspected it had something to do with the Sharingan, but kept her mouth sealed. Yes, Sasuke-chan, I am fine. I was more worried about all of you. How are you all doing? I am fine, sensei, Sakura replied to the man. Shame, commented Kakashi, then he continued, I was thinking it over just before I passed out. That hunter ninja should have decapitated Zabuza at the scene, so there is a high chance of him being alive, but incapacitated for quite a while. Because of this, I have decided that we are going to train until his arrival, Kakashi told the people present. Kakashi Nizan, are you sure? I swore that man was dead. He wasn't moving or breathing. Naruto claimed, but his words were met with a nod from Kakashi. He was sure that Zabuza was alive, and that was something to worry about. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, please get yourselves ready as we will be training in 20 minutes. Just let me take a shower as I have been unconscious for days, I suspect. The three nodded and left the room. Training, why should we? It's just a waste of time and it is too tiring as well, Sakura commented on Kakashi's proposal. That's why no one likes you, Sakura, you complain too much, Sasuke commented. As Sakura was about to retaliate, a loud roar was heard from Naruto, which shut the two teens up. Please be quiet. I think training will be beneficial to all of us, so if we could just stop arguing for 10 minutes, maybe we can get somewhere, shouted Naruto. Both girls nodded in shame. Don't worry, Sasuke, I wasn't talking about you. I just wanted her to be quiet, that's all. Sasuke giggled at this and went to the kitchen of the house to help Tezuna's daughter Tsunami with the cooking whilst they waited for Kakashi. So Naruto-kun, now that we're all alone, let's have some fun, Sakura whispered to Naruto suggestively. Hey Sasuke, wanna go somewhere alone? Shouted Naruto to stop Sakura's advances. Really, Naruto-kun? Sasuke asked with hope in her eyes. Sure, why not? Let's go to the forest area, he replied to a now buzzing Sasuke. Tsunami-chan, could you tell Kakashi-Nizan that we are in the forest? The older woman nodded, and with that Naruto grabbed the girl and shunshined away. Naruto and Sasuke arrived in a dimly lit forest. Few beams of light passed through the tall trees. Naruto then tested how high he could get up the tallest tree. Shockingly enough, he got to the top on his first go. Not allowing herself to be outdone, Sasuke also attempted it, succeeding as well. Well, now that we have finished Kakashi's training exercise, he will have to teach us something, Naruto commented, while Sasuke looked at him with confusion. Didn't you know that this was going to be his training? Well, I can understand that. You haven't known Kakashi-Nizan all your life, Naruto chuckled. By teach us something, what do you mean, Naruto-kun? Sasuke queried. Wouldn't tree climbing be teaching us? Well, Kakashi-Nizan is one of the best ninjas in the whole of Konoha. I am sure he knows a move that will make us stronger. Nodding to his own words, he relaxed against a tree. Naruto-kun. Sasuke softly spoke, causing Naruto to open his eyes. Sasuke-chan, I have a question for you, Naruto spoke with a gentle humming. Sasuke, however, just looked at the boy. Her body language asked him to continue. Why did you kiss me outside your estate? Panic-stricken, Sasuke looked around, trying to find anything to obscure her view so she didn't have to look the young man in the eyes. So shameful, she thought to herself. A Uchiha is always supposed to be confident. Not a wimp. I am a disappointment. No wonder why father never looks at me. Tears ran down her face. She was genuinely scared to tell Naruto her feelings. Only Itachi and her mother were ever nice to her in the Uchiha clan. She couldn't lose another person close to her. Sasuke-chan, don't cry, I didn't mean to upset you. Just forget about. A firm hand went over Naruto's mouth. He was now gazing into Sasuke's eyes, sympathy being shot at Sasuke from his blue orbs. She gave a smile, the tears still flowing. Maybe if I just detach myself from people, my heart will be spared? Sasuke questioned, knowing her answer already. Closing her eyes, she spun on her heels, running from the scene. Naruto shunshined in front of her, looking at her with affection. She couldn't meet his gaze though, staring at her feet whilst his firm hands gripped her shoulders. You can't just detach yourself from people. It would just cause great heartache. For you and me. Why would he suffer heartache? Before she could finish her thoughts, strong arms wrapped around her body, pulling her close. Sasuke-chan, it's your decision. I can leave right now, or we will stay like this for as long as you wish. Silence was Sasuke's answer. Naruto smiled, slightly kissing the top of her head. Don't worry, Sasuke-chan. I won't leave you. Those words struck a chord for Sasuke. Burying her head in his chest, she wailed. Did someone out her family finally accept her? She thought as she cried. Naruto and Sasuke stayed motionlessly. For what seemed like hours, the crying subsided, replaced by light breathing. The poor girl had cried herself to sleep in his arms. He carried her to a tree, and then led down first. Once he knew he would be comfortable, he pulled the sleeping girl towards him, wrapping his arms around her waist. She'll be much more comfortable now, Naruto thought to himself, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. Rustling noises were heard in the bushes. Two figures appeared from them. A white-haired man followed by a pink-haired girl. They approached the couple, Sasuke still sleeping on her Naruto pillow. What happened here? Why does it look like she's been crying? Why is she on top of you? Asked Kakashi, dying for news on the subject. Could you keep it down, please? Naruto whispered. Both ninja nodded, allowing Naruto to continue. I was speaking with Sasuke when she just broke down crying. Before long she was sleeping and I couldn't wake her. Sakura smiled to herself, thinking Naruto must have been cold-hearted to the girl. But why would she be on top of him, she thought. Oh well, he is as good as mine now, Sakura thought to herself, a lecherous grin appearing on her once innocent face. Moans emanating from the female Uchiha were heard. She rustled around a bit, finally opening her eyes. To see blue eyes staring at her, a blush appeared on her face, hiding the tear stains. However, the girl didn't retreat. She remained in his embrace, savoring it. Get off him, bitch! Shouted a furious Sakura, red in the face. He doesn't want to be around you, it's obvious. Silence! Roared Naruto. His voice was intimidating, sounding more like a wild beast. It sent a chill down Sakura's spine. She retreated, the noise broke all resolve she had. If I didn't want to be around her, why would I be holding her? Asked Naruto, was a very stunned and wordless Sakura. Kakashi broke up the situation. He couldn't have a broken Sakura around, that would make him miss out on all the fun he had planned. Everyone, I expect all of you to be ready to train in 5 minutes, understood? The three nodded, doing some warm-up exercises. Maybe we should show him our tree-climbing expertise, Sasuke-chan, Naruto advised the Uchiha, who replied with a nod. Instantly the two genin ran up their trees. Reaching the summit easily, Kakashi looked at them with a smile on his face. Maybe I should teach them something whilst I deal with Sakura. Sasuke-chan, Naruto, you have both completed what I had planned. Because of this I will teach you something that will help with your corresponding specialties. Naruto, I will teach you a technique which will increase your taijutsu tenfold. And Sasuke, well, I will try and teach you my signature move, but I am not promising success. The two nodded with smiled on their faces. Now let's see what you've got, Sakura, shouted Kakashi, with 20 kunai in his pocket. As suspected, Sakura got all the way up her tree easily. Well, now that you can climb trees, we can try and increase your chakra pool. Wow, how are we going to do that, Kakashi-sensei? The pink-haired girl asked, thinking it was a good idea. Well, it's a specialty training that I created. It's called Dodge Kunai. What you do is run up and down trees as I throw kunai at you. You have to avoid them. This will span the entire tree. If you can make it through the day, your chakra pool will undoubtedly be higher. Kakashi smiled at his plan. Are you sure? It seems kind of dangerous, Sakura asked stupidly. The correct reply would be, that's suicidal, but she just had to ask. Yes, it'll be foo. Fine. Now let me go and tell Naruto and Sasuke something. Then I will be back to help you, Kakashi said to Sakura as convincingly as possible. Kakashi pulled Sasuke and Naruto into another part of the woods. Okay, Naruto, I will teach you a move that I learned from a man called Madogai. It's called the 8 chakra gates. You need to learn to unlock them. Never go past 4 for your own safety. Opening all 8 will kill you. Sasuke, I will show you my Chidori and you try and imitate it. The two genin nodded as Kakashi showed Naruto the gates and Sasuke Chidori. Once it was done, Kakashi returned to Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto practiced their own moves. Sasuke managed to set her arm on fire instead of into lightning. It seemed powerful, so she decided to test it out later on when she had more time. Naruto was struggling in opening the gates. He had to concentrate all his chakra to his head to open the gate there. After constant attempts it finally worked. Chakra leaked from his body. It was so powerful, he felt as if he could move 20 times faster. He would need to incorporate this into his Mayabita Handa style, but overall this was a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Kakashi was having the time of his life. Throwing kunai constantly at Sakura really relieved the stress that had been building up. Sasuke and Naruto reappeared asking to join in. Now all three of them were throwing kunai, laughing and joking whilst the terrified girl evaded the kunai until she passed out. They waited until she woke up and took her back to Tezuna's house. Team 7 had dinner together. Speaking of the mission, they needed to be on alert. Zabuza would be healed soon and they couldn't let their guard down for a second. They decided to guard the house one at a time, Naruto volunteering first. He left the house in a flash and led on the house's roof under the moonlit sky. It was a beautiful night, the fresh sea breeze still flowing. As Naruto watched the stars, he instinctively knew that no one would come. The days passed quickly, the same old routine was followed. Sasuke and Naruto would have some awkward situations whilst training, then let of steam throwing kunai at Sakura. Heck, Kakashi wasn't wrong though. Sakura's chakra supply had increased massively. She would now be able to call herself a ninja without people laughing at her thoughts. The 5th day passed and Kakashi wasn't taking any chances. He, including Sasuke and Sakura, left for the bridge with Tazuna, whilst Naruto stayed behind with Tsunami and Inari. Gato, the man orchestrating the entire assassination of Tazuna, told his men that morning to set out to destroy anything related to the old man, to crush his spirit and thus crush the last glimmer of light the wave that was trapped at sea had. He commanded Haku and Zabuza to kill Tazuna at the bridge. The bomb about to hit wave was set. All Gato had to do was light it. Naruto was in the house talking casually with Inari and his mother Tsunami when screams were heard outside the house. Gato's men was chorused from terrified villagers. The door was smashed of its hinges. The sun blocked all vision of the perpetrators. They stepped through the now opened wall. They were both males wielding katanas. Naruto just laughed to himself. "What's so funny, brat?" shouted one of the men angrily at being belittled by a youth. "Nothing, it's just, you think because you have a sword you're instantly strong. I will defeat you in 2 seconds, just you wait," Naruto mocked. They both got furious and charged. It was what Naruto was hoping for. With quick reactions, Naruto managed to Azalea dance the first man, sending him flying into the air, eventually crashing into the ceiling. Naruto's other movement was a kick to the other man's temple. Naruto dragged the 2 men out of the house and threw them in the river. It was a symbol of hope to the villagers. He then ran to Inari, whispering to the boy, "I predict a storm coming. Gather villagers and come to the bridge." He then shunshined away, trying to reach the bridge as fast as he could. He just hoped nothing had happened. Zabuza had confronted Kakashi on the bridge. They were about to duke it out. When Haku appeared begging for them to stop, Zabuza silenced him and told him to attack that Sasuke girl. Haku never disobeyed Zabuza in the past and wasn't going to start here. Haku stormed at Sasuke. Sasuke saw the boy coming at full speed. She delivered a cool and clean kick to the face, sending Haku flying backwards. She then charged straight at Haku. Unfortunately, this person knew some weird techniques, and before Sasuke knew it, she was imprisoned in a jutsu called demonic ice mirrors. Haku entered one of these mirrors and sent thousands of senbon a second at the young Uchiha, who was desperately trying to dodge. The Uchiha managed to grab a senbon, using it as a kind of shield. It wasn't going well at all. Sasuke tried various fire jutsu, but her ice was too cold. Her fire wasn't hot enough to burn away the ice. Sasuke's main problem was the fact that Haku was so fast. She couldn't even track the man. Though she was finally seeing his movements, she couldn't hit the man. Wait, his movements? What's this chakra? Wait, this is the Sharingan? Sasuke unlocked her Sharingan, which contained 2 tomo. She smiled with confidence. The Sharingan was going to win her this fight. Sasuke tunneled forward with a blazing arm of chakra. It ripped through one ice mirror, but the attack left Sasuke exhausted. Millions of sunbon flew at Sasuke when "Get away from her" was Sasuke's voice of salvation. A foot hit Haku, who retreated back into the mirror. The blonde object of her affection was covered in senbon. He had taken the blow and delivered a kick on Haku. Naruto was fast. "Sasuke, how strong is this guy?" Naruto asked. He needed to know. "He is the fastest person I have seen," was Sasuke's reply. Naruto bit his lip. He was pumped up. The adrenaline rushed through his body as he sprung into action. Even with his nimble movements, senbon still hit Naruto. Millions kept piling at them. One hit Naruto's pressure point temporarily, knocking the boy unconscious. "Time to finish that brat," Haku growled as he threw his senbon. "No, don't you dare," screamed Sasuke. A dark aura surrounded the girl. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see Sasuke glowing with a black aura around her. When something in him snapped, he began to growl. The beast inside him was reacting to this aura of Sasuke's as red chakra seeped out of Naruto. Haku was hidden behind his mask but was terrified beyond belief. These 2 were monsters. "Kill the man. Kill it. Do it now, Sasuke." A voice from within told Sasuke, who was already pissed off severely. "You don't want your precious Naruto-kun being hurt, do you?" The voice asked her, tricking her into charging. "Kill. Kill, do it now, Kit," shouted a voice within Naruto, who was enveloped in red chakra. The 2 team's 7 members sped towards the terrified Haku. who attempted an escape, but it was futile. Sasuke darted straight at him and literally slashed the boy with black chakra shaped like a bird's claw. Haku was cut straight up his body. Screams erupted from the boy as the two experienced ninja felt the monstrous presence. They had no idea what they felt, but whatever it was bad. The boy was sent spiraling into the air from Sasuke's slash. Naruto appeared above the boy. The air distorted around Naruto. He had moved so fast that the air split. Then with a thunderous kick, Haku was sent back to earth, where Sasuke once again connected viscously with the boy before he even hit the ground. Haku wasn't moving at all. The two teens had slaughtered him. The two teens were standing between the still-present ice mirrors, visions of themselves reflected upon each. Sasuke saw this weird dark chakra around her body. It kind of looked like she had wings. Naruto saw himself and tilted his head in confusion. He had claws, his canines were bigger. The whisker marks on his cheeks deep in their eyes finally met each other. Naruto-kun. Sasuke-chan. They both continued to look at each other. The beasts inside them urged them to fight, but their hearts denied it. Images of the monstrous chakra receding was reflected amongst the mirrors. After every last drop of chakra receded, the two teens fell to the floor. When they collided with the floor, the mirrors smashed as little speckles of light glistened on the mist-filled bridge. "It's finally stopped," commented a frightened Kakashi. "So it has? But Kakashi, you're dead," Zabuza commented as he sprung towards Kakashi. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-san, you fought well, but it's over." Kakashi charged at the same time as Zabuza. However, he had a condensed lightning chakra blade on his arm, known as Chidori. It pierced Zabuza's chest, ripping through his heart as blood splattered everywhere. Momoichi Zabuza was dead. Sakura and Tazuna were shaking like mad. Two powerful presences were felt, and they witnessed a man die brutally in front of them. Sakura even screamed at the sight. Kakashi ordered the two to check on Naruto and Sasuke. They complied, running as fast as they could. They saw two bodies lying face down on the floor. They were exactly in front of each other with one arm outstretched. "Naruto-kun, are you okay? What's the matter? Wake up!" screamed Sakura, begging for him to open his eyes, but he was quiet. His heart was beating, but it was faint. It brought a sigh of relief to Sakura. "How's Sasuke?" Sakura asked. She didn't like the girl, but she didn't want to see her die. "She is fine, but exhausted, probably like Naruto-kun over there." "Hey girl, did you feel two monstrous presences like I did?" Tazuna asked. Sakura nodded to this. "Well, I don't think it's completely out of the question that these two are the source. I know they aren't monsters, but that aura I felt, it was that of a monster. Please don't think any different of them even after hearing my words." Sakura shouted at the man. "They are not monsters, they are just regular people. I know that we felt two auras, but it means nothing to me now. Let's get these two to a safe place." The man looked at Sakura with newfound respect and helped shuffle the two unconscious teens out of the way. However, things weren't good for Kakashi either. Though he just took the head of Zabuza and was guaranteed to get a good reward for it, he was exhausted. Just then, thousands of voices were heard. One in particular. "See, I knew those ninjas would die, that's why I brought back up," a mysterious masculine voice said. As the mist cleared slightly, the mysterious person was none other than Gatu, and right behind the man was thousands of bandits. "Come on men, let's destroy everything. Keep piling forward. Charge." Right at that moment, the mob charged forward until an arrow appeared in front of one of the men. They looked up to see thousands of wave civilians, all ready to protect the village they loved. The bandits pushed Gatu out of the way and jumped onto the boat they used to get onto the bridge. They then set sail, leaving Gatu stranded at the end of the bridge. Tazuna looked up and saw a cornered Gatu right at the far end of the bridge. His blood boiled. From what he did to his family, it was unforgivable. He somehow managed to pick up Zabuza's gigantic sword and walk over to Gatu. "What do you think you're doing? What, you're not going to?" "No, please don't, I'll pay you anything, please don't kill me," the chubby man as Gatu begged. "What you have done to the wave is unforgivable. You stole our money, our hope, our lives. What you did to my family is also unforgivable." Tazuna clenched the sword hard. "You broke the hearts of my daughter and grandson. You destroyed someone we all loved. And when you hurt someone important to me," Tazuna slashed the man's head. "I show no forgiveness," he spat. As Zabuza's mighty sword fell from his arms and hit the bridge, how he managed to lift the sword in the first place was a miracle. All the wave citizens cheered. Tazuna, the man trying to rebuild their lives, finally got rid of the main obstacle. Kakashi walked over to Tazuna and placed his hand on his shoulder. Nice work. Tazuna smiled at him. Kakashi picked up Zabuza's sword and placed it on his back. This was going to be hung on his wall when he got home. Kakashi and Tazuna walked over to where Naruto and Sasuke were. He stared at the young couple. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Minato-sensei? Fugaka-san, he thought, looking at the two. Let's take them to Tazuna-san's to recover. I am sure you don't mind, do you? The old man nodded as they carried the two towards Tazuna's home. Naruto and Sasuke slept for 2 whole days. When they awoke, they instantly felt shamed. They looked like monsters back there, they admitted to themselves. Hey Sasuke-chan, what was that back on the bridge? Naruto asked quietly, trying to comprehend the images flashing through his head. Sasuke looked like a black bird sort of creature, whilst he looked like a savage beast. Naruto-kun, I really don't know. All I can say is, it still has me scared now. I'll tell you something, Naruto. Before I went insane, a voice told me to kill. Sasuke lowered her head in shame. Naruto's eyes widened. Same with me, Sasuke-chan. I guess I have to tell you a secret now. I know it isn't very brilliant, but Naruto then unveiled his Sharingan to Sasuke for the first time. I have a Dojutsu just like you. It's called the Sharingan. It allows me to sense all chakra and chakra-based attacks to a point where I can avoid them without seeing it. It also protects my jutsu from the Sharingan's copying method. Sasuke smiled and looked downwards. I pretty much suspected something was weird when you avoided all my Phoenix fires in the bell test. I guess we're the same then. What do you mean by the same, Sasuke-chan? Well, we both had a weird chakra aura, and we possess a Dojutsu. I guess we are very much alike. She smiled at her own comment, looking down at the floor. Naruto walked over to her, whispering to her, even if you were completely different to me, I'd still like you. He then kissed her forehead and got ready to depart. They were leaving the wave today and needed to get ready. He kissed me again, thought Sasuke whilst blushing. Team 7 arrived at the newly built bridge. The name of said bridge was on an arch just above the entrance, the Great Seven. It was called, making all of the Konoha ninjas smile. Thank you for having us for so long, Tazuna-san. I will come and see you again sometime, Kakashi spoke with the old man, whilst carrying Zabuza's large sword on his back. The old man nodded to this whilst smiling. Inari was with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. He was crying about them leaving. Naruto and Sasuke made out that they weren't upset, whilst Sakura shed a few tears. When it was time to leave, the ninjas turned their backs and stepped out onto the newly built bridge. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Start the Chunin selection. Team 7 had just arrived in Konoha. The long mission to the wave was over. The wave mission was such a big experience for the 3 genin of Team 7, especially for the stars Naruto and Sasuke. They had both realized there was something not right about them. Ever since the event on the Great Seven Bridge, Naruto and Sasuke had been thinking deep thoughts. They didn't know what they were anymore. All they remembered were monstrous images of themselves. Team 7 decided that the first stop would be the Hokage's office. First, they needed to report in, and secondly, Kakashi was sure that Minato was worrying for Naruto, and the third reason was that Kakashi needed to speak with Minato urgently. He needed to know about Naruto more. After a frustrating walk through town, the team finally reached the giant red building known as the Hokage Tower. They entered the giant structure and began to slowly walk to Minato's office. Minato heard a faint knocking sound at the door. "Come in," ordered the Hokage as the door swung open. Minato's eyes brightened instantly. Minato looked at Kakashi, asking him without speaking about the mission's success. A simple nod confirmed that they were successful. "So, how did you find your first C-rank mission?" Minato asked Team 7 curiously. He then observed the young genin's reactions. Sasuke and Naruto looked at the floor, trying to hide the fact that something was bothering the duo, and Sakura looked emotionless. "It wasn't a C-rank mission, Hokage-sama," Kakashi informed Minato, whose eyes just widened with shock. "What rank mission was it, Kakashi-san?" he asked curiously. He didn't send them on a D-rank mission which made them annoyed or something, did he? "It was equivalent to an A-rank mission. Don't worry, they said they would pay when they could. And I can speak for the whole team and say that the mission went perfect." Kakashi then gave a glancing look at Minato. That basically meant, "I need to speak with you in private." Minato nodded to this and ordered the genin. "Team 7, you are dismissed, and also Naruto. Get home fast, your mother was been worried sick about you all this time. He laughed slightly, causing Naruto to go red. He knew he was going to be teased for this from Sasuke later. When all three genin left the room, Kakashi and Minato were able to talk about the serious issue about the mission. What is it, Kakashi-san? Minato asked with a worried expression. He knew it had to be serious if Kakashi would stay in his office longer than needed be. Minato-sensei, this may be a weird question, but is there something unique about your son Naruto? Kakashi told Minato, trying to not insult his former teacher and present leader. Minato looked shocked for a few seconds. Did something concerning the fox happen on their mission? Minato was starting to panic. Through this one sign, Kakashi knew his suspicions were correct. There was something really wrong with Naruto. Kakashi-san, I have known you for a long time. Because of this, I will tell you a secret that only few in this entire world know, but if I tell you, you must ensure this is kept secret. Kakashi perked up, now very curious. He nodded his head as he couldn't find the words to agree. Him knowing something that hardly anyone else knows sounded interesting to the copy ninja. Kakashi-san, 12 years ago, Sarutobi-sama died fighting the Kyuubi. Everyone knows of his heroic sacrifice in slaying the darned beast, but Kakashi leaned forward in anticipation. Sarutobi-sama never killed the Kyuubi. It was too powerful even for the Great One, so instead he sealed it into a young boy. I was intending to be the one who sacrificed their life to seal the beast, but Sarutobi-sama insisted that I needed to live for Naruto. As there was no one else to seal the Kyuubi into, we chose my son Naruto. So you are correct, there is something unique about Naruto. He is the first ever Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Kakashi's mouth dropped. His mask fell off and his hunky face was shown to the world for a brief moment. He scrambled around trying to attach his mask. Shame that a purple-haired woman saw his face from the other side of Konoha using her binoculars. Seriously, the stalkers are everywhere for the poor man. Why, you mean, the boy that I have regarded as a little brother is the holder of the Kyuubi? Kakashi said uncharacteristically. It was unlike the white-haired man to stutter. I hope you don't think any differently of Naruto because of the news. You more than most should know there is nothing wrong with the boy. He is a separate entity to the Kyuubi. Remember that, Kakashi-san. Kakashi was lost for words. He knew he wasn't going to judge Naruto any differently, but how would he act around the boy? Did he even know about the Kyuubi inhabiting him? Minato-sensei, there is no need for worry. However, does Naruto know of the Kyuubi? I can tell you that he has been quieter than usual. Minato shook his head, signaling that Naruto had no knowledge of the beast's identity. But the look in Minato's eyes signaled that Naruto may know that something is inhabiting him. Maybe that's why he looked at the floor. But why would Sasuke? Wait, could it? Kakashi-san, is there anything about Sasuke? Minato asked worriedly. If his suspicions were correct, Fugaku had done it. Kakashi winced. I am not too sure about that, Minato-sensei. However, I felt two chakra auras that were monstrous, and the only two people around were Naruto and Sasuke. How come? What is it that you know? Kakashi-san, Sasuke may be inhabited by... He paused for a second. Did Fugaku really do such a thing to his own daughter? What they did to Naruto was different. Naruto was the only choice they had, however. I think Fugaku-san. Never mind, Kakashi-san. If you wish to find out, you must speak with Fugaku-san yourself. Yes, Minato-sensei. Thank you for trusting me with such information. The new information that I have gained will not affect my relationship with your son. I can assure you. Minato smiled at his former student. I will ask Naruto if something happened myself. If he tells me, I will reveal this to him. Kakashi looked shocked, then realized the logic Minato spoke. Naruto wouldn't work as efficiently if he was thinking about it. Kakashi exited the office heading towards the Uchiha estate. He needed to know about his favorite female student. Naruto arrived at home, instantly being smothered by his mother. Her overprotectiveness was too much for the boy sometimes, but he just coped with it this time. She hadn't seen him in weeks, so it was understandable. Ka-san, don't you think this is a little much? Naruto asked awkwardly whilst his mother was hugging him tightly. Well, I haven't seen my son in over 2 weeks. You said you would only be gone for 1, so it's obvious I'd be worried about my little Naruto, wouldn't it? Kushina said with a joyous tone. Naruto just sighed. He had a lot to think about. He was still banging his head over the whole wave incident. What was that red chakra? How come Sasuke had wings? Why did he look like a wild beast? The questions just kept rushing through his head. He couldn't answer them, and it was really getting to him. Kushina could sense the discomfort in her son, but was too scared to ask him. He didn't look like his usual self. "Sweetie, is something wrong?" Kushina finally asked. Naruto, however, went completely silent. "Did something happen?" Naruto nodded his head to her question. Looking worried, she asked, "What was it?" Naruto knew he could trust his mother, but it was too hard to tell her that there might be something really wrong about him. Finally building up the courage, he said, "I think I'm not just Naruto." After he said his comment, he ran to his room. Slamming the door, he couldn't talk about it right now. "Not just Naruto, he doesn't mean. Minakuin will have to speak with him later." She looked blankly at the stairs, diverting her gaze to Naruto's door. "It'll be all right, Naruto," she thought as she went back to the living room awaiting Minato's arrival. She knew that if anyone other than Naruto knew about his problem, it would be Minato, or so she hoped. Kakashi arrived at the Uchiha estate. He wasn't the most popular of people around the Uchiha residence, but he had to talk to Fugaku. The white-haired jonin walked awkwardly through the estate. All who noticed his presence stared at him, and he was detested by the Uchiha, all due to his Sharingan. They all hated an outsider possessing something only an Uchiha can have. Kakashi felt oddly guilty walking around here. Since Obito's death, he has never came within 10 foot of this place. But he knew talking with Fugaku required actually entering the estate, which was extremely awkward for the jonin. He finally reached the main house, slowly knocking on the door. Clear signs of relief were shown on his face when Sasuke answered. "Ah, Sasuke-chan, can I possibly talk with your father, please?" Kakashi asked his young female student, who looked visibly depressed. "I'll see what I can do, Kakashi-sensei," she mumbled, returning to the house. As Kakashi stood at the door awkwardly, he tried to divert his attention from random Uchihas. As he stood at the door, he glimpsed a memorial stone of honorable Uchiha that died for Konoha. Scrolling through the names, he eagerly awaited his deceased friends. After minutes of looking, he realized that Obito's name wasn't on the list. A newfound anger boiled inside the man. How couldn't his brave friend be on it? He made a valiant sacrifice for Konoha. A tear emanated from his Sharingan eye. Is Obito crying? He thought as Fugaku arrived at the door. "Kakashi-san, what brings you to my residence?" asked Fugaku, hiding his hatred for the man behind a friendly mask. "I need to speak to you about something about Sasuke actually. Will you please answer my questions?" Sasuke's head bobbed up. She heard her name and she was now curious. Could this be about the wave incident? She thought to herself, praying that her father would accept her sensei's request. Fugaku nodded. You could almost feel the happiness being put of by Sasuke. She just needed to follow them to the conference hall. As her father and sensei walked quietly through the house, she grew impatient. Watching them take as much time as they wanted, Sasuke needed answers now. It was driving her insane. The conference room's door slammed shut, signaling that a meeting was going on. Sasuke snuck up to the door and pressed her ear against it. "What are you doing here, Imuto?" A familiar voice asked the now startled Sasuke. "Itachi-sama, please be quieter when you speak. They are speaking about me. Please understand," she begged whilst whispering. Itachi smiled and walked up to the girl. She was now getting worried Itachi was going to tell on her. Then something out of the ordinary happened. He leaned down and pressed his ear against the door as well. "I'm curious," he remarked, making the girl smile. That was basically his way of saying, "Don't worry, I won't tell." "So Kakashi-san, what was so important that you had to disturb me during work?" Fugaku asked with an irritated tone. "Well, come on, I don't have all day to just look at you, do I?" the man shouted. "Fugaku-sama, when your daughter was having a mission in Wave Country, I felt two disturbing presences, and Naruto and Sasuke were the only people who were at the source of the incident. I am not sure how it is connected, but could you tell me if there is something I should know about your daughter? Maybe I can help her with it." "She did it?" "No, she couldn't have. Sasuke is just a failure to the family. I know she has unlocked the Sharingan now, but still, how can she be alive if what Kakashi is saying is indeed the truth? No Uchiha container has ever survived after unlocking it. Kakashi-san, are you 100% sure about my daughter? Can you tell me anything else about the incident?" I can't tell you anything else about the incident itself, but if there is something strange about her, I think she knows it herself. She has been awfully silent just like Naruto, and well, she seems more depressed than usual. Fugaka nodded. She must have done it. I never thought it would work. I thought just sealing it in my daughter would get rid of her. It's not that I didn't want her, it's just women Uchiha aren't always great ninja like the males are. I couldn't have been so wrong about her. Maybe I should pay her more attention? I will speak with her about this in private later. Kakashi-san, I will tell you, but I suspect there is someone lurking outside. He walked up to Kakashi and whispered to the man. His eyes widened. You can't be serious? Kakashi asked. Fugaku only nodded and signaled that Kakashi should leave now. The man bowed and left the home. Fugaku had a lot to talk about with his daughter. Itachi-sama, what did Ota-sama say to Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked in a confused manner. Itachi's eyes were wide. He heard what his father unveiled to Kakashi and couldn't believe his ears. He just whispered to his sister, I didn't hear anything, Imuto. She looked defeated and walked off. Poor Sasuke. How dare Ota-sama do such a thing? Minato arrived at home via his Hiroshin. His wife instantly addressed him with the issue about Naruto. Minakuin, I think you need to speak with Naruto. He said to me he doesn't think he is just Naruto. I think he may know, she asked with worry in her voice, but the face Minato gave her was one she wasn't expecting. I know. I was intending to speak with him anyway. Please don't worry about it, Kushi-chan. Kakashi told me nothing bad about what happened, so we know that it doesn't hurt him. A smile of relief cropped onto her face. Now if you excuse me, dear, I must speak with Naruto. She nodded and Minato teleported upstairs using his Hiroshin. Minato had placed a three-pronged kunai in each bedroom, and what a smart move it proved to be. Minato heard quiet sulking. He slowly opened the wardrobe's door and saw his son moping slightly. Naruto, I heard from Kakashi-san about the wave incident. Is there something that you'd like to speak about? He asked sympathetically. The boy nodded his head. To-san, is there something weird about me? He asked while stuttering slightly. A quiver was in his voice. Naruto, I would like to tell you a story about Konoha. You will understand when it's all over. Would you like to hear it? If you accept, you can't blame me for your knowledge. Naruto accepted the conditions as Minato started the story. This story goes back to the time of the first Hokage. He, along with a man called Madara Uchiha, created the village known as Konoha. Naruto, you know of the Mokutan that the first had, well, that is what created our very foundations, and when it came to deciding a leader, everyone picked the first. Madara hated the proposal and left the village saying he would get his revenge. What Madara didn't know was that the only reason everyone picked the first wasn't because he was any better than Madara, it was due to his ability to control Bijou, and the first had many of these under him which were eventually shared out as peace treaties to other villages. Madara, filled with rage, returned to the village with the nine-tailed demon fox and challenged the first to a battle in a place known as the Valley of the End. Minato looked over to his son and saw that he had no idea of what he was saying and continued, this battle was so destructive that the whole earth ripped apart, and during this massive fight the Nine-Tails was used against the first, but because of his ability the Nine-Tails ended up as a useless object. The victor in the end was the first and Madara died that day. However, the first made one crucial mistake, and that was not stopping the Nine-Tails from escaping. Over the years all the bijou were rationed out around the world, sealed into various items and sent to a village. The only one that remained free was the nine-tailed demon fox. Decades passed and many of these bijou were sealed into human containers known as Jinchuriki. They gave the human extraordinary powers, making them hard foes for ninja to fight. Konoha ourselves now have a bijou under our control, since the Uchiha defeated a Jinchuriki and quickly sealed the beast into a small raven statue. Naruto was starting to grasp the story slowly but had no idea how it related to him. Minato decided to continue with his story. The story of Bijou continued a few decades later when, as you know, the Nine-Tails, or the Kyuubi as he is called, attacked Konoha. You should know that the third Sarutobi Hiruzen slew the beast. However, this statement isn't true. It is correct that the third defeated the Kyuubi, but no human can kill a Bijou, and as I have mentioned, you can seal them, so the third sealed the Kyuubi into a young boy, but because of the immense chakra the Kyuubi contains, you needed a newborn whose chakra coils weren't developed, so the Kyuubi would be restrained as a chakra source for the child if need be. However, there was only one child that was eligible for the responsibility. Naruto, this child was you, and as I have told you before that the Kyuubi has always been free, that makes you the first ever Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The boy stayed silent, stunned completely. I have the QB inside of me? The boy started to shake. Does this mean I am a monster? I killed so many people, tears flowed freely down his face. Naruto, you are not a monster, you are not the QB either, you didn't kill all those who died when the QB attacked, you are Naruto Namikaze, my son and the man who keeps the village safe from the QB every day but keeping it bottled up. If anything Naruto, you are a hero, not just a hero, you can be classed as lucky. You may have the QB inside you but he will grant you unbelievable powers, or so I believe. Also you are not treated like other Jinchuriki, you are treated like a human. Being unlike most, now I think you should keep this secret from everyone but I won't force you, though I recommend you telling Kakashi-san. Now there is one last thing, when you tapped into the QB chakra, Kakashi told me he felt another presence and that Sasuke was with you. What did you see? Naruto looked up at his father and told him. Sasuke had black wings. She was covered in a massive aura and had sort of claws. She also looked like an animal. How come Tusan? Minato hearing this jolted up. He thanked his son for his understanding and quickly headed out to the Uchiha residence. Minato was correct, Fugaku had finally done it. Fugaku invited his daughter to his office alone. Sasuke slowly entered. What is it that you wish to speak about, Oto-sama? The girl asked, feeling slightly nervous about the situation. Her father had never asked to meet alone. It has come to my attention that in the wave you experienced something. Could you clarify to me what exactly happened? Fugaku asked, trying to sound as caring as possible. Well, Oto-sama, when me and Naruto were in this fight against a powerful ninja called Haku, I unlocked my Sharingan. Then we combined, couldn't defeat him, and I was so overcome with fear for Naruto's safety that something odd happened. I felt a weird sensation and a voice told me to kill and protect. And before I knew it, me and Naruto had killed this ninja and we were just looking at each other. We both looked like monsters. If I am correct, I saw some black wings sprouting from me and I kind of looked like a black bird, whilst Naruto was on all fours like a beast. That is all I know, Oto-sama. The young girl told her father. She did it. All these years after we claimed it. We finally have an Uchiha that can withstand its powers and not die from its original release. Maybe I was wrong about my daughter, Fugaku thought to himself. Then he laid eyes on his daughter Sasuke. My daughter, I couldn't be more proud of you than I am now, he said truthfully. These words formed tears in Sasuke's eyes. He's proud of me? Oto-sama, I don't understand. Why are you so proud that I turned into a monster? Sasuke asked, not understanding the situation. Sasuke, I will tell you a story about you and you will realize why you are so special. You see, an event happened 2 days before your birth, Sasuke. We, the Uchiha clan, have had 2 special powers under our control for decades. One is the Sharingan, and the other is something of unimaginable power. However, whenever we tried to bestow this power upon a newborn child, that child would die when they unlocked the power. This may sound bad to you, Sasuke, but I had hopes for a strong Uchiha woman, and this was a surefire way of making it succeed. But I'll be truthful that I didn't think you would succeed. However, this doesn't mean I was trying to kill you. You see, the power is one that we claimed when the Uchiha clan faced a terribly strong ninja known as the Demon of the Darkness. He was from the hidden village of Shadows, which no longer exists. When we killed this man, he let out a terrible beast which the Uchiha sealed, and for generations we have sealed this beast into many Uchiha who all died. You see, we wished for an Uchiha to steal another Kekkai Genkai which the Demon of the Darkness possessed. This was because the beast within him was also granted the power, as the beast inherited all special abilities that man had. Or so we believe. Because of this we wished to possess it, and now you are the first Uchiha survivor. You may possess it. Sasuke, what I am trying to tell you is, you contain the 7-tailed demonic raven. Oto-sama, are you trying to say I am special? The young girl pleaded slightly. The man smiled and nodded, which made Sasuke's mood brighten. So you were saying I have a demonic raven inside of me, and from what I am guessing I share my abilities with it as well? Meaning we share chakra? Am I correct? Fugaku was surprised with his daughter's intelligence. Yes, in theory you share chakra with the raven. It gives you massive supplies of chakra, and you can use it to take on more characteristics of the raven. However, don't do this foolishly. If I was you, I recommend trying to speak with it when it chooses to speak up. Do you understand me, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded to her father's question. Good. Now I recommend you getting some sleep. Don't tell anyone about this. The only person I permit you to tell is... At that second, the Hokage barged into Fugaku's office. Fugaku-san, please don't tell me you told her? The Hokage asked. Fugaku just nodded to his comment whilst Sasuke just stood in the center of the room confused. It was in her best interest to know about the raven. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I am not like the former Uchiha leaders. I am not a warmonger bent on trying to take over this village. The only reason I did this was to make the Uchiha even more powerful. Fugaku claimed. Minato listened to the man and realized there was no false word spoken. Sasuke-chan, you saw Naruto, correct? The young girl nodded to Minato's question. Minato looked at the floor and told the girl. Well, all I can say is you and him are the same. If you ever choose to tell him, you won't be judged. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? The girl asked, not understanding anything. Minato just smiled at the girl, glad she was rather innocent. Fugaku-sen, I will tell you one thing that will never leave this room. I am only telling you this because I know of the raven, and you will surely understand these words I speak. The Kyuubi still lives. Those words made Fugaku's eyes widen. Sasuke spoke of Naruto looking like a beast. Don't tell me Minato's son also has a bijou. Why does the Namikaze clan always catch up to us? I understand, Hokage-sama. Fugaku then looked at Sasuke. Dear, add another person to who you may tell they are Kakashi-san and Naruto-kun. Now please head off to bed whilst me and Minato talk. Sasuke ran out of the room, heading for bed, feeling kind of pleased with herself. I would like it if you refer to me as Hokage-sama. Fugaku, Minato told the man jokingly before getting serious. I think we need to talk. Night broke into day, and two teens realized the source of all their worries. Naruto and Sasuke needed to get to Training Ground 31 to meet Kakashi, and as usual Naruto arrived first with Sasuke arriving minutes later. However, it wasn't Naruto who was the first to speak up today. The girl, spotting Naruto, ran over to the boy who was relaxing on the sakura tree that he missed so much. Naruto-kun, I found out about, well, you know. Naruto nodded to her comment and tilted his head curiously. What is it that you know, Sasuke-chan? The boy asked, wondering how she would reply. The girl went kind of silent, then spoke up. My father told me that I have something inside of me. He told me a story about the Uchiha clan and how we got a mysterious power. This intrigued the boy, especially as he heard his father mention something similar last night. Well, how can I say this? My classification is. Well, what is it, Sasuke-chan? The boy asked, trying to restrain himself from forcing an answer out of her. I am known as a Jinchuriki. I am a container for the seven-tailed demonic raven. The word Jinchuriki echoed through the boy's head. Her he thought as he looked her in the eyes. She looked very nervous now. Sasuke-chan, don't feel nervous, especially around a fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto said to the girl, who instantly remembered the Hokage's words, the Kyuubi still live. I am the container of the Kyuubi. Sasuke finished off Naruto's sentence. Making his jaw dropped, his eyes were asking her how. I know this because I heard some strange words from your father when he spoke to mine about the raven. He told him that the Kyuubi still lives, and that means he was never killed by the third. Naruto absorbed all the information and realized that him and Sasuke were in the same boat and smiled at her. Well, at least I know that I have something in common with the cutest girl in Konoha. These words made the raven-haired girl blush. It's true, my raven angel, Naruto told her, making her think mine. Kakashi was characteristically late for the meeting. He revealed to the group that he signed them up for the Chunin exams. He told them that all of them had to participate, meaning Sakura had to as well. Naruto and Sasuke looked extremely confident, however Sakura thought otherwise. We are only new academy graduates, and now you are asking us to do something so risky? I think not. I don't know about you two, but I am refusing, Sakura screamed. Ino's team is taking part, and so is the other Genin squad. These words made Sakura change her mind, screaming that if Ino is doing it, she had to do it, and she would do it better than her as well. Good thinking, Kakashi Nizan. Kakashi smiled at his comment, then saw the look in Naruto's eyes. Me and Sasuke need to tell you something, Naruto told his sensei, who nodded and asked Sakura to stay put. What is it, you two? The older man asked, sounding irritated for unknown reasons. Well, how can I say this easily? Oh, I know, I think that you should know that Sasuke and I are Jinchurikis. Kakashi cut Naruto off. He knew already basically, and asked Minato more about Sasuke later on after their first discussion. Why does everyone keep butting in whenever I speak today? This is getting so annoying. Sasuke and Kakashi just laughed at the irritated blonde. Kakashi then ordered the two to stand next to Sakura so they could get this meeting about the exam out of the way. You three, the exam will start tomorrow. This was the last chance to get you guys registered, so I recommend you lot to get ready for the exam. You three have to go to the academy tomorrow at 8, so don't be late. And with that, Kakashi disappeared. Wait, why did I accept this? Asked Sakura. She completely forgot about the fact that Ino would be taking part in the exams. Because quite frankly, Sakura, you were retarded at times, and with that comment, Naruto and Sasuke disappeared from sight, thanks to Naruto using Shunshin to teleport the two away. Once again, Sakura was left alone to her thoughts in the middle of the training ground. Naruto-kun, I can't believe this. We are going to take part in the Chunin exams. We will be Chunin before we know it. The raven-haired girl told her blonde teammate. I suppose we will, Sasuke-chan, the boy replied to her whilst they walked through town together. Suppose? You must be crazy, Naruto-kun, you are the most talented genin I have ever seen. How can you take that sort of attitude? Sasuke asked the boy, who went silent. If we get complacent we will lose. We can't assume we will be the best. Always think that someone is a challenge. Don't look down on them because, as we have proved, there may be something secret that they contain. Sasuke went quiet at this and nodded. She knew he was correct. Naruto slipped his hand into Sasuke's and was now walking through some back alleys of Konoha when he heard the sound of children crying. He rushed over to the vicinity to see three ninja. One had a cloud headband whilst the others had sand headbands. One of the sand ninja was hitting these children. Naruto recognized one of them as Konohamaru. Whilst the sand ninja was doing this, the other two just stood quietly, not caring. Heck, the cloud ninja didn't even look like she was with the sand group. Naruto shunshin to the sand ninja and punched the male in the face, sending him flying. Before the cloud ninja could prevent anything, Sasuke somehow restricted her by just thinking of restraining her. She noticed a black grip on the girl's ankle. This must be that Kekkai Genkai that Otosama spoke of. But what is it? Before the fight could get serious, a man materialized next to Naruto, which completely freaked Naruto out. I would like to apologize about my teammate. He then scolded the man, who was now revealed to be Kankuro. Oi, girlie, how did you do that? Shouted the cloud ninja to Sasuke, who was as equally confused as she was when Sasuke heard a voice speaking to her. Kill her, that woman over there. Before the voice could tell Sasuke the rest of its sentence, Sasuke butted in. So you finally talk and you ask me to kill? How nostalgic this feels. Now that we have spoken, I need to ask you something. Sasuke sarcastically spoke to the raven. Don't speak like that towards me. I helped you back in the wave because I thought you would be like my old master, the raven told Sasuke, who was stunned now. Old master? Sasuke asked to her inner demon. You know, the one your father called Demon of the Darkness? He was just like you. He had excellent potential and a personality that I liked. You possess it as well, unlike all the others that I was sealed into. Because I didn't like them, I made my chakra kill them off, the raven told its container. So basically, I am your new master? Sasuke asked, thinking that she was correct. Technically yes, but I will not grant you all my power. Not until you are much older. I don't want to take the risk in stunning your growth now, do I? The raven asked Sasuke, already giving her the answer in a way. Sasuke was shocked at how understanding this bird was and asked it a question. What was it that I just did to that girl, and what is this Kekkai Genkai that my father spoke of? The demon went silent and finally said, You used a Yamaton technique? It is the Kekkai Genkai that your father spoke of. It is the ability to use darkness as an element. It is as unique as the first Mokuton. Sasuke was shocked and asked, You knew the first? Well, of course I did, stupid. Didn't you know that he could control all Bijou, so of course I would know of his Mokuton. Now, my little crow, I will block of communication with you for now. But we will speak whenever you wish, but until then, good luck in your exam. And with that, the voice of the raven disappeared. The girl looked at Sasuke, looking confused. She still hadn't answered her question, and she was getting rather irritated. You seem to be a powerful one, the red-haired sand ninja commented on Naruto. Kill him, Kit. He is... Oh, shut up, Kyuubi. Now that you spoke to me, let's have a little chat. Naruto ordered the Kyuubi, who actually complied. It seemed quite docile. What makes you think I will speak to you, Kit? Asked the Kyuubi, wondering how the child knew. It was just a hunch. Now I want you to tell me something. What can you grant me that can make me more powerful? Ah, so I got a determined first container, that is a surprise. Well, Kit, I can grant you a special taijutsu that isn't able to be copied as it requires my power to use it, or someone who owns some of my chakra. I also increase your power to unimaginable strengths, but this won't happen until later. On a small body like yours won't be able to withstand a lot of my chakra, but I can tell you this, your style of taijutsu can be modified to contain mine and yours together. Mine consists of what you humans call punches, but I hope you change the name of your style to something like Kyubi Mayabita Handu. You will gradually learn it over time subconsciously. Your father told you enough about me, so that is all for now. We will speak some other time. The Kyubi said before silencing. What is your name? The sand ninja asked Naruto, who just snapped out of his trance. Why do you wish to know? Asked Naruto. He knew why, he just wanted something to make him feel good. I like to know the names of strong ninja who are future opponents, the red-haired boy replied, which made Naruto smile. I am Naruto Namikaze, and you are, if I may ask? Naruto asked in a cocky tone as the sand ninja started to walk off. I am Sabaku no Gara, he replied as the sand team turned a corner, thus getting out of sight. The Cloud Ninja and Sasuke both noticed the event, thinking how odd it was. Then it gave the Cloud Ninja an idea. Hey you, what is your name? She asked curiously, wanting to know the name of the person she would destroy. I am Sasuke Uchiha, and you are? Sasuke replied in a similar manner to what Naruto did. I am Yujito Ni. I hope to see you in the Chunin exams, she replied before tree-hopping away with cat-like reflexes. It asked me to kill again, Sasuke-chan, Naruto said, gaining Sasuke's attention. You too, huh? He said as she nodded. Naruto smiled and grasped her hand. We are going to have some tough times ahead starting tomorrow, so let's make the most of today. Naruto commented, making Sasuke nod, thinking to herself. When will he realize my feelings? The next day came faster than the genin thought it would, and before they knew it, they were all at the academy. The time was 8 and many genin were entering the structure. They were all from different nations. Some of these were cloud, rock, sand, rain, grass, mist, and even sound, which was a new nation. The three walked through the doors and headed for their destination, which was room 321, which was located on the 3rd floor. When reaching the 2nd floor, they saw the sign for 321, and a weird-looking ninja was trying to enter it, just having an older-looking ninja throw him back. The weird ninja looked weak, but Naruto and Sasuke knew otherwise and quickly skipped through the area. Unlucky for them, they were pursued by the weird ninja and his team. Wait up! Shouted the weird ninja, who was wearing green spandex and donned a shiny bowl haircut. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 froze still, with Naruto turning around and asking, Why should we? The boy looked back at him with a cheeky smile and ordered that he fight Sasuke, the Sharingan user. Naruto quickly intervened, saying that if he wanted to fight Sasuke, he would have to go through him. The boy's teammate, noticing that it was going to get rather heated, shouted, Lee, let's stop all this for now and wait. You will get a chance to fight in the exam. You can tell just by looking at them that they are contenders. Then Lee's teammate turned to Team 7 and said, I am sorry for the inconvenience. I am 1010, and this boy next to me is Hyuga Niji, and of course you have met him, Rock Lee. Team 7 nodded to 1010's comment and smiled back at her in unison. Naruto finally speaking up. I am Naruto Namikaze. This is Uchiha Sasuke, and the pink-haired girl is Haruno Sakura. Before Naruto could say anything else, he saw Rock Lee blushing at Sakura. He then commented, Take her if you wish. She is of no use to us. He tried to make it sound like he was joking, to which everyone laughed except Niji. The ninja finally split up into their respective teams and entered this room 321 that they had to. A big bright light burned their vision as they entered. When they looked around, they saw thousands of hopeful genin, and then Team 7 noticed the other rookies, who were surprised to see Team 7. Hi everyone, Naruto commented as Ino jumped onto him. He needed an excuse to get her off of him. She knew she would never let go. Stop it! Why would I want you when I have a girlfriend already? Naruto shouted at Ino. All the rookies gasped, including Sasuke, when Kiba said, Yeah, as if Naruto, who is it then? Naruto clasped Sasuke's hand and told them all that it was her. Sasuke fainted, causing Naruto to catch her, then hold her in his arms to make it more believable. Naruto could feel the negative energy being given off by some of the male Konoha rookies. Lucky bastard, most of them thought to themselves. Hey you lot, will you keep it down over there? You're attracting too much attention. A silver-haired genin told them. They then looked at the crowd of genin who were all glaring. So who cares what's bad about getting attention? Naruto asked, trying to sound cool, but he utterly failed. Well, go ahead and get into a fight with everyone. It will help me with my data, the boy told Naruto, who tilted his head. Data? Naruto asked, now sounding very intrigued. Do you have data on other genin who are participating in the exams? Naruto asked. The silver-haired man nodded. This caused 3 sound ninja to look up and attack the man. They didn't want anyone to learn how their attacks worked. The sound ninja quickly incapacitated the man, causing him to throw up. Before any further assaults could happen, the wall was smashed open. Shut up, maggots, and do as you're told. I am Ibiki Marino, your proctor for the first exam. Now all of you enter the classroom and don't speak until spoken to. You may sit where you want just as long as you don't sit next to your teammates. All the genin complied, slowly entering the classroom and seizing their seats. Naruto ended up sitting next to Hyuga Hinata and some random grass ninja. Alright, you have 45 minutes to do the test. If you are caught cheating, you lose 3 points. You originally have 10 points and you need 5 points to pass. Now begin. All the genin flipped open their exam sheets, and upon reading the first question, Naruto realized he had no idea on how to do these answers. He was starting to panic. He only heard one sound of a pencil moving, and that was from the pink-haired girl in front of him. He could fault her physical attributes as a ninja, but he had to admit she was smart. Sasuke was sitting at the back thinking to herself, wouldn't you usually be sent out of an exam instantly if you were found cheating? How come it's so different now, unless they want us to cheat? But there is one flaw in that plan. Naruto has no spying jutsu, so he won't be able to work it out. She then thought of how she was going to get answers. Whilst all this was going on, everyone else had a way to get answers. The Tenten girl somehow got a mirror on the ceiling, then used it to copy other people's answers. She then used her headband to signal to Lee that he should look up, thus giving him the answers. Hinata and Niji both used their Byakugan to see through people and read their answers, thus giving them the answers for the test. Yujito Ni was using her cat reflexes to good use. Because she was so quick, she was able to look at people's answers and then use the correct movements to make it look like she was just browsing around the class. Ino used her mind control techniques to take over Sakura's mind, then copy her answers. Then she took over her team's minds and wrote the answers for them. Kiba used Akamaru to scout for answers, and Shino used some bugs to look for answers. Sasuke came up with an idea for Naruto, but he would need to have his Sakugan activated. She activated her Sharingan and also sent chakra into her hands and started writing. Naruto, luckily enough, had his Sakugan activated, and sensed the hand movements and thought to himself, "Thank you, Sasuke-chan." Meanwhile, the sand ninja were using their techniques. Gaara materialized an eye made of sand in front of one person's answers, then read them. Then he disintegrated the eye once he was done. After this, he used his sand to materialize on the female sand ninja's paper. The sand was arranged so all she had to do was trace over it. Kankuro used a weird puppet to get answers. Then he asked the instructor if he was allowed to go to the bathroom. The instructor nodded and Kankuro left the room with Invigilator behind him. When they were out of sight, Kankuro revealed the Invigilator to be his own puppet. You'd think that they would notice another examiner. After the 45 minutes were up, Ibiki called time. Thousands of genin had already been kicked out of the exam for cheating and only around half remained. Ibiki was about to announce something when Kankuro came back. Back just in time. Now let's stop doing puppet shows and get on with this, shouted Ibiki. Kankuro looked shocked that the man knew of Karasu. Once all the genin were seated, Ibiki announced that there was going to be one more question, the 10th and final question. He told them that if you took it and succeeded, you would pass the exam. But if you answered incorrectly, you would be kicked out of the exam and never have the right to take the exam again. Kiba protested, saying that others had taken the exam before, but Ibiki just told him that they had bad luck, that he was the proctor this year. So what will it be? Will you take it or not? Choose now, shouted Ibiki. Naruto was shaking in his seat. He may have been a genius, but if the exam questions were too hard to answer, even one, how would he answer a new question? He was contemplating giving up right there. Whilst Naruto was fighting an inner battle to see if he should or shouldn't take the chance, many teams had quit, causing the numbers to dwindle even more. Naruto finally roared loudly, shouting, "I will not give up. Who cares? Rank doesn't mean everything. I will reach my dreams my own way, so I won't give up." Ibiki looked shocked and asked the boy if he was sure. When Naruto told him that he was definitely sure, everyone who remained in the classroom got a confidence boost. Ibiki looked to her examiner, who nodded. Ibiki then smiled and announced, "To all those who decided to stay, I have thing to say. You pass." The whole room erupted into confused groans. Some asked about the 10th question. When Ibiki told them there never was one, some got very angry. The fact that you stayed to challenge the illustrious 10th question is the answer to it. There will be times when you are asked to do a mission, to leave, or to continue. The answer is to continue. That is what we look for in a chunin, and you did it right here. Ibiki then removed his headband to reveal battle scars and drill holes embedded into his skull. Information is important. This can happen if you don't have the right information, or if an enemy asks for it. That is what this exam is about, and I am proud to say that you all pass. Now all I can say is I hope you do well in the rest of your exam. Just after Ibiki finished talking, a loud smash was heard, and a purple-haired woman was now standing in front of the class with a banner hanged behind her, which she put up by using her kunai. "You're a little early," again Ibiki commented, making the woman blush out of embarrassment. She laughed it off a little, then told the man, 72 people, 24 teams? That's too much, isn't it? Maybe you're getting soft, Ibiki-san. The woman commented on how many people passed the exam. Or maybe we have a lot of talented genin this year, Ibiki replied to the woman, who just smiled sadistically. Well, when I am done with them, there will be less than half of them. This made the whole class gulp, thinking to themselves, less than half. The purple-haired woman then faced the class and announced, I am Mitarashi Anko, proctor for the second exam, and right now, your own personal hell. Death and snakes all stalk the land. The slightly sadistic women finished claiming that she would become the genin's hell, and just stared at the shocked class. However, there was one person, there were a few who weren't scared by her antics. The one who intrigued her most was a fairly tall blonde-haired boy wearing a trench coat just like the Hokage. Oi Gaki, what are you doing impersonating the Hokage like that? You trying to look cool or something? Anko asked the boy, just trying to embarrass him. But it had the opposite effect. Naruto just smiled at her words, making Anko feel slightly odd. Doesn't a young boy usually look up to his own father? Naruto replied quizzically. Anko knew instantly what he meant, and she once again was flushed in embarrassment. Ah, so you're Naruto Namake's son of the 4th Hokage. If you think that will protect you from me. She then smiled with an evil grin. You have another thing coming. This truly did freak Naruto out. This woman, she was just crazy. Well, during all this excitement, I completely forgot about the second exam for a moment, she said, laughing slightly. But now that I have remembered, I want you all to get to training ground 44 in the next hour. Just because I forgot doesn't mean you can, and if any of you are late, you will be kicked from the exams. You got me, shouted Anko, trying to intimidate the genin. And that's just what it did. All teams except Naruto's disappeared, heading towards training ground 44. So my Raven Angel, should we head off to training ground 44 now? Naruto asked his girlfriend. He actually liked it that she didn't say she wasn't his girlfriend when Naruto told the rookies. Sure, Naruto-kun, she replied, blushing whilst thinking to herself. Why does he always refer to me as his? Before her train of thought could continue, Naruto had her in his arms. Sakura, I'm taking the beauty of our team to training ground 44. He then dropped a note and used Shunshin a few times, reaching the training ground. Beauty, wait, he lied. He didn't take me, she thought to herself as she picked up the note. It said, the beauty I referred to isn't you, so I didn't lie. Sakura ended up breaking one of the desks in the classroom out of frustration. Naruto and Sasuke were at training ground 44. Sasuke was still in Naruto's arms, causing her to blush when everyone's attention diverted to the two genin. Seriously, they had attracted the most attention out of all the examinees this year. Nearly all the members of teams 8 and 10 were glaring at the couple. The only ones who didn't seem to care were Shino and Shikamaru. Ino glared at Sasuke, whilst Hinata looked a little shamefully at Sasuke, kicking herself for not being that close to her crush. Chuji and Kiba were pissed. Naruto was the best ninja of their graduating class, and he also gets the best girl in their opinions. He was just hogging everything. They kind of resented Naruto's existence. The couple knew they were being glared at, but Naruto was reluctant to let go of the blushing Sasuke. He knew she enjoyed it, but thought it was a better idea to just stand together. He would relinquish all contact, though. He made sure he was holding her hand, which she happily accepted. Naruto was getting attention by many kunoichi. They all looked at the boy with hearts in their eyes. A few didn't, such as Tenten and Yujito, but most just looked mindlessly at the boy. Sasuke tightened her grip on his hand, closing the small distance between them so they were side by side. No one was stealing her Naruto away, she thought to herself. Then she realized. Did I just refer to Naruto-kun as mine? Oh crap, I really do like him more than a friend, she thought, feeling slightly flushed. Sasuke then felt a strong wave of hate hit her. It wasn't a wave of jealousy, this was one of hatred. Someone in the crowd wanted her dead and she didn't know who. She decided to shrug it off and tell Naruto afterwards. Sakura arrived at the scene, rushing over to Sasuke and Naruto, who were laughing and joking with each other, whilst most ninja looked at them with disbelief. They didn't know how they could be so calm in a situation like this. Naruto-kun, Sasuke, I finally made it, she told them whilst gasping for air. Is that a good thing? Naruto asked Sasuke, who just giggled quietly. After having a nice chat about absolutely nothing, Anko finally arrived, sitting on top of a small hut. It's good to see that you're all here, that means more blood will be spilled, Anko said with a twisted smile. Well, I might as well tell you about the second exam, so you better listen. Behind me is the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Anko could hear a few knees shaking and continued. There are wild animals that can kill you, or you can kill them for food. When you enter the forest, you will be given an earth scroll or a heaven scroll. You will then search for the scroll you don't possess. Once you have both a heaven and earth scroll in hand, you head to the tower in the center of the forest. It is exactly 10 kilometers into the forest. You have 5 days for this test. You're not allowed to open the scrolls until you reach the tower. Now, before we begin, you have to sign these papers, so I am not liable for any deaths in the forest. If one person from your team doesn't sign, none can enter. You will be given 15 minutes to sign the papers. When you all have signed papers, please go to the hut over there, and you will receive a heaven or an earth scroll. When she finished talking, she handed each genin a compliance form for them to sign. So what will you do now, little Namikaze? Will you continue to act brave, or will you run? Like a wimp, thought Anko whilst watching the genins. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the forms as if they were nothing. They had a safety net though because of their tenets. Confidence radiated from the two. Sakura, on the other hand, was contemplating on backing out. Before she could do anything, Naruto told her, "If you back out now, I will never speak to you again." This influenced her to sign the papers instantly. He enjoyed how he had her wrapped round his finger. It was slightly cruel, but he couldn't not enjoy it. "Are you ready for this, Raven Angel?" Naruto asked Sasuke, who blushed. She kind of enjoyed her nickname. She needed to think of one for Naruto someday, maybe after the second exam. Sasuke then nodded to Naruto's question. "Don't worry, Sasuke-chan. I won't let anything hurt you. I promise." His words caused Sasuke to smile brightly. Naruto loved her smile and dedicated himself to seeing it more often, as it was one of his favorite sights. Team 7 received a heaven scroll and lined up at gate 12. Meanwhile, all the other teams had also lined up, like silver-haired ninja said before the first exam. Team 7 were attracting a lot of attention, and many teams still left in the game were targeting them. Teams 8 and 10 wanted to attack Team 7 as well, mainly for the jealousy factor. The males wanted Naruto's blood whilst the females wanted Sasuke's, and all of them wouldn't mind killing Sakura off. "We should go all out, go for any team. If we receive the same scroll, we keep it. It's better to eliminate the competition that way. We can also use it as a bargaining chip for the last-minute deals if need be. Our strategy is all-out onslaught. It may sound reckless and bloodthirsty, but we don't have much choice. Kill if need be, don't regret it, but don't savor it. Me and Sasuke have gained a lot of attention from random teams, so we are probably on their hit lists. Everyone remember the plan," Naruto told Team 7. Both his teammates nodded in acceptance. At that point, the gate flew open, signaling the start of the second exam. All the teams ran into the forest. Many spoke of attacking that strange blonde ninja, whilst a man from the hidden grass licked his lips in anticipation. Anko, who was outside the forest, already heard screams. What she didn't know was that it wasn't from two teams clashing. It was from betrayal by the weird grass ninja, who was now adorned in a black robe with red clouds all over it. "You're mine, Naruto Namikaze," he screamed, flying into the forest at an unbelievable speed, on the lookout for Team 7. "It's just a matter of time," the snake commented. Team 7's pace had decreased. They were now carefully walking through the dimly lit forest. It was daytime, however you wouldn't know this if you hadn't seen the sun only minutes earlier. "Remember, we need to be willing to fight anyone. We are probably one of the strongest teams here. There are some strong threats, but we were taught to work as a team, and that's what we'll do. Sakura, I know this is weird, but do you know any genjutsu which could make illusions of the three of us? Clones will disappear too fast, and we need to lure anyone in close." Naruto directed his team once again. Sakura, for the first time, was able to do something useful. She called out, "Genjutsu, illusion clones." With that said, a genjutsu was placed over the entire vicinity. Anyone who entered it would only see the 3 illusions of Team 7 and not the real ones. Team 7 decided to hide in the illusion. It wasn't long until their first prey arrived. The person was wearing a black robe with red clouds. He seemed quite odd as he kept muttering comments that didn't sound too sane. The man looked in the direction of the real Team 7. "Found you, Naruto Namikaze," shouted the man. Team 7 looked shocked how this man could see them. The genjutsu was of A rank. No non-dojutsu genin should be able to see through it. "Wait, you were looking for me? Who are you? I don't remember seeing anyone in your clothes in the exam," shouted Naruto as the weird stranger eyed him up. It kind of looked like he was checking him out. "I'm Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, the guy who should have been the Yondaime, not your father. Oh, and I am glad you mentioned my clothes because it shows the world what I am. I am a man who hunts for Jinchuriki to take them back to our organization. When I saw you, I just knew what Sarutobi-sensei did, and he did it to such a brilliant specimen. I can achieve my personal and occupational goal in one go. Sorry, but you're coming with me." The man appeared straight next to Sakura and sent her flying. The pink-haired girl cracked her head off the tree, knocking her unconscious once again. Sakura showed Team 7 how much use she truly was. That's right, she was of no use. The man disappeared from sight once again, appearing next to Sasuke. But before the man could strike her, Naruto Shunshin to the rescue, pulling her out of harm's way. I can accept you hitting Sakura, but if you dare touch Sasuke," red chakra started enveloping the boy. "I'll kill you." He finished, then dealt a bone-breaking kick to Orochimaru's jaw. "That's right, show me your powers, it makes it so much more fun. Also, I like being hit around a little," the man said in a sickening way. Naruto couldn't tell if the man was after him or just after a beating to please his sick ways. The man disappeared once again. He appeared right behind Naruto, punching him in the back of the head. Naruto collided with a tree. A crunching sound could be heard from the impact. "You think you're getting of that easily?" Orochimaru asked before calling out, "Summoning Jutsu." At that second, he pulled back his sleeve, bit his thumb to draw blood, and ran it down a strange tattoo on his wrist. When his hand came in contact with the floor, a gigantic snake appeared. "Trap him!" shouted Orochimaru as the snake dived at Naruto, its mouth wide open, intending to swallow the boy. "Get away from my Naruto-kun!" roared a pissed of Sasuke. "Raven, please help," asked Sasuke. The Raven, without hesitation, lent the girl some chakra, and a black aura surrounded the girl. Sasuke's aura grew her a set of wings. They flapped. Intensely black chakra in the shape of tiny blades were sent at the snake, ripping through its entire body, causing it to become just a mound of skin. "Another one? Oh, this is brilliant. The Raven can finally be sought after. This is fantastic." Orochimaru snickered and started to make hand signs, but before the snake man could do anything, Naruto charged the man down to the floor. Sasuke saw Naruto punching for the first time. The man's body was getting embedded into the ground. After about 20 punches, Naruto stopped. Sasuke's aura disappeared. So did Naruto's, and they began to walk off. "That was easy," commented Sasuke. At that moment, a massive wind jutsu hit the two, sending them flying. "Fools, it was a mud clone. You should really check if you finish something before walking off. I'm getting a little sick of you too. Looks like I'm gonna have to get a little serious," he remarked whilst licking his lips. Orochimaru was next to the two genin and quietly whispered, "Just kidding," and quickly bit down hard on both of their necks. "I have been wanting to escape the clutches of Akatsuki for a while now. If I can gain 2 powerful creatures on my side, I might be able to achieve this. You will come to me one day, and at that time, I will welcome you with open arms," Orochimaru told them before disappearing. Unbelievable pain surged through the two's bodies. They collapsed minutes later, the pain overriding everything. All they could do was think of the pain as they drifted into unconsciousness. Sakura woke up minutes later to see her 2 teammates unconscious, but their eyes were scrunched together. She could tell they were in pain, but she didn't know what to do. She had to help her fallen teammates. She thought that the 2 must have defeated that man, but collapsed from sustained injuries. The only thing she could do right now was pull the 2 to a shelter spot where they could rest. Sakura came to a clearing. At the end of it was a path of earth that had been raised upwards, creating a small cliff edge. Below it were roots of a tree that once occupied that plot of earth. It looked like a good shelter spot. Sakura first of all placed them both safely under the tree. Then she laid down some obvious traps. Hidden behind those were some well-hidden ones, thus making it a double trap. The only sound team in the exams were one of the many teams after Team 7. They were also the only ones who were close to Team 7. The 3 watched Sakura, who was clearly terrified. She wasn't the worst ninja, to be perfectly honest, but if she had to fight an entire team, her chances of success were well zero. Team Sound sent a squirrel with an explosive tag on its back towards Team 7. Sakura lobbed a kunai at it, forcing it to retreat into the forest. Team Sound snickered. There must be a trap, one of the males told the Sound team. They all nodded and charged out of the bushes. They, like Orochimaru, had other motives other than what it seemed. They were actually ordered by their village's leader to badly injure Naruto and take him back to Otogekure. The startled Sakura braced herself, stood confidently as the Sound ninja tried to avoid the obvious trap, but in turn ran straight into the double trap. It activated 5 explosive tags around the group. Sakura smiled, thinking she was no longer in danger. However, the 3 Sound ninja were now in the branches of a tall tree. Sakura, noticing this shortly after the explosion, shouted, "How did you escape?" Obviously now realizing she was screwed. "We didn't know you had a double trap, but explosive traps that are on the ground are useless against us. All we had to do was use my sound waves to propel us skyward, avoiding the trap," said a male who had black hair and holes in his hands. The whole Sound team laughed. "We're not after you, we're after Naruto. But if you resist, we will have to kill you," the boy told her. "I'm so dead," thought Sakura as the Sound team pounced. At that point, the weird green-clad ninja, who basically declared his interest in Sakura before the exam, dived in and sent all 3 flying. The Sound team clutched their faces. It hurt so much. The weird green ninja's kick felt like a sledgehammer around the face. They pulled themselves to their feet and directed their gaze at the ninja. "Who are you?" they asked in curiosity. The ninja smirked cheekily. "I am the handsome devil of the Leaf Village, Rock Lee," he declared to them. However, Lee didn't get a look of admiration or awe from the Sound trio. Instead, they had looks of disbelief on their faces. It also seemed like their gaze was mocking him. "If you touch one of my precious people, I will show no mercy," Lee declared, turning back to Sakura. "Have no fear, I won't let them harm you." He then dashed at the Sound team, leaving a sort of ghost-like figure following him. He was so fast the vision of him was distorted. A strong kick was dealt the female's face, sending her into a tree. Jumping upwards, Lee shifted all power into his leg, sending him downwards towards the black-haired male. "Decapitating air wave," shouted the man. However, Lee sliced straight through it, still on course for the man. "Zaku, watch out!" shouted the second male of the Sound team. He was also charging at Zaku with his arm raised. As Lee was milliseconds from Zaku, the second male's arm collided with Lee. The man then ran forward with Lee still attached to his arm. "It's over," he declared as sound waves invaded Lee's ears, causing blood to trickle out of them. Lee collapsed screaming. Sakura once again was terrified. At least the girl was out of commission, though. Zaku raised his hands. "It's over, Pinky." Extreme decapitating air waves, he roared, sending an even stronger concentration of air towards Sakura. "Why am I so useless?" Sakura thought to herself, imagining her death from the attack. Sakura, with eyes securely shut, wondered where the pain she was supposed to feel was. "Help," gurgled Zaku. "Why is that guy sounding like he's in pain?" thought Sakura. Curious about this, Sakura opened her eyes to see a blood-soaked Lee with his hand gripping Zaku's throat strongly. Lee took the full brunt of Zaku's attack and even got in close to have Zaku at his mercy. "Like I said, I won't let anyone hurt you, Sakura," Lee said with a voice that obviously showed his true pain. "It's over," Lee said, crushing Zaku's throat. The man fell limp as blood left his mouth. "I don't like to kill, but when someone tries to kill someone precious to me, I don't really care about the consequences." Lee then ran lopsided towards the stunned second male of the Sound team, screaming, "Shadow of the Dancing Leaf," which sent the man flying into the air. Lee then appeared right behind him in midair, calling out the attack, "Shadow of the Dancing Leaf." Again, as the bandages on Lee's arms engulfed the man. "It's all over for you as well, Primary Lotus," Lee declared rather quietly. The attacks he had been dealing and receiving were taking their toll. Lee spun violently in midair with the man held firmly by the bandages. At unbelievable speed, they both crashed into the ground. Lee jumped out of the impact, but the other man took everything. Lee had ended the man's life right there and then, as he was buried deeply into the ground. Lee was now stumbling and dropped to his knee, breathing heavily. Sakura ran over to the boy. "Lee, that was amazing. Are you all right?" she asked, sounding rather worried. Lee smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Guy-sensei. It worked. I looked so cool." He then fell unconscious. He couldn't stay awake anymore, it was too hard. Lee, shouted Sakura. Whilst this was happening, the female sound member finally got back to her feet. They saw her fallen teammates. She knew it couldn't have been the girl who had killed them, it must have been that green-clad ninja. A feeling of anger flushed over the girl when she saw the unconscious Lee. Seeing that the ninja was only being protected by the pink-haired ninja she charged with an intent to kill Lee, she would deal with Naruto afterwards. "You're dead!" she roared, running on her one-way path to Lee. Sakura heard the female's voice and stood up instantly. "I may not know this man much, but he protected me from you guys, so I'll protect him," she declared as she was making a hand sign. "Genjutsu, bound earth," she declared as the ground encased the girl's feet, stopping her in her tracks. "I guess I have to make my first kill someday," she spoke up. These words stuck fear into the sound female. "But if you cooperate, I'll let you go, so think you can answer some questions?" The sound female nodded. She didn't want to die, especially to such a pathetic ninja. "Good. Now who sent you to get Naruto?" Sakura demanded. "We were sent to collect Naruto by our village's leader," the girl replied, still trapped in the genjutsu. Sakura nodded. However, she still had a few other questions to ask though. "Why would your leader want Naruto? I know he is a good ninja, but there must be a reason for it. Is it perhaps because he is the Hokage's son?" she asked curiously. This was the second time today that someone was after Naruto. When the girl nodded to Sakura's question, Sakura started to get odd vibes and asked her final question, which would confirm her theory. "Is Orochimaru the leader of your village?" she asked. The female sound ninja froze up. Sakura knew it was Orochimaru, so added one final question which would confirm it. "Okay. Does your leader have something against the Hokage?" When the girl nodded, Sakura knew it was Orochimaru. "Well, I have no more questions for you. I thank you deeply for answering them," Sakura said sarcastically as she approached the girl. "Shame answering them wasn't enough for me," she said as she buried a kunai into the girl's throat. Seconds later, the last sound ninja died, choking on her own blood. Sakura was filled with a sort of disbelief. She couldn't believe she actually murdered someone in cold blood. She was only playing with the girl when she talked about making her first kill. She didn't think she would actually go through with it. Sakura was surrounded by collapsed people, 3 dead, 3 alive. It was now a torn battlefield. Collapsing to her knees, she held her head in her hands, sobbing quietly. She then realized one last thing. Did these sound ninja have a scroll? She crawled over and finally uncovered an Earth and Heaven scroll on the male whose head was buried into the ground. The only consolation of this event was the fact that Team 7 No had one of each scroll. She then placed the spare Heaven scroll in Lee's hand, hoping it would be useful. Many hours passed, and Sakura was still watching over Naruto and Sasuke. She also watched over Lee. Naruto and Sasuke were having their own internal battles over the weird bite that Orochimaru had done. Their inner demons had told them it was a cursed seal, and that they were dealing with them, but they had to be patient and endure the pain until they could be eradicated. 2 more hours passed, and both Naruto and Sasuke had awoken. The curse seals were gone, but small amounts of pain still remained. They saw the dead bodies sprawled outside of their whereabouts, and both asked Sakura, "What happened?" Sakura jerked nervously and held out an earth scroll before she spoke. "Well, they came to take you, Naruto. They were ordered by their village's leader to do so. They were about to attack me when Rock Lee saved me." She then pointed to the green-clad ninja, to which both Naruto and Sasuke raised an eyebrow too. She continued, "He killed the 2 males for us, then collapsed. I then decided to stop the girl from hurting Lee by using a genjutsu on her. I then asked questions about why they were after you. One thing, Naruto, you know that man Orochimaru. I believe he is the Sound Village's leader, so he was seeking revenge on your father." Naruto shivered slightly. He knew that he wasn't just after him about his father. Sakura then finished her story. "I don't know what came over me. I killed the girl after she told me what I asked for. It was an instinct. I checked the ninja for scrolls and they had a Heaven and Earth scroll. I decided to place the Heaven scroll in Lee's hand for his help. Now we can pass the second exam," she declared. Sasuke and Naruto couldn't believe it. They missed out on something so exciting. They were also kind of proud that Sakura was able to do something without them. "I guess we only have one thing to do," Naruto declared, catching the attention of both females. "We will look after Lee and try to find his team at the same time. It's the least we can do for him." These words made Sakura smile brightly. Naruto was just glad that she didn't jump on her. Team 7 only had a few minutes to search before they ran into Lee's team before they could get angry. Naruto informed them that he saved them, and in gratitude they gave him a spare heaven scroll. It seemed to increase the ties between the two teams. Most people would run off. Team Guy thought. Well, we must be going. When Lee awakens, please tell him that we're eternally thankful and will meet in the final rounds, Sakura told Team Guy before Naruto used Shunshin whilst holding both of them, thus making them disappear from the area. We have both scrolls now, Niji. Shall we head off? Tenten asked the leader of Team Guy. Niji nodded, picked up Lee and headed towards the tower. Niji was now curious about Team 7. Why did they do such a thing? He would find out one day. Team 7 arrived at the tower. They entered the giant structure, propelling the door open, then entered. On the wall was a scroll with a poem on it. Everyone but Naruto ignored it. When he saw the name Sarutobi Hiruzen at the end, he bowed slightly to show his appreciation. Team 7 opened the Heaven and Earth scroll at the same time, and when a fizzing noise was heard, they dropped them. Smoke appeared from the scrolls. When it cleared, a lone figure was standing in front of Team 7. "To-san," shouted Naruto, whilst the other two shouted, "Hokage-sama." "Naruto, Sasuke, and you too, Sakura, I'm glad that you made it past the second exam," he said cheerfully. He then spotted two small holes on both Sasuke and Naruto's necks and inquired, "What are those marks on your necks, you two?" Both Sasuke and Naruto looked up at the man and said words of disbelief to Minato. "Orochimaru bit us, saying he wanted us after we fought him. We did quite well, granting he is a Sannin like Jiraiya Aji-san," Naruto replied. Minato got on his knees. His facial expression was one as if asking if the words were true. "To-san, it's true. Sakura also found out that he got some people from Sound to try and kidnap me. What I am saying is Orochimaru is the leader of the Sound village." Minato was startled. "Sakura did something right?" he asked, causing Sasuke and Naruto to laugh. Sakura couldn't even do anything about it because this was the leader of the entire village. "Now seriously, this is terrible news. I am glad that you informed me. Don't let it get to you. He won't get any of you. I need to go now. Just know this, I am really proud of you three. Now please continue on through the doors on the upper deck of this room." And with that said, Minato disappeared again. This time in a yellow light. He used Hiroshin, so it must have been important. Team 7 did as Minato asked and entered the doors. They entered a lobby. There were 3 teams already there. Team 8, the sand one with that Gara kid in it, and the cloud team that had Yujito in it. "I was wondering when you would finally arrive," commented the cat girl. "We had a little mix-up with a man called Orochimaru. Otherwise, we are perfectly fine." The name Orochimaru ripped through both the sand and cloud team's ears. These 3 had survived an encounter with such a man. That was thought to be impossible for nearly anyone to achieve. The 2 teams lay silent. Naruto smirked and walked over to Team 8. "Wow, you guys beat us here. Congratulations," Naruto told them. Hinata blushed and Shino nodded. Both felt honored that the best ninja from their graduate year was praising them for beating him. Kiba snuffed at this. He didn't like it that Naruto had claimed Sasuke so easily after he had been trying for years. It was only the first day and 4 teams had already passed the second exam. This year's genin were really something. Anko was going to be surprised when she found out how many had passed. Usually there would only be 2 teams left at the end, and there was already 4, and Naruto expected Team Guy to be there shortly. Early on in the second day around midnight, Team Guy arrived. Lee was now up and running, and the other 2 looked fine as well. "So you finally make it," Sakura said rather loudly, catching Team Guy's attention. Naruto and Sasuke were sound asleep in the lobby, but Sakura stayed awake, waiting for Lee's team to arrive. Lee rushed over to Sakura asking if all of her team was all right, which was strange as Lee was in the most danger overall. Sakura nodded and this time thanked Lee in person for saving her. She thought all hope was lost, and Lee appearing brought all of that back. She couldn't believe that the man had taken so much for her, when they had met only once. "Lee, why did you protect me?" Sakura asked the boy, who was shocked that she asked such a question to him. It kind of took Sakura by surprise. "Sakura, I'd protect you with my life. I also promised to not let them hurt you. I will never go back on my promises, even if it costs me my life," he declared valiantly. Sakura for the first time was able to see someone for who they were and not their looks. Over the next few days, only one more team arrived. Team 10 arrived late on the 3rd day. When the exam ended officially, Anko arrived instantly, as well as all the other senseis of the genin teams still left in the exams. 6 teams? 18 people? Krapabiki was right. There must be some talented ninja this year. She then caught sight of someone she wasn't expecting to see, Kakashi-kun. she said rather loudly, which made all the Leaf senseis look directly at Anko. She had never given anyone the Kuin honorific ever. Filled with embarrassment, she quickly turned to the genin teams and told them, "There seems to be too many people who have passed the second test this year. As the third round is the finals which involve fighting, we need to save time. So we will hold some preliminaries. Each winner will pass the second exam. Now I will hand you over to Hokage-sama." She then retreated backwards next to Kakashi. "Oh fuck, it's her. I'll speak to Guy." "Hey Guy, how do you think the exams will go?" he asked slightly uneasily. "Well, I think my team will power through with the flames of youth burning brightly. We will find out who is the better teacher after all." He roared, and instantly Kakashi knew it was a bad idea and decided to do a tradition. "Did you say something, Guy?" to him so he didn't have to talk. "So Kakashi, why do you always ignore me?" Anko whispered to the man. She was working on a plan which would trap the man. She just needed to guilt him into it. "I don't ignore you, I just have a lot of work with my team, that is. I'd love to spend time with you but my team needs me." He replied, hoping it would work, but he wasn't so lucky because once again Naruto screwed over his plans. "You spend time with us? You are always 2.5 hours late at least, and you usually find a way out of spending time with us. I think you're laughing, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted to the man. "Wait, how did you hear me?" Kakashi shouted over to Naruto, who was in the crowd. Naruto just laughed and told him, "I heard nothing, but I expected by brilliant excuse book that you would use that one," Naruto shouted backing, nodding to his comment. Small giggles from Sasuke were heard as Kakashi looked defeated. "Are they telling the truth, Kakashi? I'll check up on this new information. So you can either go on one date with me or, well, you won't be able to get rid of me," she said with a smile on her face. "Got ya," Anko thought to herself as Kakashi just nodded his head signaling that he would. The sign made Anko do a small happy dance around a chained Kakashi in her head. Oh, she was going to enjoy this. Once Minato realized there was no more distractions, he could finally tell the genin present what needed to be said. He first asked the question, "Why do you all think we have the Chunin exams together?" The entire group of genin had no idea. He then told them, "It's to strengthen ties between nations, to show our power without meaningless wars, so future employers can see who has the best ninja to hire. Now we should get on with these preliminaries. I don't think any of you would like to wait much longer, so I will hand it over to your proctor." At that moment, a man who was sickly white dropped downwards and appeared in front of the genin. "The matches will be one-on-one. All ninja tools are allowed, and there will be no time limit. The matches will end when I say so or if one of you is dead. Now, without further delay, I would like you to look towards the board on the wall. It will decide the first match," said the man. All the genin diverted their eyes to the board. It continued to scroll until the names Naruto, Namikaze, and Kankuro appeared. Minato smiled that his son would be starting up the preliminaries. "All right, I'm first up, and it's against the guy I pounded earlier this week. Can my day get any better than this?" Naruto declared confidently. The sand ninja, however, just looked at the boy laughing. "He has no idea what my puppets will do," Kankuro thought to himself. "Be careful, Naruto-kun," shouted Sasuke, seemingly worried for the boy. She had some weird suspicions about that sand ninja, especially that bundle on his back. "Don't worry, my Raven Angel, this match will be over so fast that you won't have time to blink," he said overconfidently. Sasuke just blushed over the fact that he could speak like that to her in public. "The match may begin," shouted the man as he began to cough. Naruto and Kankuro just looked at each other. Then, Naruto disappeared out of sight and reappeared behind Kankuro. "First of all, let's deal with that bundle," Naruto commented, kicking the bundle on Kankuro's back into the wall. Naruto then activated his Sakugan and realized something. He had actually hit the real Kankuro, as a steady pulse of chakra was being emitted from the bundle, though there was nothing coming from Kankuro, and how could a bundle which was supposedly a weapon emit chakra? Naruto shunshin to the bundle, which unwrapped, revealing Kankuro to the world. However, before Naruto could hit Kankuro, he rolled and pulled backwards. The puppet flew towards Naruto with its spiked arms. Naruto jumped, landing on top of it. "Unlucky," Kankuro remarked as the puppet's head dislodged slightly, and a blade weapon dug into Naruto's leg, causing him to cry out in agony. Kankuro maneuvered his hands, forcing the puppet's arms to rise, which would surely finish Naruto. "You think this is over? Once your puppet is down, it's over? And I have a new move." Naruto pushed himself off the wall that Kankuro crashed into, doing a backflip, thus reversing the positioning of Kankuro's puppet. Then Naruto pushed himself into a one-armed handstand, and swung his leg violently at the wall, demolishing the puppet. Working quickly, Naruto did a few hand signs and called out, "Wind style, Grand Tornado Jutsu." At that moment, a massive tornado crashed into Kankuro, but Naruto wasn't done. He shunshined next to Kankuro, who was flying in midair, and caught the male's head between his feet. Using his power, he spun himself whilst being in a horizontal position. The violent spinning made Kankuro's whole body collided with the north wall of the arena. Naruto brought himself to his feet whilst Kankuro was out for the count. "That was my blossoming rose. It has the same workings as the Goken style's lotus, but mine is a horizontal spin which basically disorientates and gets the same power if I collide with something. That's what makes it perfect for indoor fighting." Naruto finished off. The proctor declared Naruto the winner. In knowing this, Naruto shunshined up to the stands whilst a broken Kankuro lay bloody on the floor below. "Naruto-kun, that was amazing," said a flock of his female fans. Even Temari and Yujito had to admit that he pulled off a good comeback. Naruto smiled joyously even though he was feeling excruciating pain in his leg from being impaled. "Sasuke-chan, you like?" he asked jokingly. All the girls once again scowled at Sasuke, who just laughed it off and continued to speak with Naruto. "That was amazing. How did you think of such a technique?" she asked with curiosity, to which Naruto just laughed slightly. "What's so funny?" she shouted, feeling slightly embarrassed. "If you were listening, you would have realized it's my version of the lotus. I have been reading up on the Goken style and realized I can adapt some of my moves," he told the girl, who just nodded. "Now I think you should get ready for your fight, Sasuke-chan. I wouldn't want to be in the finals without you," he told the girl, who blushed slightly. Naruto and Sasuke watched the matches together. The first one was a match between Yujito Ni and Tenten. It was ended rather fast as the cat-like woman got face-to-face with Tenten unbelievably fast before unleashing a powerful fire jutsu which finished Tenten instantly. It wasn't the best of matches, but it showed Sasuke information on her opponent. All she could gather was this girl was unbelievably fast and had powerful jutsu. Not the best analysis, but it was still information that she could use if it came to that. The next match was one that made Naruto finally realize that he had true competition. The person known as Gaara was facing Shino of Team 8. The match was finished without Gaara even having to move. He manipulated his sand so fast that Shino couldn't do anything about it. Shino's bugs kept Gaara's sand at bay for a while, but eventually it seeped through, breaking on Shino's bones easily. After that, Shino forfeited, knowing he stood no chance. Many people all around the stadium felt fearful towards Gaara from that point on. It wasn't his techniques, it's how he carried himself. His attitude was sadistic when he was attacking, even smiling when Shino cried out in pain. Everyone hoped to avoid the man dubbed by Lee the Sandman. The next match involved was Sakura against Ino. It wasn't very eventful and ended in a double knockout, meaning both of them were complete failures in the eyes of everyone watching. "What a crap match," shouted everyone. Naruto took it upon himself to announce to the spectators that it was only crap because the people participating were. Many found this amusing because they didn't show much interest in either of the girls. The next match was between Rock Lee and Chuji Akimichi. Now Sasuke and Naruto could finally see how good Lee was. Of course they knew he saved them, but they wanted to witness his abilities for themselves. Lee didn't disappoint. It was the fastest match of the preliminaries yet. Lee dealt a bone-cracking kick to Chuji's face, knocking him out for the count. Naruto looked at Lee with admiration. "Rock Lee, looks like I have some more competition. Seriously, that taijutsu of his will be a formidable opponent if we ever square off," Naruto thought after the fight. The last Sand Ninja was up, and it was the girl called Temari. Her opponent was Kiba, and as everyone hoped, Kiba got his ass handed to him. Temari finished the boy off after relentless attacks with her fan made all of Kiba's attacks useless due to the distance required. Kiba always got caught in the wind that Temari summoned, thus could never attack. It was a one-sided fight the whole way through. Shikamaru was next up, and he was facing one of Yujito's teammates from Cloud. Shikamaru easily manipulated the male, who was so confident in himself that he didn't realize Shikamaru's jutsu. Then, using some clever mind games which diverted the male's attention, was able to use his shadow jutsu, which made the enemy copy every one of the owner's movements. Shikamaru then forced the man to hit his head violently on the wall behind him, defeating the man. "Next up is Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga," shouted the proctor. Sasuke nodded and jumped down into the arena, who was slowly followed by Hinata. Sasuke knew of Hinata's gentle fist and knew one hit could be the end. She needed to disable Hinata's hands to stand a chance. The proctor started the match and both instantly activated their Dojutsus. Sasuke started to make hand signs. She knew of one technique that would help her. It was the technique she used by accident against Yujito. It was the one of the moves that belonged to the Yamaton bloodline which the Raven bestowed. Hinata charged at the girl, her palms glowing with chakra, but each time Sasuke retreated, she couldn't allow herself to get hit. She could use a jutsu that would win the match, but it could potentially kill Hinata. She decided she would use it as a last resort. Hinata continued to send wave after wave of palms towards Sasuke, who was avoiding them for the sake of her life. Sasuke then looked up to Naruto, who was cheering her on violently. She then turned to Hinata and declared, "I have more than just one bloodline limit, Hinata Hyuga." These words shocked everyone, especially Hinata. "I have a personal element that I can use. No one knows of it, and it is very, very rare. You can't obtain it via inheritance. It is a bloodline that is caused by mutated blood," she then thought, or in my case, caused by the Raven's influence. Continuing, she decided to show the spectators instead of telling them. Yamaton Dark Bind, as she called it. Two arms grabbed hold of Hinata's arms, restricting all movements. "I'm not trying to kill you with my next attack, Hinata, but if I do realize that I didn't mean to." After saying this, Sasuke's arms set ablaze. Darting at Hinata with an arm outstretched, she yelled, "Kaizuki!" And just as her arm was about to penetrate Hinata, the proctor got involved and stopped her. "Winner is Sasuke Uchiha," the proctor announced. Sasuke was glad that she didn't have to hit Hinata with the attack, but nothing else would stop the girl that she was sure of. "Wow, Sasuke, I never knew about that weird technique you used. All I can say is I don't really wish to fight against that." He then looked down to the arena and continued, "But it's good that you won. It wouldn't be the same without you in the finals with me." He nodded and looked down to the final match, which was over before anyone got a chance to really see anything. Neji instantly hit the chest of the Cloud Ninja, nearly killing him. "The preliminaries are now over. Could all victors please come down to the arena, and all losing participants please leave via the doors?" asked the proctor. With that said, Ninja piled out of the tower, leaving the Hokage, senseis, Anko the proctor, and the 8 victorious ninja left in the tower. There will be 4 first-round matches for the third exam, which will take part 1 month from now. The winners of those matches will go to a semifinal, and then the final will take place. Now the matches are as followed. Naruto Namikaze vs. Rock Lee. Gaara vs. Neji Hyuga. Temari vs. Shikamaru. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yujito Ni. With that said, please get ready for the third exam. You have 1 month to do as you please. 1 month of improvement. Naruto woke up the next morning. The preliminaries were over, and it was a month until the third and final exam. He needed to be ready. Rock Lee was a terrifying opponent. His taijutsu outclassed Naruto's by far, and if Naruto didn't improve fast, he would just look like an amateur compared to the hardened Rock Lee. Naruto decided if he was going to beat the expert, he would need to do some serious training. But for that, he needed his father's help, but he was the Hokage and didn't really have time to ever help Naruto out with anything. Naruto made it his solid goal that he would make Minato train him for the final exam. As usual, Naruto had a shower, got dressed, and quickly rushed down to the table, expecting his favorite dish, that was of course ramen. The daily argument of where the ramen was ensued, and it ended with Kushina going crazy and Naruto forcing the young blonde to back down and cower. At that point, Minato came charging down the stairs. Before he could ask Kushina the question of, "Where's the ramen?" Naruto darted in, asking in a very fast voice, "Tusan, could you train me for the third exam? As you know, Rock Lee is my opponent and he is way too fast for me to handle, or so I think. If you add his raw taijutsu mastery to it, you know what the final result will be." Minato stood stunned. For the first time, his son was having second doubts over a fight. Minato knew his son as a confident, strong ninja who had never lost a fight. Now he was acting as if he had already lost before it began, and this attitude really didn't suit Naruto's personality. Looking his son straight in the eyes, he replied, "Naruto, as you know, you are the successor of the Namikaze clan." With these words, Naruto started to nod. "And as the leader of the clan, I suppose you will need to know. The jutsu that I created, I decided it would be passed down from leader to heir, so Naruto." Naruto started smiling and nodding fast and energetically. "I suppose I'll attempt to teach you the Hiraishin, but it won't be as I can use it. Teleportation has a strain on the body, and at your age it could damage you severely if you teleport constantly. So during training we will assess the issue and act accordingly to it." These words made Naruto bounce with joy. Smiling from ear to ear, his shiny white teeth did a Mado Gai ting, though it looked more like how Minato did it, which meant Naruto was obviously becoming more and more like him every day. "Tusan, one question. How you going to deal with the paperwork at your office? Naruto asked with a confused look on his face. Minato just laughed and told his son, well, I could have taught you any time. Shadow clones come in real handy. You should use them more often, you know. Naruto, however, didn't find any amusement in this. Smiling evilly, Naruto told the man, looks like you're training me all month, then if you can just use shadow clones to do your work, I think you can train me. Am I right? Minato's face lost its joyous smile, changing to an angry glare. Knowing he was defeated, he mumbled under his breath, I suppose so, Naruto. Later that day, Naruto and Minato arrived at the training ground carrying bags of heavy equipment to the field. With them was about 50 kunai with seals attached to the grip, 6 straw training dummies, chakra weights and training scrolls. Once all the equipment had been laid out, Minato started to speak with his son. Naruto, the Hyroshin is a unique technique that I created. Its specification is a time and space jutsu. Unlike the Shunshin, which is basically fast movement, the Hyroshin actually teleports the user to an object with the correct seal attached. The user teleports so fast that only their chakra signature is shown. As I have a unique colored chakra, I was dubbed Konoha's Yellow Flash. You may be different. Since the QB is inside you, you don't know what color signature will be emitted, but that isn't really important. Carrying on with the explanation, when you teleport you will appear to where the object is instantaneously, allowing you to execute lightning-fast moves, and if you have more than one seal in the vicinity you can teleport away from danger. This technique doesn't come without its downsides. One of these are the fact it hurts the body when you first start to use the technique. I didn't create it until I was around 18, so the strain wasn't as bad. But for you it may be different, so we will see how many Hyroshins you can perform before the pain is too great. Don't be stubborn. Tell me when you can no longer execute the technique. Then I will allow you to have a specific amount of kunai per day, which will only allow 1 teleportation per day to them. This will happen until you are older and can fully use the technique without feeling the restrictions. Do you understand? Naruto nodded intently. He understood his father's words and knew it was the correct thing to do. Though he didn't like the sounds of limitations, he knew it was a powerful technique and would definitely come in handy against a guy who was unbelievable fast, especially with weights on. Only Naruto and possibly Lee's team knew of the weights. That's because his Sakugan sensed them during Naruto's fight with Kankuro. The weights Lee wore were coated in chakra. Naruto feared how fast Lee would be without them. Naruto, that is not the only thing I will be teaching you though. You should speed up a little. Now that you will be using Hyroshin instead of Shunshin, this will be a touch routine, in which you will wear chakra weights whilst attempting teleportation. I have actually found out that combined with Hyroshin your speed will increase dramatically. Due to chakra strain and physical strain you will eventually build up speed whilst training. I know it doesn't particularly make sense, but it's true. Minato informed his son. He knew Hyroshin wasn't enough to beat Lee. Though Hyroshin would make Naruto land a hit on the boy, Naruto needed a constant speed, so he could fight of Lee's attacks. Speed was the key to beating the boy. So how exactly do you execute Hyroshin? From what I know you use a custom hand sign which when in combination with a Hyroshin seal teleports you. But I don't know if this would work for everyone. Is there anything specific about using the jutsu? Naruto asked curiously. Actually there is. The hand sign is very unique and quite hard to do in rapid succession, so some work on executing seals is in order. Naruto. Oh, and the name of the seal is the Uzumaki seal. I named it after your mother, though she didn't find it as romantic that I thought it would be, but I kept the name anyway. What you do before ever executing Hyroshin is imbued your chakra into the seal, which I attach to tri-pronged kunai. This is so you activate the seal, which will then only work for you. Then you throw the kunai, then execute the Uzumaki seal. Using both hands you first of all have them in a horizontal position. Then align the 2 thumbs together. Your left hand will have your 4 fingers shaped, so when looking at your left thumb you have a C shape turned 90 degrees clockwise. The left hand covers the right one in this C shape whilst the thumbs are connected. Then at the same time have the fingers of your right hand together and follow the left hand's shape to create a spiral with scrunched fingertips. It kind of looks like a whirlpool, or I think so anyway. You may think it's simple, but channeling your chakra around the entire seal is a hard task, then targeting your destination with it makes it harder. With that explained, we should set up these training dummies and attach your weights, then we can get to work. I expect no slacking from you, Naruto. Whilst the training was taking place, the Namikaze clan came up as a source of topic for the man known as Orochimaru. He was currently speaking with a possible employee for his invasion of Konoha. So are you interested in the job? The snake man hissed. The figure shifted in the shadows. A smile was clear on this man's face. Yeah, he replied to the snake Sannin, who smiled in delight at his new pawn for his master plan. Akatsuki will get their treasure and I will get my revenge. Nothing is sweeter than this, Orochimaru thought to himself, picturing his success, which was only 1 month away. During the Chunin exam finals, I will signal you by tilting my Kazekage hat over my eyes. Then flick it straight back up. In seeing this, you attack, got it? Orochimaru informed the man, who nodded. A simple hand signal by Orochimaru, and the man disappeared to get ready. Just 1 month, Minato Namikaze. Naruto was not the only person who needed training. Sasuke wanted specialized training too. She was up against a girl who had super reflexes. Remembering back on all the times Sasuke had seen Yujito, she distinctively remembered that she had never taken a physical blow. She had been caught by her dark mind, but that was activated without even Sasuke knowing. Sasuke needed speed training too, but she also wanted some specialized fire jutsu training. She also wanted to wield a weapon like her brother, but she wouldn't press on the matter until a further date. Sasuke had a place to turn to. Just like Naruto's father had special attacks, so did her father. Then Uchiha clan weren't fire jutsu masters for nothing, and was sure her father could easily teach her jutsu that were unique to the clan. However, her father had never specifically trained with her ever. He only really started showing interest in her when he found out about the Raven's acceptance. She was sure her father would refuse her request for training, but she thought she might as well try. Luckily for her, her father usually worked at home and she could talk to him at any time. Though it was smart usually to leave him to his business, she had to ask him to train her. Though Itachi was a better ninja than her father, Itachi wasn't a fire jutsu master. He specialized more in genjutsu and techniques for his unique Sharingan that he possessed. Knocking quietly on her father's office, she awaited confirmation that he heard her. Once she heard Fugaku's permission to enter, she slowly opened the door, creeping into his office. Her father just stared at her emotionlessly. Neither anger nor affection was shown, just a blank face. "What is it, Sasuke?" Fugaku asked his daughter, sounding slightly irritated. Staring at her feet, she shifted slightly, diverting her attention to the floor, slowly moving her foot side to side. Speaking up quietly, she asked, Oto-sama, as you know, the third exam is only a month away, and while I would like to ask for your assistance in my training, Itachi-sama can help me with my speed if you wish, but I would be very grateful if you would teach me some fire jutsus. I already mastered Grand Fireball, and I was wondering if there was any more clan techniques that I could learn. Once the girl had finished, she spun on her heels, heading for the door. She knew it was a foolish decision asking her father for such help. "You really want to learn that badly, Sasuke?" the man asked, staring at his daughter's back. The question startled Sasuke. This was one of the first times he asked her a casual question. She gulped loudly and nodded her head, still facing the door. "Well, I guess I have no choice, and there is no need to ask for Itachi's help. I think I could train you. However, I hope you are aware that if you don't follow my specific orders, I will refuse to train you." Spinning back towards her father, Sasuke smiled brightly. She swore for 1 second that Fugaku smiled back. Maybe she was finally being accepted by her father. "Oto-sama, if you don't mind me asking, when are we going to start training?" Sasuke asked, trying to sound as if she wasn't too eager or pushy. She didn't want to offend the man who just accepted to train her in the Uchiha clan's secret techniques. "Let me finish this paperwork and I'll train you. Until then, Sasuke, please wait for me at the clan's private training area. Wait near the lake. If we are going to teach fire jutsus, we wouldn't want to set the forest on fire, would we?" Fugaku informed his daughter, who nodded and slowly exited the room. She is finally gaining a bit of confidence. And she also was chosen by the Raven. Maybe, just maybe, I was wrong about my little girl? Fugaku thought to himself. He chuckled slightly and rested his pen on the paper he was writing on. "Guess we have to get to work then." Sasuke was currently at the lake, staring into the blue depths of the water. Her thoughts were off what happened in the Forest of Death, when fighting Orochimaru, especially Naruto's words, "But if you dare touch Sasuke, I'll kill you." She blushed slightly at remembering the blonde boy's words. She remembered back to the mission in the wave where the boy had, in one swift movement, took all the sunbon for her and dealt a blow to the man. He had done so much for her in such a short time, all the kisses he had given her. She really liked the boy. Staring at her own reflection in the lake, she whispered, "Naruto," in her soft, caring voice. Fugaku finally arrived. In his hand was a small scroll. It bore the Uchiha crest on the front, which sealed it. "Sasuke, this is the scroll which holds all the clan's secret techniques. As you know, we Uchiha specialize in the fire element, and as a main branch member you have the right to learn any technique belonging to the Uchiha. But before we start, I would like to see the jutsu that you can perform so far, so I don't teach you something you already know." Your Sharingan will help you in learning the techniques. Just copy them after I use them. Then I will supervise you and give you tips as you go along. Now please show me the jutsu you already possess. Fugaku requested, to which Sasuke started making seals. Each technique wasn't anything special to Fugaku. Each one she had shown him belonged to the Uchiha. Fugaku seemed slightly disappointed and asked, anything else? In a kind of fed-up tone. I have one more jutsu. I created it myself actually, Sasuke told her father, who instantly lifted his head, signaling for her to continue. She held her wrist tightly. Her palm was engulfed by an almighty flame. Embers shot around her body. A sound that was kind of like a fire whooshing was heard. Fugaku stood, staring at her with wide eyes of astonishment. She then rocketed forward, Sharingan ablaze, charging towards a nearby tree. She launched her entire first into the tree, ripping directly through it as it set on fire and burned continuously whilst a giant hole was left in the tree's main body. It's called Kaizuki Otasama. It's my variant of Kakashi-sensei's Chidori. Fugaku just watched the tree burn till it was completely charred. He quickly executed the only water jutsu that he knew to extinguish the flames. Once they had died, he turned to his daughter. How wrong I have judged her. That technique must be of A-class, bordering S, pure concentrated chakra around a designated area. Then adding an element to it, made a deadly blade of fire that will slash and burn nearly anything. Maybe she can surpass Itachi. She doesn't need any clan techniques with that attack. She just needs speed and a stronger Sharingan. My children are so powerful. Sasuke is still spreading her wings, whilst Itachi has already flew in the sky freely and unlocked the Manjikyu for the first time since Madara and Izuna. It's just a matter of time before Sasuke does the same. Maybe I can stop being such a strict parent now and actually treat them as equals. Fugaku thought intensely to himself. Turning to Sasuke, he said, who needs other clan techniques when you have distance and close-ranged fire jutsu anyway? Of course you will need more powerful techniques, but the way you're going, all your created techniques will surpass ours. You just need speed. Fugaku then stored the scroll away. Sasuke was wide-eyed on the verge of tears. Her father just complimented her greatly. For the first time, he actually commented that she will surpass other Uchiha. For most people, it wouldn't be significant, but for Sasuke, it was something that she had been wanting to hear for a long time. Well, are we going to start training or not? Fugaku asked with a smile. Sasuke snapped out of her little moment and nodded, walking over to Fugaku to receive instructions. Kakashi during all this was thinking of ways to get out of going on a date with Anko. He knew one day he would probably be forced into it, but right now he didn't have it in him to date anyone. It was approaching the day that Rin died. The day his heart shattered, the day his love died in front of his eyes. Kakashi knew that Sasuke and Naruto would be off training with their fathers. If his suspicions were correct, both of them would agree. He needed something to get him out of the date. He couldn't just say, oh sorry Anko, but well, it's approaching the day of where the love of my life died. Kakashi didn't think Anko would believe him, nor would she let it be an excuse. The only way for him to get out of it would be to do something serious. Maybe Minato-sensei has some S-rank missions that I can go on, he thought to himself, but quickly resigned the thought. After thinking it through, Kakashi remembered he had one student left, and even though he didn't particularly like her much, he knew that training would be a good excuse and Anko would just have to accept it. Kakashi would of course not train Sakura on the day Rin passed away, but if Anko knew that he was training her, she wouldn't check up on him. Every year Kakashi would visit her grave. He would look in silent at her name, thinking back on all the times they shared together. Though it greatly saddened the man, he still did it out of love and remembrance of her. With his thoughts now clear, Kakashi set off to look for Sakura. Maybe he could make a respectable ninja out of her. If she was willing, that is. Whilst Kakashi was searching the town for the pink-haired girl, Naruto was coming to grips with his training. His problem was executing the Hiraishin before Minato hit him. They worked out a training method where Minato would attempt to hit Naruto whilst Naruto had to teleport away, then successfully hit a training dummy. Naruto had performed the Hiraishin only once so far as Minato wasn't giving him any chance. Naruto hadn't even found his limit for the Hiraishin yet, but Naruto thought it would be better to learn how to use the technique fast before you learn your limit. The faster you learn, the faster you will learn your limit. The training raged on. Naruto was slowly gaining greater speeds. Naruto had performed Hiraishin only 4 times so far, and he was already getting tired. Sensing this, Minato decided that they would pack up training for the day. Naruto had grasped the technique now, but was nowhere near the level of mastery that Minato possessed when executing Hiraishin. Naruto, tomorrow you will be having the day off from training. I must speak with Jiraiya-sensei about an important matter, so enjoy yourself because it's rare for you to get such a chance when training with me," Minato told his son whilst eating his ramen. Naruto stared back at the man. What is so important that Toussaint has to speak with Jiraiya Aji-san? Isn't he usually on secret missions for the village? Naruto thought to himself. He quickly shrugged the issue of his mind and started to make plans for the following day. The next day came faster than expected. Quickly getting ready, Naruto sped through his morning routine. After having breakfast, he executed several shunshin, eventually arriving at the Uchiha residence. Slowly, Naruto approached the main gate. He gradually became nervous upon entering the compound. Making his way to the main house, he witnessed many low-ranked Uchiha attending to their morning business, such as sweeping and heading off to work. Many eyes were locked on the blonde boy. This didn't do anything to ease his nerves, but he continued on towards the Uchiha mansion. After a long walk through the estate, he finally arrived at his destination. Approaching the door, he began to shake, which was weird to him. He was seemingly nervous and he had no idea why. He only wanted to ask Sasuke if she wanted to hang out, so why was it so nerve-wracking, he thought as he managed to knock on the giant door with an Uchiha crest scarred into it. Moments later, the door creaked open. "What can I do for you, Naruto-kun?" asked the figure who stood at the door. Naruto was stunned for a few seconds, looking up at the man. Naruto once again started to get very nervous and uncomfortable, looking for the correct words to say to the man. Is Sasuke-chan home by any chance?" Naruto asked whilst looking at the floor, blushing slightly. The man chuckled for a second, which slightly irritated the boy. The man turned his back, looking inside the home. Naruto was wondering what on earth this man was doing when he heard, "Amuto, someone is here to see you." Naruto was stunned. Then this man in front of him had to be Itachi. Before Naruto could say anything, the man turned to him and said, "She'll be glad that you came for her. Just don't do anything indecent with my sister, you got that?" Naruto went bright red and Itachi just laughed loudly, seemingly enjoying teasing the young man. Sasuke finally arrived at the door, still in her night clothes. The sight of this made Naruto turn away in embarrassment. Sasuke screamed slightly and hid behind the door. Only her face was visible, which was covered completely by a deep red blush. "And Naruto-kun, what are you doing here so early?" she stuttered quietly. Her voice was barely recognizable under Itachi's roaring laughter. Sasuke's embarrassment shifted to anger. She glared evilly at her older brother, who got the message and retreated into the house. "Sasuke-chan, would you like to Naruto stuttered. Looking away again, being unable to look at the girl. Regaining some composure, he asked, "Would you like to hang out with me today? Just the two of us?" Naruto could finally breathe. The hard part was over for him. Though Sasuke just stood there staring at him with wide eyes until a large thud was heard. The female Uchiha had passed out directly in front of the boy, who stood nervously waiting for someone to attend her. Itachi was the first person to respond to the noise and chuckled slightly. He invited Naruto to come in. He placed Sasuke on the couch. She was still out cold. Naruto and Itachi casually spoke to each other before Itachi caught the young blonde off guard, asking him, "Naruto-kun, what are your feelings towards my Amuto?" Naruto started twiddling his fingers, trying to calm himself down, to no avail. "So what are your feelings?" "Truthfully, I think I'm falling for her. I used to give her kisses on the forehead and so forth because she was so cute in my eyes. But recently, every time I look at her, my heart races. I've never been in a relationship as I have never felt the need. But it's different now. She's different. Unlike my fans who see that I'm the son of the Hokage or this year's Rookie of the Year, she sees me different. I have noticed this for a while. So to answer your question, Itachi, I like your sister more than any girl I have ever met," Naruto replied to Itachi, who smiled at the boy. "I'm glad. Most people would say that they are in love. What you feel for my sister isn't love, but it can blossom into love. I'm happy that you told me your genuine feelings for my Amuto. You understand that you feel deeply for her, but it isn't the feeling of love. Someone your age wouldn't know love. But one day you will both share this feeling for one another. I can tell just how she speaks of you, Naruto-kun. You're very precious to her." "Really? Am I really precious to her?" Naruto asked hopefully to the older Uchiha, who nodded with a calm smile on his face. Naruto just looked at Sasuke's sleeping form and blushed simple. "She's so cute," Naruto muttered under his breath. Itachi overheard this but decided not to bring it up. Sasuke started to stir, eyelids scrunching. Seconds later, her eyes shot open. Witnessing Naruto, she blushed again. Itachi, sensing the atmosphere, left without a sound, leaving the two genin alone in the large living area. Sasuke-chan, do you want to hang out today? Naruto asked again. This time the girl didn't faint, she just turned to the boy and replied. Naruto-kun, I have training with father today, he won't let me out of it. I'm sorry. I will most likely be busy all this month, I wish I could. But well, Sasuke stammered. Naruto felt disappointed but realized he would have more chances afterwards. Approaching the female, Naruto crouched down. Now I level with the sitting Uchiha. Don't worry, beautiful. There's always time after the exams, right? Naruto asked hopefully. Sasuke nodded, smiling at the same time. Happy with her response, Naruto gave her a quick kiss, causing the young girl to blush deeply. See you soon, Sasuke-chan, he told her before disappearing from sight. Sasuke was left delicately touching her lips. Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, Minato and Jiraiya had just met up. Jiraiya had been on a recon mission for the last year and hadn't had contact with his former student in a while. Ah, Minato. I see you're as happy as ever. What's so important that I had to leave my post? Jiraiya asked his student, trying to be as serious as possible. Well, I have news on an old friend of yours. This perked Jiraiya's interest, which made Minato continue. Yes, Orochimaru is back, and from what I heard he is working for Akatsuki. What's worse about this situation is he's in Konoha now. He fought my son in the Forest of Death. My son survived, but Orochimaru was probably toying with him. I am sure there is something up that snake's sleeve. Minato finished. Jiraiya, upon hearing of Orochimaru's return in Konoha, started to get noticeably angry. If that snake is back in Konoha, he is obviously planning some sort of attack. Minato, I will be your guard during the Chunin exam finals. If he is back, he is obviously after your head, though you are fully capable of killing him. He must have something up his sleeve, otherwise he wouldn't attack you. Also order patrols around the village on the day of the exam. If he is going to strike, it will be on that day. There will be so many people from around the world entering our village. It'd be easy for him to enter undetected. Minato, we will not let that bastard hurt Konoha. Understand? Jiraiya told his former student. Now let's stop talking about this gloomy subject. How's you and your family? Jiraiya-sensei, I was already thinking that before you told me, but I'm glad you agree with my assumptions about my family. I'm doing fine as Hokage, nothing important has happened. Kushina has just been her regular self, but the best news is about Naruto. Naruto was proclaimed Rookie of the Year. He also has made it to the Chunin exam finals. It also seems as if he has a girlfriend who is part of the Uchiha clan's main house. He has also learned how to use Hiraishin whilst not perfected it still. Very good, especially for his age. Naruto unlocked Kushina's Dojutsu, and the most shocking thing is he unlocked the Kyuubi's chakra, and now is able to use it without completely losing his sanity. He really has become strong over the last year. Jiraiya-sensei, you would be proud of him. Jiraiya stood in shock from what Minato was saying. Naruto had really improved since he had been gone. Wait, Naruto learned Hiraishin and how to use the Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked, sounding puzzled, to which Minato chuckled slightly and nodded. So where's is he anyway? Bet he would like to see Jiraiya-san again. He is currently having the day off. I'm not sure when he'll be back, but he has a harsh training regime to work on. He needs speed for his first match in the finals. Seriously, there is a kid who can move as fast as Guy, or so I expect anyway. Just after Minato had finished talking, Naruto walked through the door, eyes widening. Jiraiya-san! The boy shouted, running over to the man who just embraced Naruto in a light-hearted hug. Where have you been over the last year? Did you come back to watch me fight in the Chunin exam finals? The boy asked excitedly. Yeah, Naruto, that's why I came back, Jiraiya lied. He didn't want to worry the boy, continuing. I have been on a secret mission that your father asked me to participate in, but enough about me, Naruto. I hear you've become pretty strong over the time I've been gone. Want to show me some of your new techniques? He asked curiously, to which Naruto nodded, exiting the building, instantly arriving at the training ground. Knowing where Naruto was headed, Minato and Jiraiya followed the boy. The training equipment had already been set up. Naruto was also wearing his leg weights. He wore them at all times, trying to increase his speed as much as possible. Jiraiya sat near a tree and pulled out an extendable telescope. Seconds later, perverted giggles were heard from Jiraiya's vicinity. Jiraiya-sensei, you're so lucky that I'm Hokage. Any other person in charge would have you sentenced for your acts. Could you please watch Naruto seriously? You did ask him to show you his techniques, so just keep your focus for 2 minutes please. Jiraiya looked dejected and cried mock tears, then signaled Naruto to continue. Naruto first executed his Hiraishin, which impressed Jiraiya to no end. A genin learning a Class S jutsu doesn't often happen. Then Naruto showed of his impressive taijutsu skills to the man. Impressive Naruto, I see your father's words of praise weren't over-exaggerated. Naruto, I have some research to get done now. I hope you understand. Well, I'll leave now. I'll be watching you, so don't disappoint. With that said, the man disappeared, and seconds later millions of screams were heard. Words such as pervert were shouted in the midst of the screams. Naruto and Minato clutched their heads tightly. We let the beast out of the cage, Naruto, Minato commented, to which Naruto nodded silently. 2 weeks later. Naruto, we have been training for 2 weeks now, and I am very impressed that you can execute 10 Hiraishin before feeling the strain. Now there is one more thing that I would like to teach you. This won't be as easy to learn, nor should it be used too much. It will be a trump card from now on, Minato told his son before executing a deadly jutsu that laid waste to 3 trees before it subsided. Rest of month. All of Team 7 had been training vigorously all month. Sakura even did training with Kakashi. She had improved a lot in ninjutsu now and could use her natural affinity. Sasuke had managed to pry her father out of some long-ranged fire jutsu. Her speed had also increased so much that she was now able to move at Lee's speed when he was wearing weights. The 2 females of Team 7 have been working themselves hard during the month, and when Naruto heard about Sakura's training, he actually gained a little bit of respect for the girl. Maybe she was becoming someone that he could rely on. Naruto currently stood tired in the middle of the training ground, panting hard before collapsing on his face. Well done, Naruto, you did it. Now to show Lee what you've really got, Minato spoke proudly, looking at his son's tired body. As Minato watched over his son's training, a man lurked in the shadows, licking his lips. Enjoy your last day, Minato, you too, Naruto-kun, because tomorrow your lives end. Show your skill on the grandest stage. It was the day of the Chunin exam finals. The whole town was silent, still sleeping, anticipating the battles of the genin this year. The main attraction was Naruto. Everyone wanted to see the son of the Hokage fight. It was truly going to be a brilliant day, thought the citizens of Konoha. Stars still covered the sky as a group of 3 stood together in deep discussion. Kabuto, please feel free to kill an Anbu. Once you're done, take his clothes and enter the arena. Your expertise will come in handy if anything goes wrong, Orochimaru told his most loyal subject. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, replied the silver-haired man as he turned to the 3rd member of the group. Remember your job. You are to attack when Orochimaru-sama orders. You do understand that, don't you? Kabuto asked the man in manner that sounded as if he was in command. What gives a brat like you the authority to speak down on me? You more word and I'll. The man roared loudly at the silver-haired man who was unfazed. You'll what? Shouted Kabuto back at the man who was ready to explode through anger. Kill you, Orochimaru cut in to finish off his terrorist's words. Kabuto, I know that you're a deadly opponent, but up against this man, let's just say you'd be dead in minutes. Now remember what I said to you all before. I'll tilt my Kazekage hat downwards, then flick it up instantly. That's when you strike. Kabuto, you have to be in the arena before I do this, Orochimaru ordered. Turning to the other man, Orochimaru gave him some final orders. The man, nodding to Orochimaru's words, left the scene instantly afterwards. Orochimaru and Kabuto were now alone together. Do you think he will succeed, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto queried his master. Not at all. He may be good, but there are still some fine ninja in Konoha. I just a mere distraction for my plan to succeed. Just a pawn for me to play with before I sacrifice him for my own glory, Orochimaru replied sadistically. Now I recommend you get some sleep, Kabuto. It's going to be a fun day and you don't want to wear yourself out, Orochimaru told his servant, who also disappeared into the night. Minato-kun, Naruto-kun, and all other who stand in my way. Watch out, because nothing will stop me. And have a weapon that not even you can beat. Morning finally broke. The young blonde awoke early. He needed to work through his final preparations for Lee. He was confident that he could beat anyone left in the competition. His only worry was Lee. Though Neji had deadly attacks, Lee was much faster and could pick Naruto off if he wasn't careful. The boy rushed through his morning routines. His father was also up bright and early. He had to host the finals, so he couldn't be late either. Naruto had one last thing to do this morning though. Rushing to his father's whereabouts, he quickly asked him, "Tusan, do you have the 10 kunai that enable me to do Hiroshin?" Minato smiled and pulled out a set of 10 tri-pronged kunai with the Hiroshin seal on it and handed them to his son. Naruto quickly imbued them with his chakra, so he was able to use them. "So have you thought through your strategy to fight Lee Naruto?" Minato asked his son curiously. Naruto could always make a strategy when he put enough effort into it, but he was curious to see what his son would say. "Actually, I have, and one of the main sections of it is all down to what you told me a month ago," Naruto told his father, who was now racking his brain. "What did I tell him a month ago?" The man thought to himself, straining every piece of his memory to no avail. He had no idea. Naruto inhaled his breakfast and left without a sound. He was going to go meet Sasuke that morning. Using his new gained speed to his full advantage, he arrived at the Uchiha residence in mere minutes. He walked down the long path towards the main house's mansion. No eyes were fixed on him today. They all knew of his bond with Sasuke, and no longer looked down on the non-Uchiha. Naruto reached the mansion, slowly knocking of the large door, only to have Itachi answer it with a large smile on his face. Naruto-kun, please come in. Sasuke will be ready in a few minutes. I guess that's why you're here unless you came to see me," he joked to Naruto, who just ignored his last comment and entered the mansion. "So Naruto-kun, I heard you're facing Rock Lee today. Are you confident that you can win this fight?" Itachi asked Naruto. He heard from Sasuke that Rock Lee was like a master at taijutsu, something that Naruto specialized in. However, Naruto was far from a master. Naruto looked down to his feet. Itachi, witnessing this, thought the worst before a cheeky smile appeared on the boy's face. "Itachi-san, I have a plan already thought out. Also, I have 2 new techniques that will shock everyone. Trust me. I am 100% sure that I will beat him," Naruto roared confidently, bringing a smile to Itachi's face. "You chose a good one, Sasuke," he thought as his sister entered the room. Naruto rose from his seat. "You ready to go, Sasuke-chan?" he asked eagerly. He noticed her clothes had changed. She still wore the same type of clothes, however her top was now white with black highlighting certain parts. On the back was the Uchiha crest. She now wore a black skirt. He stood admiring the girl whilst waiting for her to comply. Sasuke nodded and asked, "Are we gonna go then?" To the slightly entranced boy. Realizing that he was staring directly to her, she began to blush. Gripping his hand, she pulled him towards the door, so she wouldn't have to put up with Itachi's teasing, which was sure to happen anytime soon. Leaving the large mansion, Itachi shouted from inside, "You two have fun now," before chuckling slightly, causing Sasuke to make a weird huffing noise. If there was one person who could hit a nerve, it was Itachi. The two finally got out of the estate. Many low-ranked Uchiha took their time to stare at the couple. This didn't help solve Sasuke's nervousness when it came to her and Naruto. She was able to talk with him, but when it came to anything romantic, she froze up, and so many assuming eyes didn't help with it. "Sasuke-chan, do you have anything planned for Yujito?" Naruto asked curiously as Sasuke looked to her feet in shame. "I have no pre-made strategy to fight her, though I am much faster than a month ago. There wasn't much ways to combat her reflexes, so I'm just going to go with the flow during this fight. How about you, Naruto-kun?" Sasuke replied to the blonde genin, who just smiled. "This fight is in the bag. I can't allow myself to underestimate Lee though. His speed is truly formidable, so I have a whole strategy in place. I am just hoping he doesn't catch on. I have 2 things to show the crowd today, and they will be in awe when they witness it," Naruto told the object of his affection, who didn't doubt a single one of his words. "Well, I believe that you are most likely to win the entire tournament anyway." Naruto-kun. Sasuke expressed her personal opinion to the blonde boy, who just smiled at her and replied, "That's not true. If we both reach the finals, I'm not sure if I could bring myself to lay a finger on you." Sasuke blushed at his words, but at the same time felt infuriated. But instead of expressing this feeling, she just stayed silent. She was hoping for him to admit secret feelings or something for her. Though she doubted he possessed them, she never gave up hope. As the two walked through the town on their way to the stadium, everyone noticed them as the 2 genin that they had come to see. They didn't care for the other Konoha genin. They wanted to see the Hokage's son and the genius Uchiha female that they heard about. It didn't take much longer, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the arena. "Guess our genin days are about to end, Sasuke-chan." Naruto spoke optimistically to the girl, who just smiled at his confidence. "I'll take you out somewhere special when this is all over," he finished off. The words made Sasuke go completely red and slightly lightheaded. Naruto decided to hide the smile that he gave off when he saw her reaction. During the same time that the two genin had entered the arena, a silver-haired man was searching for an ANBU member. His prayers were answered when a lone ANBU agent had walked slightly too far from his patrol post. Kabuto, seizing his chance, pounced, killing the ANBU member swift and efficiently. He now had his disguise and was ready to commence his part of the plan. Sasuke and Naruto were the only people in the arena. It was still early and none of the special guests had arrived yet. Naruto took his chance to observe the arena before his match. He was enveloped by a weird feeling, a mixture of anxiety and excitement at the same time. "So you nervous?" Naruto asked to break the silence. Sasuke remained silent. Concentrating on the stadium as if someone was there, she shook of the feeling and turned to Naruto. "Kind of, I have this weird feeling about today, as if something is going to be disastrous and cause many pains for Konoha. I don't know what it is. It's just I can't shake the feeling of it away." She then looked up to the roof of a building nearby and shivered slightly. "What is this feeling?" The two waited for a while. After 2 hours of waiting, the stage was set. All the contestants were ready. The crowd was filled with anticipation. Many noblemen sat holding betting tickets. The electric atmosphere was pumped up by the names that were going to be on display. Offspring of respected families from around the globe were on show today. The Kazekage sat with a sick smile behind his mask, waiting for the time to strike. Minato stood up from his seat. The Kazekage sat still and silent. Two Konoha Jonin stood with Minato as he walked to the railing in front of him. Clearing his voice, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming here today to watch the Chunin Selection Exam Finals, which promises to have some enthralling battles for us all to enjoy. I wish not to delay everyone, so we will proceed with the matches immediately. Genma, to start us off, would you please announce the first match?" Genma coughed slightly to clear his throat and announced, "The first match will be Naruto Namikaze against Rock Lee. Would these two please remain on the field? All other genin participating must go stand in the viewing booth." The crowd started to roar instantly. The first match they were viewing was none other than the Naruto's, who was known due being the son of the Hokage. They were sure that they were going to gain big money on this fight. Meanwhile, Sasuke turned to Naruto with a concerned look. She knew how strong Lee was, and even though she had full confidence in the young blonde, she still couldn't rule out the possibility of him losing. "Don't worry, Sasuke. I won't lose," Naruto reassured the girl, then removed his trench coat and asked her, "Would you hold on to this for me, please?" Then he placed it on her, causing the girl to blush several colors of deep red as she left the field and began to ascend the steps up to the viewing booth. "So Lee, we finally fight. I have been so pumped up to fight you that I trained harder than ever before in the lead up to this fight. Also, I recommend you remove your leg weights, as otherwise you may not be able to keep up." Lee's jaw dropped. He had absolutely no idea how Naruto knew of his leg weights. He also knew Naruto wasn't an opponent who would just lie about not keeping up. Lee turned to the crowd. He saw Guy with his thumb up, signaling that he was allowed to remove the weights. The boy smiled widely and removed the giant weights and dropped them in front of him, which severely lowered the ground. A small crater lay in the center of the arena. Only a few weren't amazed by this. "Naruto-kun, I hope you aren't too confident. If you are, there is no way that you will defeat me." Lee then took his stance, waiting for Genma to start the match. Naruto did the same. They just stared each other down, awaiting the proctor's signal. It felt like hours for the two. To them, it felt like only they and the proctor was even in the arena. Everything was drowned out to the two taijutsu users. "Begin," announced Genma. The crowd came back into view for the two as they disappeared into thin air. The air seemed as if it was exploding with every hit these two fighters threw at each other. Naruto threw out a flurry of kicks at the green-clad ninja, but they were easily blocked by the boy. To everyone but these two, all they could see was the impact before it disappeared once again into nothingness. As the two fought it out in the sky, the crowd lay breathless. Naruto once again tried to use a variation of kicks on the boy, but they were all in vain. Once again they were blocked by Lee. Then, with a shift of pace, Lee went on the offensive. Two kicks at blistering speeds made contact with Naruto. Seconds later, the blonde was flying across the arena into the southern wall. Taking his chance, Naruto pulled out two three-pronged kunai and dug them into the wall's surface, then pushing himself off the wall, he went for Lee again. Naruto was now face to face with Lee again. He was just trying to keep Lee busy whilst he executed his plan. This time Naruto was a little more lucky. Both Lee and Naruto launched kicks at the same time. Both sides made contact against each other, but neither of them left their position. Less than a second later, they were on the ground fighting it out. The earth was cracking with each thunderous kick that they displayed. Naruto finally reached his next destination, the center of the arena. With that, he let loose a combination of kicks, whilst he threw a one-bladed kunai into the small crater that Lee's weights made. Then Naruto felt it, a strong right from Lee which sent Naruto flying into the air. The boy was starting to panic. He couldn't let Lee use the lotus or he was screwed. Lee appeared behind Naruto, shadow of the dancing leaf, Naruto thought. Lee smirked as his bandages left his wrists. Just as they were going to ensnare Naruto, he moved both his arms behind his back, then gripped Lee with his hands. Lee was confused on what this was supposed to gain, until Naruto kicked downwards, which allowed him to skillfully backflip away from the bandages. This was done in less than a second and allowed Naruto to escape to the arena floor. Then before Lee had time to look, Naruto shoved a three-pronged kunai into the western wall. Then he threw one into the northern wall. He just had the eastern wall left and he would be ready to execute the plan. Lee returned to the arena floor. No fatigue at all was shown in the boy's face. Good move back there, Naruto-kun. I swore I had you for a second there. Lee praised his opponent, who just smiled back widely. Well, if you executed the lotus on me, I would have been in big trouble, Naruto admitted to the older genin. I guess we should continue this, Naruto commented as he raced towards Lee again. The crowd sat confused. They had no idea what Naruto was doing and why he would plant kunai into the arena walls. They knew he had something planned, but they couldn't think of what it was. They were also confused that Naruto was being beaten so far. All the feudal lords had been informed of Rock Lee by their advisors before betting. They knew that Rock Lee was dead last only a year ago, so how could he be beating a prodigy? It amazed them to no end. Sasuke stood in the viewer's box silently praying for Naruto's victory whilst the others were commenting on how Naruto was getting destroyed by Lee. It didn't inspire much confidence for Sasuke, but she knew Naruto would pull through like he always does. The two genin had just finished another heated standoff. Naruto fared much better this time, landing 5 strong kicks to the boy's chest which sent Lee crashing down to earth. Naruto landed, throwing his kunai into the eastern wall. It was ready, but Naruto needed to pull Lee's final weapon out before he would execute it. Naruto rushed at Lee and shouted, "Dance of the Azalea," which caused Lee to jump upwards to avoid the leg swipe. Naruto propelled of his right arm to land a kick into Lee's gut, sending him skyward. Naruto then jumped up with him. "It's over, Lee," Naruto shouted as his foot made its way to Lee. "You're not getting me that easily, Naruto-kun," Lee declared as he braced himself for the kick. Just as he was about to be hit, he caught Naruto's flying leg and kicked upwards himself. Lee then used the power of this kick to make his way to the arena edge, pushing him back to Naruto, who was in the sky. "Shadow of the dancing leaf," Lee declared this time, catching Naruto. "I'll open the gates now," Lee thought as he opened then gates up to the third. He was now glowing with green chakra. "Reverse lotus!" he roared as they both descended towards the floor. It looked like a corkscrew. Green chakra rotated in a circular motion as they dropped, finally ending with a massive crash which caused the ground to shake and dust to rise. "Naruto-kun!" shouted Sasuke in a moment of utter panic. Minato rose from his seat in surprise, a look of horror shone on the man's face. "Naruto, you should have used your attack earlier. Are you an idiot or something?" He thought to himself. He was also scared of what sight he would see when the dust settled. "My money!" shouted most of the feudal lords as they saw their seemingly perfect bet get drilled straight into the ground by Lee's reverse lotus. The dust slowly settled. One person was able to be seen staggering in the dust. It faded, and that lone figure was Rock Lee. Naruto was on the ground, shivering slightly. The whole arena gasped as Sasuke screamed loudly as tears rolled down her face. "It's over, Naruto-kun," Lee stuttered weakly. "I guess the winner is Genma," announced before he was stunned by the sight. Naruto then disappeared into a puff of smoke, stunning the boy. He then looked down to see the center kunai disappear into smoke, and Naruto leapt up, kicking Lee towards the eastern wall. "Yes, it is for you, Hiroshin," Naruto shouted as he appeared at the eastern wall with a red glimmer of chakra behind him. He then smashed the broken Lee towards the western wall. Seconds later, Naruto had Hiroshin to western wall and shouted, "Elegant petals," which was Naruto kicking at Lee as if he was doing the lotus on the ground, spinning only his legs though as his body stayed stationary. The impact sent Lee to the northern wall, now completely unable to move. "Sorry, Lee, this is it." Naruto then unleashed a bone-breaking kick to Lee after using Hiroshin to get to the northern wall. Lee was now destined for the southern wall. Naruto's final move was about to unfold. Lee was desperately trying to do something, but the damage that the gates caused was too severe. Naruto appeared at the southern wall and kicked Lee into the air. Lee just floated as Naruto's hand started to be engulfed by a blue sphere. Then with his other hand Naruto pulled out the second kunai he implanted into the wall. It threw it above Lee. Naruto once again appeared in front of Lee in a red flash. Naruto was now above the helpless Genin. "Ari-Sengan!" roared Naruto as he plunged his hand into Lee's gut. Lee was surrounded in a massive ball as he flew towards the earth, landing so hard that a second crater was formed. Naruto was in the sky smiling as he fell. He was incredibly tired. Using his newfound speed was a tiring experience. Naruto collided with the ground. A bloody Lee lay in the earth as Naruto pulled himself to his feet. Panting, Naruto spoke out, "If you're wondering why your reverse lotus didn't work, it's because the kunai I dug into the ground was a shadow clone in Henge. I quickly used the replacement jutsu and then transformed into the kunai myself. By me giving the shadow clone extra chakra, it was able to fool you long enough. I need you to exhaust yourself from the gates, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to beat you with my final combo. However, you gave me the hardest challenge I have ever faced. I hope one day we can fight again." The crowd was roaring with appreciation, amazed that the boy was able to escape the reverse lotus and have a strategy for the entire fight. "Shadow clones come in real handy. You should use them more often, you know." So that's what Naruto meant this morning. He had a clone ready before the match and kept his chakra perfectly balanced so it would stay in existence. Minato thought to himself, pride welling up in his body. He thought his son was done for when that lotus seemed to have hit. Naruto picked the bloody Lee and carried him over to the medical team that was rushing its way through the main entrance to the arena. "Rematch sometime?" Lee stammered, receiving a smile and a nod from the blonde Genin. Now that Rock Lee had got his wish, he slipped into unconsciousness as he was carried away. Naruto turned to the steps, walking slowly towards them. The crowd was still chanting. The name Lee was being chanted insanely loud through appreciation. The support brought tears to Guy's eyes. Lee's wish for acknowledgement had seemed to come true. Everyone in the arena saw him as a great fighter, looking past his handicap of not being able to use genjutsu or ninjutsu. "Now, I wasn't expecting that," Kakashi commented. Sakura, Ino, Chuji, Tenten and Hinata nodded to the comment. Learning Hyrushin and the Rasengan in 1 month and being able to use it with perfect accuracy and skill. "Naruto, you never cease to amaze me. Heck, in a few years' time I'll be the one asking you for help, not the other way around," Kakashi mentally told himself. "Maybe I should finally unlock my cursed eye. No, unlock Obito's full power." Kakashi placed his hand over the masked left eye. "I want to help protect too when the time comes." Anko then appeared behind the masked man. Instantly realizing her presence, all he could murmur was, "I'm screwed." Naruto finally reached the steps and finished off with a wave. Turning around towards the steps, he felt something gripping him tightly. Looking down, he saw the raven-haired girl wearing a black trench coat which had white flames on it clinging to him. "I thought you were going to be seriously injured. Don't do something reckless like that again," she screamed in his chest. "Thank God you're all right," she murmured. A small, genuine smile came to Naruto's face from this. "Come on. I'm fine now. You have to be prepared for your match, don't you? I just hope you're smarter than me and don't do something that dangerous." Naruto diverted her attention. He took her hand and walked up the steps with her. "So, like my new moves?" Naruto got a slightly angry look back. "Maybe I should ask her when everything has calmed down." The two finally reached the booth. Naruto was met with congratulations and jealous looks from Gaara and Yujido. Naruto then took his coat back from the raven-haired girl. "Thank you for looking after that for me. I didn't say you could wear it though, did I?" Sasuke looked at the floor a little ashamed, but there was a noticeable blush. "Don't worry about it. That was my intention. It smells like you now," he teased, which caused the girl to get slightly irritated again. "Let's just watch the next match, okay?" Naruto asked, gaining a nod of agreement from the girl. "Would Shikamaru, Nara, and Temari please come down to the arena, please?" Genma asked. Temari, acting first, used her fan to hover down to the arena. "Why do I have to fight a girl?" Shikamaru thought to himself. "I crap, if someone doesn't do something, Shikamaru will forfeit for sure." Naruto thought to himself. Seconds later, Naruto lured Shikamaru to the edge and pushed him off. Just a little push. Naruto joked. Shikamaru was not happy though. Shikamaru was lying down on his back, staring at the clouds with an uninterested expression on his face, thinking about how he wished he was a cloud, then he wouldn't have to fight. The sight of the boy irritated Temari greatly. For some reason there was no enthusiasm, no passion, No will to fight her. Why don't you want to fight? Screamed Temari as she swung her fan, violently sending razor-sharp winds towards Shikamaru. It took less than a second, but the vicinity where the wind hit was covered by a thick dust. I didn't say you could start, but I suppose I can let this slip, Genma commented to Temari, who smiled sadistically. The dust settled. A form of a man above ground was seen. When it finally cleared, everyone saw Shikamaru standing on a kunai that he dug into the wall. He's fast, thought Temari nervously. If you didn't attack, I would have just forfeited the match. But now I can't let myself be shown up by a girl. Especially one that's as crazy as you, commented Shikamaru. Temari snapped once again, sending windstorms towards the boy, who just retreated into the nearby trees. So you say or those words and you retreat? How pathetic, commented Temari, sending a windstorm towards the trees. The winds were so powerful that the ground was actually being sliced, creating trenches. Shikamaru will defeat her, that's for sure, commented Asuma. Everyone was shocked by his statement, so he continued. Shikamaru is just psyching Temari out. You may be surprised, but he is actually a super genius with an IQ of over 200. He only had low grades because it was tiring to work, or so he told me. And if there is one thing Shikamaru can do, it's make a strategy. I should know. I have never beat him at shogi. Once he finishes thinking, he will be able to calculate 200 moves ahead of his opponent. Just you watch. Everyone waited eagerly to see if Asuma wasn't over-exaggerating or if he was telling the truth. The jonin close to Asuma just began to look at Shikamaru, doubting Asuma's words. Shikamaru went on the offensive using his shadow possession, but it wasn't working at all. Temari had worked out the exact distance that his shadow could stretch and was now ready to strike. Seconds later, Shikamaru formed a seal that no one had ever seen before. It even stopped Temari in her tracks. Whilst the crowd watched in anticipation, Kabuto finally entered the arena, standing in the southern block. He was just waiting for his moment now. I guess you won, Naruto-kun. Otherwise you wouldn't be in the booth. Congratulations for now, but your happiness will be short-lived. Kabuto then laughed quietly. Shikamaru opened his eyes and drew a kunai out from his pouch and placed it on the floor. He then created a makeshift parachute that would give him more distance with his shadow. He then activated Shadow Possession Jutsu. Unluckily enough for him, his attack didn't reach Temari. She was now in one of the craters that Naruto made and placed her fan on the floor in front of her. I'll use a clone, then walk around the fan. Once it gets caught, I'll attack and destroy him once and for all, thought Temari, but suddenly she was unable to move. Shikamaru looked down, which controlled Temari, making her do that too. She saw the entire area of the crater full of his shadow. How? She shouted at the boy, who smiled, reaching down on the floor to pick up his kunai. All that Temari picked up was dirt. I wanted you to make trenches on the ground, making it harder to follow my shadow's movements. Once you landed in the crater, it didn't matter anymore because that crater has part of the wall's shadow in it. Thus I could fill the entire crater with my shadow, Shikamaru finished off. The entire crowd was stunned and Asuma was now smoking a cigarette. Shikamaru walked to the side. Now both Temari and Shikamaru were face to face. Shikamaru threw the kunai he had picked up straight at Temari. Just before it hit, Ganma spat his sunbon, deflecting the kunai away. Winner is Shikamaru Nara, announced Ganma. The crowd were roaring. They didn't expect that to happen. The only thing that they were annoyed about was the fact that they lost money due to they bet on Temari at the last second. By the way, that kunai was never going to hit her. I may find girls like her annoying, but I still couldn't fatally injure her. It's not my style, commented Shikamaru as he walked away. A stunned Temari stood still, blushing slightly. I was outsmarted by a lazy, sexist guy? This is the first time I have ever been defeated, and to him, how? She thought as she walked to the stands. Well done, Shikamaru. I wasn't expecting that, but once again you surprised the world with your brilliant enthusiasm, joked Naruto as Shikamaru just walked lazily past him and fell asleep on the wall. Was it something I said? Gaara was looking at Neji with a sick smile on his face. It wasn't who he wanted to kill the most, but he knew Neji was strong. Thus his blood would taste nice after he crushed him in the sand. Everyone felt the aura that Gaara was emitting, and it made everyone feel uneasy. Would Gaara and Hyuga Neji please come down to the arena, asked Genma. The two complied. After a minute or so the two were finally ready to start. Gaara was just itching to kill the Hyuga and Neji was standing still, cool and composed as before. Okay, begin. Neji activated his Byakugan and finally noticed there was pure killing intent in his opponent's eyes. Neji was noticeably shaken. It was the first time that the Hyuga who were present had seen this. Hyuga! Yes, I think mother will settle with your blood for now. Gaara snapped out, sending his sand towards the white-eyed genin. Neji, using his nimble body, avoided the sand easily and pounced straight at Gaara. Looks like you're all talk. 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Niji as his index and middle fingers on each hand dug into Gaara exactly 64 times. It's over, Niji declared whilst his eyes were looking downwards. He then noticed something. Blood was dripping to the floor. Looking up, he noticed the blood was coming from his left hand. Niji then felt the pain. Just after Niji's attack, Gaara controlled his sand around Niji's hand as crushed it. Due to Niji's concentration was completely focused on the match, he didn't even notice the pain. Seconds later, Niji pushed away from Gaara, clenching his hand, feeling the pain. It was throbbing whilst gushing with blood. Niji saw an uninjured Gaara and just thought to himself in a panic, how isn't he affected by my attack? Gaara sent his sand back towards Niji, who was now completely on the defensive, trying to dodge everything. His attacks weren't working and he needed to find a way to get around Gaara's defense. Niji decided that he would just have to hit a concentrated spot where the chakra was weakest in his sand armor. His Byakugan granted him this insight, but he still needed to avoid Gaara's sand. He was currently unable to move forward without a risk to his life, so he decided he would dodge constantly until he finally managed to reach the sand fortress that was Gaara. Niji darted forward, sidestepping one tendril of sand. He then used his reflexes to flip over the next one. He was now close enough. He concentrated his power and managed to disable one of Gaara's chakra points, which was noticeably seen on Gaara's face because the evil grin turned to worry for a slight second. Only someone with the Byakugan could notice the subtle change, and this gave Niji a glimmer of hope. "You will die!" shouted Gaara. Seconds later, it was clear that the speed of his sand had increased. It was now incredibly fast. Niji could hardly dodge it now. Gaara was laughing as the sand tore everything apart, darting at the genin. Niji pushed of the wall and flew towards Gaara, landing straight in front of him. "If full frontal attacks don't work, maybe I can grind away your shield. Heavenly spin!" roared Niji just before he went into a spinning motion. As he spun, a blue dome appeared around the boy. The attack ripped straight through Gaara's sand shield and hit him cleanly, sending the sand genin flying backwards. "It should be over now," Niji announced. Seconds later, the crowd was screaming with appreciation. However, the crowd was silenced by a loud, sickening laugh. Niji's eyes widened as he turned to see a fully standing Gaara. "Now you will die, Hyuga." Gaara's sand approached the boy, covering every inch of Niji's body. Desert Funer dash. "Heavenly spin!" shouted Niji as the sand scattered off the boy. "You won't beat me like that," Niji announced, but this was met with Gaara's laughter once again. The sand took shape as Niji was slowing out of his spin. It clung to the boy's legs. "Desert funeral!" shouted Gaara as the sand crushed Niji's legs, blood splattering everywhere. Gaara continued to laugh sadistically. His sand was now blood-stained as Gaara continued his torture. Gaara's sand had enveloped both of Niji's arms. "Aren't we having fun?" "Desert funeral!" Gaara attacked once again, this time crushing Niji's arms. The boy had now collapsed on the floor, and the sand was enveloping his body again. "This match is over!" shouted Ganma. But Gaara wouldn't listen. He just turned to Ganma and laughed, sending a separate tendril of sand towards the proctor, who had to avoid it. The crowd was now in a panic, and the Hokage stood up. The Kazekage remaining still moved his hands slightly. "Now die, Niji Hyuga!" Desert Funer dash. The whole crowd was panicking. The civilians suddenly became tired and started to drop off to sleep. Kabuto and other invading ninja were using the genjutsu that was causing this. "Stop that, you psychotic bastard!" screamed Naruto. He grabbed one of his Hiraishin kunai and threw it over to Gaara and teleported in a red flash to him. "I told you, didn't I? Stop it, you bastard!" Rasengan. The impact sent Gaara into the wall. It wounded Gaara's shoulder and blood was pouring down his body. Gaara started to scream as the sand disappeared off Niji. At that second, the Kazekage did the sign, and seconds later explosions were heard. Looking to the side, Minato could see the gates of Konoha had exploded and a lone figure was approaching the stadium via air. Yujito noticed that Gaara was hurt. She had a duty and she had to fulfill it. As Naruto approached Gaara ready to finish him, Yujito swooped down and retreated with the boy. Naruto chased after them. "Stop him at all costs. It's an invasion!" screamed Minato. Naruto looked up and nodded. "Sasuke, come on!" shouted Naruto. Instantly, Sasuke jumped down and ran over to the boy. "Hold tight," Naruto instructed as he grabbed the girl and chased after them at lightning speed. Sand ninja started entering the stadium, forcing Kakashi, Guy, and the other Jonin senseis to get involved. Kakashi, noticing that Sakura was awake, instructed her to follow Naruto and Sasuke and to help out if need be. "Remember, Sakura, you're able to look after yourself now, so go." Sakura nodded and started to move in the direction that Naruto and Sasuke took off in. The Kazekage stood up, so Minato-kun, it looks like it's seconds later, the Jonin that was standing next to Minato grabbed the Kazekage and threw him onto a nearby roof. Just as I planned, Hokage-sama, commented the Jonin. What's this? Orochimaru thought to himself as he crash-landed on the nearby roof. The Jonin jumped up and was face to face with Orochimaru now, who had removed the robes and was looking at the man. Sound for make a barrier. Seconds later, there was a purple barrier surrounding the two. So who are you? Orochimaru asked whilst licking his lips. There's no point in me hiding it now. Seconds later, the man dropped out of henge and was face to face with the snake Sannin. I'll finish this, Orochimaru. The village had giant clouds of smoke arising from fires caused by the airborne ninja. The man finally reached the arena and dropped a bomb towards the ground. An ANBU member looked up and got ready to strike. The man high in the sky only had 4 words to say, "Art is a blast." Battle of the Jinchuriki. Not every fight has a happy ending. The sky was pitch black, the sun completely blocked by the rising smoke. Konoha was desperately fighting with all its might. The stadium was full of sand ninja. The ANBU member who was poised to strike the flying terrorist decided to make his own path, taking out 20 ninja in less than a second. Kakashi was amazed with the ninja's skill before slaughtering 3 ninja. The ANBU jumped out of the stands, over the railings separating the stands from the arena. He flew through the sky, slicing up the bomb that the terrorist dropped. What shocked the flying ninja was the fact that the bomb didn't explode afterwards, causing him to scream with rage. "What the fuck did you do to my art?" screamed the man. The ANBU member looked up at him, removing his mask slowly. "Ah, I can see a little better now," chimed the ANBU ninja as the terrorist just twitched his eye slowly, who knew exactly who he was dealing with now, and that scared him more than anything. "Your dash," said the terrorist, slightly shaken. "Yes, Itachi Uchiha, I was expecting more from someone of your reputation, Deidara. I heard that you were so good that anyone could count on your services. Don't tell me you thought you could crumble Konoha. How naive of you. Well, no matter, I'll finish this quick for you." Itachi spoke before appearing on top of Deidara flying statue. Itachi kicked the man flying to the arena floor before following Deidara. Itachi decided to destroy his art, injecting lightning chakra through its body, causing it to crumble to dust. "This is art. More like crap in my opinion," mocked Itachi as he landed gracefully. "You bastard, I'll kill you!" screamed Deidara whilst holding to miniature spiders. He threw them to the right and left of Itachi. "Katsu," shouted Deidara as too many explosions went off around Itachi. Deidara just looked at the smoke and laughed heavily. "My art will not be mocked by anyone," he screamed, but just as he finished, a strong right punch sent him into the arena wall. Itachi just looked down at his opponent. "You seriously thought you could beat me with such a jutsu? Deidara-san, you are pretty pathetic, aren't you? Not only do you fail at your job, you also make the worst art I have ever seen. I haven't even tried to be serious, and here you are struggling to fight me," Itachi taunted whilst activating his Manjikyu eyes. "Maybe this will teach you a lesson." Seconds later, the sound of screams filled the arena. Deidara was caught in Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Knowing that he wouldn't escape, Itachi went to go help defend the village. Though short, it was the longest fight I have had in a long time. Itachi smirked as he charged into a pile of sound and sand ninja. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke darting through a dense forest. They had been chasing Gaara and Yujito for around 5 minutes, and they still hadn't caught up, which amazed the blonde due to the fact that he was the fastest genin in the village and faster than most chunin and jonin, yet he couldn't catch the fleeing cat. Yujito darted through the forest at her true speed whilst holding the recuperating Gaara. "If I hadn't been ordered to, I wouldn't be saving you right now. Gaara, you are so evil, I wish I could kill you right now. But the village ordered that I had to look out for you, something to do with a debt to Suna which had to be repaid. I just hope I can return to my jonin duties soon," she thought to herself before whispering a name quietly under her breath before placing her hand over her chest. "I'll be home soon." "Sasuke-chan, don't you think it's weird that our tenants told us to attack Gaara and Yujito when we first met them? Now that I think about it, Kyubi was saying something around the lines of kill him, he's..." Before I cut him off, I know there is something weird about them too. Sasuke remained quiet. She was currently talking with the raven. Suddenly Naruto heard Sasuke gasp out of shock. "Sasuke-chan, what is it?" Naruto asked, sounding slightly worried whilst keeping his concentration on moving forward. "Gaara and Yujito are just like us." The words made Naruto's eyes widen. He gulped loudly. Gaara contains the one-tailed Shikaku, whilst Yujito contains the two-tailed Nibi. They are Jinchuriki just like us. This isn't going to be some walk in the park, Sasuke replied, voice slightly trembling. How am I supposed to beat someone who can move as fast as you, Naruto-kun? She asked. Clear negativity was shown in her voice. Sasuke-chan's speed doesn't determine the outcome of the battle. Think about it, you're the only one who can fly. That scares me to death. How would I deal with you? Also, I'm sure that you'll come out of this victorious, as you always do. Please don't do anything reckless. I know that's funny coming from me, but could you promise me, please? Naruto pleaded towards the raven-haired girl. She nodded. Due to the fact that Naruto was carrying her on his back, he knew he'd answer. She moved around and kissed him on the cheek, causing the boy to blush and stumble, nearly falling off the branches. I love getting affection of Sasuke-chan, but could you calm yourself please when I'm driving? Naruto laughed, causing Sasuke to go quiet instantly. Her face was red with embarrassment and a slight joy. Love. Yujito was still keeping up the pace. She felt Gaara fidget, causing her to sigh with relief that she didn't have to carry him anymore. When the boy gained full consciousness, he roared with excitement. I've never been wounded before, so this is what it feels like to fight with a strong opponent. He snickered sadistically to himself. Come on, Naruto Namikaze. Where are you? I'll tear the flesh from your bones and bathe in your blood. He screamed out as his body was enveloped by sand. He was transforming into Shikaku, ever so slowly, waiting for his chance to prove his existence. Yujito was slightly shaken by the boy's action. She looked at him and felt a weird sense of fear. She was a Jinchuriki too, and she still feared Gaara. So this is true killing intent? Nibi, is this alright? He won't attack me, will he? She asked the Nibi. Shikaku is probably one of the most insane bijou. Unlike him, I am very level-headed. The same goes for the blasted raven. How I'd love to rip its wings to shreds. Sorry, as I was saying, I am very level-headed and calm. This Gaara kid wouldn't stand a chance if he attacked you. Remember, you're a jonin, just disguising yourself as a genin. I'm surprised you were able to hold back so much, especially against that Tenten. If you desired, she would have been down mere milliseconds after the proctor signaled the match. Kitten, you will be fine. The only person I believe that can stand up to us in the whole stupid tournament was that Naruto kid. That Sasuke girl stands no chance against you, and wouldn't it be fun to attack the raven? The Nibi told her container. Thought you were calm, Nibi, and now you're saying let's attack the raven? Seriously, you have some issues. But you're right, no one will oppose me. I am here to guard the Jinchuriki known as Gaara. Once the invasion is complete, I can do as I please. And Nibi, just because you say someone isn't a threat doesn't mean we go easy on them. That girl actually caught me, which was a first. It's funny, even if I do get defeated, she won't let anyone harm me. I know that she is here somewhere. You have too much faith in that girl, Yujito, just because she is stronger than you. But what am I saying? I suppose she could beat me too. There are bijou that have been beaten by humans before. Even so, don't think that girl is your guardian angel, kitten. But one thing is correct, the girl is here somewhere in this forest. She is kind of like a stalker. Nibi replied. She isn't a stalker, she's well, not. She has been my best friend for years. Seriously, she is like S-rank ninja. I remember our first Chunin exam. She ended up facing me in the final. How humiliating was that I was frozen instantly. She told the Nibi whilst chuckling slightly. It's not funny to be beaten by anyone. Bet you were just going easy on her because you didn't want to hurt her. The Nibi accused Yujito playfully. That's it, Nibi, I'm not speaking to you until you stop. Also, if you continue, I won't play with you. She then held out a pile of rope and approached Nibi's cage. This can be used for many things, Yujito joked before cutting of her talk with the Nibi. Bitch, the Nibi mumbled to herself. Nibi had an interesting point. Maybe I will fight that Sasuke girl. When this invasion is done, I might go for Gaara. That's if he can even withstand that Naruto kid. This is going to be interesting, Yujito thought as she stood on a branch, staying cautious of Gaara and the approaching ninja. It was obvious that there would be pursuers, and she knew exactly who would be coming. It was obvious. Naruto continued to dart forward, finally encountering the two waiting ninja. Naruto looked straight at Gaara in his half-Jinchuriki form and felt cold for a second. Then he turned his gaze to Yujito. She'll be even harder, I believe, but I must deal with Gaara first, otherwise I might not be able to fight Yujito without constantly looking for Gaara. Maybe me and Sasuke should work together in this. He thought to himself. Sasuke-chan, you ready for this? Naruto asked calmly. He only received a nod from the girl, who was now asking the raven for some chakra. She knew that somehow her and Naruto would break apart during the fight and have to fight singularly, and even though she didn't like relying on the raven, she had no choice this time. Raven, please, can I have some chakra? Just enough that would enable to fly and possibly carry Naruto at the same time? She asked her bijou. Sasuke, are you sure about this? You will require at least 2.5 taels of my chakra to do that. It will strain your body if you do so, replied the raven, slightly worried for her master. Just please, Sasuke asked, and reluctantly the raven started filling Sasuke with chakra. Seconds later, Sasuke had long black wings which rose above her shoulders. Her body was now blanketed by a dark chakra aura. I guess she's ready, Naruto thought to himself as he darted at Gaara. Show no fear, he told himself as he charged towards the boy, who extended his whole arm towards the boy, who jumped away at the last second. I waited for this. Are you sure you're not going easy on me, Naruto? Gaara complained angrily as Naruto stormed underneath him, delivering a bone-crunching kick to Gaara's face, quickly retracting before his foot was sucked in by Gaara's sand. Gaara smiled sadistically. He seemed to be pleased. Sasuke and Yujito were just looking at each other as if nothing else around them existed. A flood of killing intent washed through the area. Yujito got down on all fours and pounced like a cat towards the stunned Sasuke. Just as Yujito was about to slash her, Naruto popped up and kicked the Jinchuriki away. What are you doing, Sasuke? Screamed Naruto at a still Sasuke. She may try to look brave, but she's terrified, thought Naruto sadly. Fine, looks like I'll have to do all this alone. At this rate you'll get in the way. Naruto then looked away and smiled. He just knew what she would do next. What do you mean, get in the way? She screamed at Naruto, sounding upset by the remark. It was met by a laughing Naruto. She then realized he did it to snap her out of her trance. You kicked Yujito over there, right? Sasuke asked, pointing over to a tree with snapped branches obvious from human impact. When Naruto nodded, Sasuke jumped off her branch and flew downwards towards Yujito. Guess we have to do our own fight solo, Sasuke remarked. Naruto turned round and nodded. We won't lose. I'll defeat Gaara and come to you. Please don't worry about me at all, I'll take care of him, shouted Naruto. A slight noise was heard and Naruto smiled. Go kick that bitch's ass, Sasuke shouted before charging at Gaara. Sasuke had just flew down. Debris from the tree was found on the forest soil. Yujito was nowhere to be found. Less than a second later, a blur dashed through the trees straight to Sasuke. She tried to retreat to the sky, but the blur had already grabbed her. Yujito, now having captured her prey, unleashed a scorching fire jutsu into Sasuke's chest, sending her toward the earth. It was as if she was already defeated. What's with her power? Sasuke thought to herself. Yujito pounced of her branch. Sharp chakra claws were dropping down to Sasuke, knowing she couldn't run. Sasuke made herself drop faster, then using one of her arms pushed herself off the ground and out of the way of Yujito's attack. It caused Sasuke to feel pain in her right arm. She had no doubt fractured her left arm, but it was a small price to pay to escape Yujito. The cat landed hissing at the injured bird. It looked at Sasuke with feline curiosity in its eyes. Yujito disappeared from sight. However, this time Sasuke was ready. She turned around, instantly firing her great fireball jutsu, and even though Yujito's bijou used fire, it still stung bad. A slight cry emanated from the cat's mouth before it got back up instantly. You know, I was really expecting something more from you. I didn't think you would beat me, but I thought you could give me more of a challenge than this, Yujito mocked. Maybe this will inspire you to work a little harder. Yujito purred as she took a long breath. Sensing the danger, Sasuke retreated to the sky as a long stream of fire broke through the forest's trees. Looking below, Sasuke saw the charred earth and gulped. If that scares you, little girl, you stand no chance. Naruto was finding his fight much easier. Gaara had immense power, but his speed was nowhere near Naruto's. Because of this, Gaara hadn't even got a hit on Naruto yet, who was just dodging him with ease, infuriating the red-haired genin. Why don't you attack me, Naruto Namikaze? You too scared to face me head-on? Screamed Gaara. Something snapped in Naruto at that point. Gaara, looking up, realized that Naruto had disappeared from view and started rotating on the spot looking for the boy. Great tornado jutsu, Naruto roared, as a tornado composed of wind chakra blades approached Gaara. The boy, however, just laughed and sent his sand chakra claw at the tornado. Before subsiding, the tornado managed to cut apart Gaara's arm, much to the surprise of the redhead, who finally transformed into his full mini Shikaku form. He was completely covered in sand. His face was now animalistic. His eyes were bright yellow with a black star inside of them, and weird blue lines covered parts of the sand. That enough for ya? Asked Naruto sarcastically as he appeared behind the shocked Gaara. Rasengan dash. But before Naruto could finish off, one of Gaara's claws had gripped Naruto tightly and began to squeeze his body. The sound of his ribs cracking echoed through the trees. Sasuke was currently being pursued by Yujito. However, Sasuke found a way to avoid Yujito in such a large forest. She used her agility to fly between the trees, using them to obstruct Yujito so she could execute an attack. Sasuke saw the trees in a blur and activated her Sharingan for enhanced vision. With her Sharingan activated, she was able to avoid all the trees with ease. When she finally got far enough from Yujito, she sent thousands of black chakra feathers in her direction. Each one ripped through anything that it came in contact with. It caused a domino effect on the surrounding trees. They kept toppling over, forcing Yujito to jump high in the sky and leave herself open. Naruto finally had enough. Gaara's speed seemed to have increased. He was stuck in the boy's grasp. First of all, he activated his Sakugan, and due to the fact that a bijou was just a massive quantity of chakra, he was able to sense wherever Gaara was. He decided to hold off until Gaara took a full form so it would be easier to use it. Naruto, grabbing one of his remaining Hiraishin kunai, threw it out of Gaara's reach and commented, "See you in a second." Before disappearing in a red flash. When Naruto was safe, he wrapped his arm around his ribs for a few seconds before charging back at the insane Gaara. Sasuke, seizing her opportunity, flew at the open Yujito, screaming, "Kaizuki!" The attack pierced the cat's shoulder. Yujito could only scream in agony as she fell down to the pile of toppled trees before landing. Yujito managed to land perfectly on the trees. The wound was healing slowly, but an obvious look of panic was on her face. "So cats really do always land on their feet?" Sasuke asked curiously. Yujito just laughed slightly. "That's quite funny. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful attack in your arsenal. I'm slightly impressed," the cat joked, looking up at the raven. "I guess I'm going to have to ask for more power. Face the true power of a bijou when it's controlled properly," shouted Yujito. She now had two tails but didn't transform into the giant cat. She was the same size, except she now possessed two tails and a more cat-like appearance. Before Sasuke had noticed, Yujito slashed her from behind. "How? I was in the sky. You shouldn't have been able to reach me," Sasuke asked as she fell towards the earth, a massive cut down her back. Sasuke hit the trees at full speed, causing her to let out an injured cry. "I can't fly, but I can jump. You should take more notice of your surroundings," Yujito replied before licking her chakra paw. Sasuke managed to pull herself to her feet, but a constant stinging sensation was felt. The wound had healed, but her skin was scarred and the pain remained. The only difference was she wasn't going to lose any more blood. "So you stood up. I should give you more credit," Yujito chimed. Naruto was once again behind Gaara, but this time dodged the claws with ease. "You're never going to hit me with that." "Not when my eyes are activated," Naruto replied cockily. Before he knew it, he was caught in Gaara's sand shuriken and was slammed into a nearby tree. Gaara then extended his claw towards Naruto's body, but just as he was about to make contact, Naruto dodged, forcing Gaara's claw to be lodged in the tree. Gaara then tried to use his other arm, however Naruto jumped on top of the arm and ran down it towards Gaara. "This time I won't miss." "Rasengan!" shouted Naruto, slamming a Rasengan directly into Gaara's face. The impact was so strong that Gaara's claws were ripped out of the tree and finally followed Gaara. Naruto then used Hiraishin to appear right next to the fallen body of Gaara. "How are you doing this? And oh, one has ever hurt me, and here today you have hurt me twice. Naruto Namikaze, I always looked forward to this. The day someone worthy of killing appeared," Gaara roared as he began to grow. Now a massive figure of sand was towering over the entire area. The One-Tails had been released and its roar caused the earth to shake, sending Naruto to the floor. "So now it's time to kill you," the beast roared. "Force sleep jutsu." With this, Gaara fell asleep and Shikaku took over. "Yes, it's been so long since I was free," Shikaku shouted in joy. Naruto caught his eye. "I'll start with you." As Shikaku said this, a large quantity of sand flew for Naruto, who was now on the defensive, panicking slightly in his mind. In Konoha, Kakashi and Guy were fighting off large quantities of ninja with ease. Though Kakashi wouldn't admit it, he was actually having fun. He was glad that his smile was blocked by his mask. "So how many have you beat, Kakashi?" asked Guy whilst raising his thumb up and letting out a sparkling smile. Kakashi just sighed to himself, but Guy was deadly serious. 34, replied Kakashi just after beating 2 ninja. He heard a laugh that sounded as if he was proud. "Guy, what the hell are you doing?" Kakashi asked out of anger. "I have beat 35, my eternal rival," Guy replied before using his deadly taijutsu to take out another 2 ninja. "I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are doing. I hope they're safe," Kakashi thought to himself before slaughtering another 4 ninja. "Well, back to work." In the forest. Sasuke and Yujito looked horrified at the sight of Shikaku. Naruto-kun. Sasuke thought to herself, expecting the worst. Well, now the Shikaku is out, your little Naruto-kun doesn't stand much of a chance. Yujito told Sasuke, causing Sasuke to snap before Yujito could move. Sasuke sent her black chakra feathers towards Yujito, then shouted, Yamaten, Dark Bind. The attack rooted Yujito to the spot, forcing her to take the full brunt of the attack, but Sasuke wasn't done and screamed, Great Fire Dragon. Whilst Yujito couldn't move, she was engulfed by a dragon of flames. She screamed in agony as fire continued to burn her. Finishing of her attack, Sasuke moved in close and punched Yujito powerfully in the jaw, sending her flying. Speak like that about Naruto-kun and you die, Sasuke commented before flying over to where Naruto was. As Yujito's body lay broken on the cold earth, she twitched and pulled herself to her feet, growling loudly and pouncing in the direction of Sasuke. Sasuke was rushing towards where Naruto was soaring through the trees at blinding speeds. Naruto sensed a huge amount of chakra closing in on him before smiling. Sasuke, think you can get me away from the sand? Asked Naruto jokingly. Sasuke nodded to his words and swooped down, picking up Naruto. Get onto my back, my arm hurts terribly, Sasuke asked, trying not to sound bossy. Naruto complied and climbed up her body, causing her to blush deeply. Watch where you're putting your hands, she protested. Naruto could only come out with a sorry. He finally was standing on her back. You sure you can carry me, Sasuke? The boy asked, sounding slightly worried, noticing the large scar on Sasuke's back. So did you pick this up just now? Sasuke nodded, trying to ignore the pain in her back. So you beat her? Naruto, I can carry you. The raven gave me enough chakra to support you. Because I can't support you with my weight, I used the raven's chakra. And about Yujito, I think I have, however my attack may not have been as effective as I hoped. Now Naruto, do you have a plan for this situation? Sasuke asked before letting out a short cry. Before Naruto could finish, a quick yes was said by Sasuke. Sighing, Naruto continued. Let's not call it a plan, but I used up 5 kunai against Lee. I used 1 just now, leaving me with 4. I am hoping with your help I might be able to get on his head. Then I'll take out Gaara's still body. I'm not sure if it'll work, but at least I get to pound him in some more, joked Naruto. I suppose I can get there, just don't take too long. My Sharingan can't predict movements as fast as his yet, Sasuke told Naruto honestly, who just smiled. Sasuke, fly to the left of him. That's all I need you to do. I have always wanted to try diving in the sky, Naruto said as Sasuke reached her destination. I'll finish him now, Naruto shouted, jumping of Sasuke's back. First he threw one of his kunai directly downwards. Shikaku used his arm to block it. Then he threw one towards Shikaku's chest, forcing it to use his right arm to block it. Then he threw a kunai onto Shikaku's left shoulder and used Hiraishin to teleport there. Fox, give me some chakra please. Just enough for me to run to his face. My last Hiraishin if for my escape, Naruto pleaded. Without even commenting, the fox lent Naruto some power. Just as that happened, Shikaku's right claw flew towards Naruto, causing a huge cloud of sand to appear. Naruto-kun! Screamed Sasuke as she witnessed this. I don't think this is the time for you to worry about anyone else, shouted a familiar voice. Looking down, Sasuke saw Yujito firing a beam of chakra at her. She didn't have time to dodge. The beam pierced her shoulder and right wing. Sasuke fell down into the earth. Timing herself perfectly, Yujito dashed straight into Sasuke with her claws, disabling Sasuke's left arm and wing. Sasuke led helplessly against a tree, writhing in pain. The cat has finally cornered its prey. Blood ran down Sasuke's arms, a small pool of blood below her. She tried desperately to fly away, but she couldn't. Yujito walked slowly over to the girl and sunk her chakra claws into Sasuke's arms further. She pulled Sasuke into a tree branch and dropped her there. She then jumped onto a branch facing Sasuke directly. Last time my attack wasn't at full power. Now that you can't move, it's over, Yujito shouted as she began to charge up her most powerful attack. Sasuke just squirmed but managed to get to her feet. Shikaku was realizing his mistake now. He had directly punched his own arm, knocking him off balance. The chakra that Kyuubi supplied Naruto gave him enough speed to dodge the Bijuu's attack. Naruto was now exhausted, looking directly at Gaara's motionless body. Shikaku was controlling the sand around Naruto's feet, but Naruto wasn't going to give in. He charged up his Rasengan with his remaining strength. This time, you really are going down, Rasengan? Screamed Naruto, plummeting the Rasengan in the exact same spot he hit Gaara in the arena. The boy's eyes shot open instantly, Shikaku that he was disappearing, and Gaara's eyes began to close slowly as the large figure of sand collapsed, sending both genin towards the hard earth. Gaara went first. Blood. He was covered in blood and couldn't even move. Naruto was right behind him in the sky and pulled out his final Hiraishin kunai. As he withdrew it, he began to feel weak. Before having the chance to throw it, he passed out. The kunai was facing his body. He hadn't let it go yet. For an odd reason, his grip still remained. Gaara fell through the trees, breaking through countless thick branches before colliding with the floor loudly. Naruto followed, and with the first impact of the tree, the kunai got thrust into his stomach. He continued to fall and luckily landed on his back to prevent it piercing his entire stomach. However, Naruto lay silent on the floor as blood flowed out of his wound. The wound was healing much slower than it should have. The Kyuubi roared in panic at Naruto, but he couldn't hear him. Naruto was completely out cold and couldn't do anything about it, and due to the fact that the kunai was still in him made it impossible for the Kyuubi to heal around it. Sasuke smiled in relief as she saw the large Shikaku fall. She didn't see Naruto getting impaled, so she believed it was all over. It filled her with confidence. Yujido stood in shock whilst charging. How the hell? She thought. However, a massive smile spread across her face. She would be the last one standing. Sasuke was struggling as hard as she could. She managed to move her arms slightly and began to scream in agony. Raven, please give me more chakra. I don't care how this affects me. She told the raven in her mindscape. The raven smiled sadly and gave her enough chakra to move her wings. Sasuke, using your dark element with fire. The raven instructed her container, who didn't understand. That's impossible. Besides, with something like that, I'd only have enough for one attack, and if I missed, it would be all over. Naruto screamed at the raven. It's possible, just focus your dark element in a way that you use Kaizuki, then add the fire element. The dark element is highly versatile, though this would most probably be game over no matter what happens, the Bijou commented. You mean we're risking it all on one attack? That's a little crazy, don't you think? Sasuke told the raven, who just laughed. What's so funny? I find it funny that we even have a chance. Look at her, she is in complete harmony with her Bijou. Yes, we get along, but not like them. A Jinchuriki can become stronger when it trusts the demon inside it and vice versa. I would like for one day to see a cat get defeated by the bird. I guess we won't get that today. The raven spoke pessimistically in a desperate effort to make Sasuke take the risk. I will beat it. Even if this doesn't work, I won't lose, screamed Sasuke. Her words stunned the raven for a second. Sasuke, if you fail this, we can't win, the raven spoke with a dead serious tone. So you're saying I should just give up if I get knocked down? That I should lay down and die without putting up a fight? If Naruto-kun can stand up to a giant Bijou without fear and win, why can't I? Sasuke commented. The words she said made the raven smile. So you're going to use the dark Kaizuki? The raven asked in curiosity and hope. Of course I will. I trust you as you're my battle partner. If this fails, you say we will lose, right? Sasuke said whilst grinning. Her words actually made the raven feel happiness for a short second. She trusts me? The raven thought to herself. And yes, we will lose if this fails, Sasuke, so make sure you don't miss. Sasuke nodded and started charging up her attack. The action shocked Yujito, who was rushing to make her attack as strong as it could be. Dark chakra spread up Sasuke's arm. She began to scream loudly as she injected the fire chakra into the attack. Her arm was now engulfed by black flames with a hint of blue. Small embers cracked the sky as they sunk of her arm. Yujito's cocky smile was replaced by a desperate look on her face. She needed to launch her attack. Let's do this, Sasuke screamed to the raven, who returned the sentiments. Sasuke jumped off her tree branch, flying at full speed with her fractured arm held out desperately. When Sasuke had hit halfway between their distance, Yujito finally released her attack. It flew at a phenomenal speed, colliding with Sasuke's outstretched arm. She won't reach me, Yujito screamed to herself. Sasuke was pushing hard. It was as if the earth stood still. The blazing attack that Yujito had fired was just in contact with her arm. She felt the resistance in the beam. She began to panic slightly. Sasuke, you can pull through this. It may be pure chakra attack, but you can do it, Sasuke, screamed the raven in support. Sasuke smiled inwardly at the raven, who was trying just as hard as she was. I won't let you down. I won't let anyone down, and I'll show everyone that Sasuke Uchiha has the potential to become one of the best ninja that ever existed. Sasuke told the Raven as time began running again. Push through it! Screamed Sasuke. The resistance was weakening. She began moving faster towards Yujito, cutting the beam down the center. The beam was being pushed back. Sasuke was now inches from the Cloud Ninja. No, she can't. Nothing can break through it. She'll never reach me. Yujito screamed, putting her last bit of strength into the beam. Just centimeters from Yujito, and Sasuke started to slow down. Moving closer and closer, Sasuke broke the beam, plunging her arm forward. I'm going to do it. This is the dash. Just then Sasuke felt a powerful slash hit her back. It followed through, pushing Sasuke downwards. Quickly Sasuke grasped the tree branch with one hand. Unfortunately, it was the fractured one. Her whole arm and hand was fractured. She felt her bones snapping. She whelped in pain as a few droplets of tears coursed down her face. A new cut on her back from Yujito's slash. You had me really worried there for a second, Sasuke Uchiha. I must say that was an impressive attack, truly wonderful performance, but this is where you lose. Yujito then dug one of her claws into Sasuke's little finger, making her lose some grip, blood trickling out of her torn pinky. How interesting, you still hold on for dear life. How entertaining is this? Yujito commented before laughing heavily. I don't really want to kill someone, but it's my duty. You're treated excellently as a Jinchuriki. I don't know why, but you just are. Whilst if I don't fulfill my job, I'll be branded a traitor. Heck, I am branded one now just because I hold the Nibi and I'm friends with it. Yujito thought to herself, clenching her teeth, then biting her, causing blood to trickle down her lips. I'm sorry, Raven. I failed. Sasuke spoke to the Raven sadly, who suddenly got pissed at her. You haven't failed yet. You broke her attack. You have her scared. You told me you won't give up. Where's that determination that you showed earlier? The Raven screamed at Sasuke. During this time, Yujito cut deeply into Sasuke's thumb, causing her to dangle with nearly no grip now. Yujito was really enjoying it. She didn't even know why. She thought about it, and all she could come up with was the fact that Sasuke was pampered like a princess whilst she was treated as a tool. Someone who was only useful for controlling the Nibi and using it for jobs. She thought about how Sasuke must have so many friends where she only had one true friend. She had no idea of the family life that Sasuke had. She always assumed that everyone had it better than her. Why are you going this far? Screamed Sasuke. The scream was due to the pain and the sorrow she was feeling. She never thought that anyone could be so evil. Orders, and also this is personal, Yujito informed Sasuke, whilst playing with the girl's index finger, ready to make it loose grip. What do you mean orders, and what do you mean personal? I have never done anything against you. Sasuke screamed. Just then Yujito sliced Sasuke's index finger right off, making her let out one of scream in agony. This was just met by Yujito's sadistic laugh. You, Sasuke Uchiha, are everything that a Jinchuriki desires. You have friends. You are able to live freely without people glaring at you constantly for keeping them safe from a demon. Heck, your family didn't leave you because of it, did they? She screamed, letting out a few tears. No, but having a parent that you hardly know leave isn't as bad as having rejection thrown at you, is it? Sasuke began to cry loudly. Yes, now I am treated well, but you have no idea of the burden that I carry. I was looked down on until I could use the Raven. The only people who cared for me and my family was Itachi-Nizan and Ka-san. Even my aunt and uncle looked down on me. You must think it's worse to never have parents than get rejected and hated by someone that you strive to impress. Someone that you wanted to be proud of you. Someone that you put a large amount of effort into helping, then they ignore you and call you a failure. You don't know what that's like. Sasuke screamed at Yujito, who just laughed to herself. Pathetic, that's what I see you as. You have all these things and you still say you have it bad. I have one person to return home to. She is the only person who I can remotely trust. You have a whole family. If I can be grateful for one friend, how can you be so selfish to want recognition from one person when you already have it? Yujito screamed as she plunged her claws into Sasuke's remaining fingers that were gripping the tree. Sasuke fell from the branch and her chakra wings disappeared. Yujito began to lick the blood of her claws and smiled. She then decided to finish it by using one of her strongest fire jutsu to kill Sasuke. It would force Yujito to use up nearly all her chakra, but it was worth it. The Raven repeated her words once again to Sasuke. You said you wouldn't give up? Time was slow and Yujito was about to rain fire down upon Sasuke. I won't give up, not till it's over. That's the spirit. I don't want to harm you, but with that conviction, I'll allow you to push yourself to your limit. I know it could kill you. I'll do everything in my power to keep you alive if you do anything stupid. You have reminded me of the demon of darkness. The times I spent with him were some of my happiest ever. Your determination and your skills have impressed me, Sasuke. If I am able to, I wish to continue serving you if something goes wrong. I will give you 4 taels worth of chakra. Just finish her like you said so. Sasuke was falling, looking up at the demon cat and smiled. She managed to do a sort of backflip in midair as black chakra covered Sasuke's entire body. Her wings returned and her eyes shone red. The look brought fear into Yujido's eyes. Yujido unleashed her final attack as Sasuke flapped her wings towards the floor, causing a small dust storm below. She then flew upwards towards the attack, charging straight through it, letting out a blood-curdling scream, and continued on. Yujido stared in fear as Sasuke rammed straight through the branch and knocked Yujido high into the sky, much higher than Shikaku. Yujido was stranded and out of energy as Sasuke continued to fly upwards towards Yujido. Got behind Yujido and flew above, doing a backflip in the air to slow herself down. Sasuke was right behind Yujido and used her arms to constrict Yujido's claws, then flew upwards, then backflipped so their heads were facing the floor. In one swift move, she went into a nosedive, wrapping her wings around Yujido tightly. A stream on black chakra spiraled down to the earth. Yujido's blazing dark blue chakra spiraled as well, creating a sort of tornado of black and blue. A woman watched on a nearby cliff and began to panic. She screamed to herself, "Yujido!" They continued towards the floor, Yujido full of fear whilst absolute determination was plastered on Sasuke's face. "Raven, you know what? After a traditional what?" back, Sasuke said. "I'm a hypocrite. I blamed Naruto for doing something so reckless, and look, now I'm doing something worse. I promised him that I wouldn't be reckless, but I couldn't keep it." The Raven was silent and didn't know what to say. It tried to speak, but Sasuke wasn't listening. The two darted towards the earth. "Naruto, I wish I was able to tell you how I feel, but it's too late. I love you, Naruto-kun," she thought, and Yujido and Sasuke collided with the ground. An eruption of chakra domed around the whole area. Everything stood silent. No birds chirping. All there was a thick blanket of dust. Before Naruto and Sasuke caught up to Gaara and Yujido. "I am going to end all of it, Orochimaru," screamed the Hokage's bodyguard. "So we meet in battle at last, Jiraiya."